The transition back to school can be hard for kids, especially the younger ones. As a parent, there are a few activities that you can do with your child to get them ready for the new school year. Kelsey Newman, Director of Enrollment at Children's Lighthouse North Center Chicago, joins us now with some details on this. Good morning, Kelsey. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We are fabulous here at Good Day. So let's start off by going over what Children's Lighthouse is.
Yeah, so we're a preschool company in Irving Park. It's North Center. We go from 6 weeks to 6 years.
And you follow the CARES curriculum. What does that stand for?
So that is really kind of focusing on the children. So it's all about the curriculum, going for the attendance, kind of going off of the child's development.
All right, so let's get into activities that parents can do with their kids right now. What can we do as we prepare them to go back to school, or maybe support them in their education if they've already begun?
Yeah, so we made a couple of little things. So for teachers, you can have your kids make little flower pots. So these were made by the kids. You
And
can
it looks
kind
like
of
they painted the
see.
little pots and then they kind of put something special inside.
Yep. And then we also did lovely pin holders because all teachers use pencils. So making little cups for them.
So this is kind of
And then,
personalizing a classroom or maybe a home in a really special way. And I like incorporating the pens and pencils because that's something that students are going to be using a lot of this school year.
yeah. And then for kids, like they have their backpacks. So making little backpack tags. So they get to create them, get them excited about the upcoming school year. So they know, like, oh, this is my bag. So you can kind of see some different ones that they created.
So since you work, Kelsey, with really young students, do you have some advice for parents who might have a child at home that's really nervous about going back to school? How can you talk to your child and give them the confidence they need?
Yeah, so I mean, just letting them know exactly where they're going to be going, kind of talking to them, letting them know, like, hey, you're going to go to school, but this is kind of the schedule that you're going to be following. This is what you're going to be doing. Mommies and daddies always come back to pick you up, and just kind of walking them through every opportunity and kind of making them excited for it. Like, oh, well, today you're going to see this new friend, or you're going to get to do this activity, and just kind of fully letting them know what to expect.
Yeah, giving them something to look forward to. I love that idea. Kelsey, thanks so much for your time. Good luck with all those kids. It's a job that I don't think I could do, so thank you for doing that. And if people want more information about Children's Lighthouse, they can go online and get all of that right there. Jake, what do you have coming up?
Coming up, this is pretty cool. We're going to talk with Daily Show correspondent Josh Johnson about the week of filming their shows right here in Chicago when Good Day Chicago returns. It's a
It's Josh Johnson, full-time Daily Show correspondent and full-time black guy. But more than that, I'm also a part-time voter. Now, black voters have been the backbone of electing Democratic presidents since Bill Clinton went on Arsenio. In fact, 91% of black voters voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and 92% voted for Joe Biden last election. So why does this year feel different?
New polling shows 23%.
Daily Show host Josh Johnson. He's been making audiences laugh for his political humor. Now he is back in Chicago for the show's special DNC tapings. Jake had the chance to sit down with Josh about this.
Yeah, this is really cool, and I got to be in the audience yesterday, which was a lot of fun.
Super jealous.
Yeah, so this is awesome. Josh has lived in Chicago for a number of years, so it's extra special for him that the Daily Show has returned to our city for a 4-night run over the course of the DNC. I spoke with Josh about the ever-changing political narrative, how that makes things interesting for the political comedy show. But we started out by talking about his time he spent in Chicago and how his knowledge of our city will help the rest of the show during their time here. I know that you lived here in Chicago for a while. I'm curious, how does your knowledge of this city help with how the Daily Show is going to approach this coming week?
I think for the most part, it's going to be just knowing the general vibe of people. And you know, Chicago has that like Midwest level of nice, but it's still a city and everything. And also just the influx of people that are visiting for the convention. You know, like there's going to be a lot of people who aren't from here that I'm going to be talking to and just taking the temperature overall of what people are expecting from the convention and how they feel about it as it goes.
Obviously, this election cycle has turned out to be so much more different than I think any of us were expecting it to be whenever it started months and months and months or a lifetime ago. To what degree is that good for the Daily Show, and to what degree does that actually make things harder?
Oh, I mean, that's a good question. I think that it's good because it means that if you're living through an unprecedented thing, people are going to be a little bit more politically engaged than if everything was just sort of run-of-the-mill. But it does make it a bit difficult, not necessarily because you plan things way ahead and then they change, because the show is used to adapting, especially as things get closer to a particular event. So that does make it a little bit more difficult, but I think it's a welcome challenge, and it's something that I would much rather than everyone just sort of having a bummed out foregone conclusion. That would have been rough.
The Daily Show will be taping here in Chicago for 3 more days. So I was in the audience last night, and I'd never been to a Daily Show taping before. It was a lot of fun. It was over on the north side of the Athenaeum Theater, and here's what I'll tell you. If you're lucky enough to grab tickets to the Daily Show or even Colbert, which is obviously at the Auditorium Theater for the next couple of days, they're a lot of fun. It's worth going to if you can snag a ticket or you know someone that has one. Here's what I'll say. Be patient. It takes time. You know, we're used to seeing, these, Daily Shows 30 minutes long on Comedy Central every night. Colbert, the Late Show, is an hour long. It's a little bit longer whenever you go out there. They expect you there early because they need to get all the audience there. They want to get you warmed up. So last night they sort of brought out this stand-up comic who did like a 30-minute sketch and played around with the audience for got everyone sort of loosened up a little bit, and then they start the show. So I think I got there right at 3. They brought us into the auditorium by 4. I don't think we were taping till after 5. It was after 6 before I got out of there.
So when does that air then?
So it ended up airing last night, but I will tell you,
it's just on a delay.
Exactly, but they're doing 4 nights of shows. The last night, Thursday night, they're actually taping live at 9 p.m. and that one is the one that will be hosted by Jon Stewart.
Oh, got it. That's big.
Yep.
Jake, thank you,
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it, and we're back with more Good Day right after this.
Bam.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. We are kicking off our 9 a.m. hour, and we've got a lot that's new for you.
They're preparing for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Anita's live with a preview of everything we're expecting to see today.
And a lot more fencing is now up outside the United Center. Joni is live with a look at the increased security measures after protesters tore some of that fencing down yesterday.
And Illinois delegates, they're gathering this morning to debrief after day 1 of the DNC. Paris is going to be live with some of the reactions from last night coming up.
But first, let's check in with Caitlin Cody. And boy, look at that great view of the city, Caitlin.
When the sun is shining, Chicago is glowing. It's another beautiful day here in the city. Temperature-wise, we're feeling like fall. It's 65 degrees currently at the lakefront, 61 in DeKalb as well as Woodstock, 61 in Kankakee. Temperatures in northwest Indiana ranging in the 60s. I'm seeing a 66 in Gary. Today, temperatures are only going to be in the low to mid 70s. We have dry skies. The few fair weather clouds that we have this morning will give us mostly sunny skies this afternoon. And we are going to continue with this cool trend until the end of the week and this weekend when we really toast things up around here. I'll show you that ahead.
Wire fences are being put up around the United Center after protesters tore some of them down yesterday.
Joni Lum has been covering this story for us this morning. She is near the United Center with new details. Hi, Joni.
Good morning. Well, a second day of the convention brings a second layer of fencing. This is the original wall of fencing. It extends all the way from Wood Street down to Damon. They put this in last week. It is an iron fence secured by concrete barriers, but after what happened yesterday, they had to install a second wall of fencing, which is right about here, and they also had to secure the tops to make sure that nobody could break them down. As we look down Washington Boulevard, you can see they're still working. They're lifting those concrete jersey barriers over one fence to put it in to reinforce the second fence. That's a lot of fencing that's happening here, but this is where those protesters breached the secure zone. Police were able to keep them away from the United Center yesterday. It was a peaceful march that turned into a scene that required elevated police action. Protesters brought tools to the march route. They knocked down the iron fences that are anchored by concrete barriers. The breach attracted dozens of police officers in riot gear who formed a wall to keep demonstrators out of this restricted area. Now crews are fastening brackets to the fences to tie them together. They're screwing them in, tightening them up, and making them taller in some cases to discourage fence jumping. Here's an example of where they added another layer. I've never seen this done before, but they added a second layer to the top of this fence that already exists. They did a little bit of work here, and they were doing it all manually. They didn't have any heavy machinery to help them out, so the work has stopped here. Not sure if that's going to continue the length of Wood Street down to Damon, but they are reinforcing the perimeter here to make sure that no one gets in. Reporting live near the United Center, I'm Joni Lum. Now over to Anthony.
Okay, Joni, thank you very much for that update there. A new study finds a link. This is not a major surprise here between toddler tantrums and tablets. Researchers found that the amount of tablet use among children can lead to an increase in emotional outbursts. Specifically, the study showed that tablet use at age 3.5 was associated with more frequent expressions of anger and frustration 1 year later. Fox Medical Team's Dr. Mike joining us now to kind of break down these findings. Dr. Mike, as a parent of a 3-year-old, this doesn't come as a huge shock to me. What are we learning?
Well, Anthony, I have a 16-year-old and a 12-year-old, and I'm going to be honest with you, when they were that age and we would go out to a restaurant and we would create havoc, I would get dirty looks. One time we got moved to a private room. I would use things like cell phones and tablets as a pacifier. Wrong answer, not the right thing to do. This study is yet another indication that screen time, even at that young age, can have negative effects down the road. And what you need to do is work on getting these kids to learn how to deal with their negative emotions and redirecting them, as they say, so that they can learn and adjust how to deal with their negative feelings rather than getting on the floor and screaming hysterically. But giving them tablets may be problematic.
Okay.
Not the answer.
It's a temporary fix, but it's got long-term ramifications. Yeah, we tend to bring toys out to restaurants from time to time, like Magnetiles, so they have something else to do other than be on the tablet. Let's switch gears, though, Dr. Mike. We also learned that a new study indicates that moderate drinking, even moderate drinking, doesn't appear to be healthy, and more young people are kind of getting on board with this more sober approach. Is that correct?
Yeah, what young people are doing, they're going to mocktails, there's a phrase they're using, sober curious. I love that. So the bottom line is, instead of waking up in the morning with a hangover, making sure that they limit or eliminate alcohol intake. The World Health Organization, Anthony, basically says, look, there's no safe amount of alcohol.
Wow.
And this most recent study looked at people over the age of 60, and those who drank even moderate amounts of alcohol had a 13% increased risk of developing cancer. Remember, what happens when you drink alcohol? It gets converted to acetaldehyde, which is a carcinogen, and that can damage a lot of DNA. So you get an increased risk of esophageal cancer, of head and neck cancer, throat cancer, you name it, colon cancer, even prostate cancer. So, and in women, breast cancer. So if you're a woman out there and you've had breast cancer, probably not a good idea to be drinking any alcohol. I hate to be your personal Oppenheimer, you know, the destroyer of your world, but that's kind of the way it is.
Oh, gosh, it's difficult to hear that 13% increased risk. So what is before we let you go, do you have any thoughts on daily alcohol? Keep it to weekend use, perhaps? What's a good way to find that right zone?
Well, if alcohol is in your life, with my job and your job, Anthony, I don't know how you drink alcohol and survive during the week, because I get up at 4:30, I do a little bit of this, and then I play a real doctor in real life. And I don't want to be clouded and end up making a mistake. So I limit it to maybe Friday or Saturday night. Now, what some people do, they don't drink it all during the week, and then they binge drink. They have like 8 drinks on a Friday night. That's even more dangerous than a little bit every day.
Ooh, wow.
So everything in moderation. Everything in moderation, Anthony, and you'll feel better. You'll have less risks to your body, and you'll be even better than you are now, which is hard to do. You're the man.
Oh, you are the man,
You're
Dr. Mike.
You're at the top of your
Moderation
game.
is the key. Dr. Mike, we appreciate you as always,
Yes.
sir. Thank you so much. It is 9:08. We're checking in with Caitlin for a look at this forecast. What a stunner outside.
A beer with Dr. Mike on a Saturday. Can you
That's
even
what you
imagine?
gotta do.
Goodness gracious. And no BLIPPI, I guess, right? Or
Don't
Miss
even
Rachel.
say the word.
Goodness gracious. All right, today's going to be beautiful. We've got sunshine and cool temperatures, low to mid 70s today. So it's going to be even cooler than it was yesterday. 65 right now downtown, 67 at O'Hare as well as Midway, 66 in Joliet, Northwest Indiana. Temperatures ranging in the 60s. Here's your planner. 72 by lunchtime. So 72 degrees at lunch, 2 p.m., 73. You might want a sweater today. We are going to have a breeze going on. Nothing like yesterday. It's slowly calming down. High pressure is in control, but we still expect high waves and also rip currents possible in Lake Michigan from Illinois to Indiana. We could see waves up to 6 feet, so stay out of the lake. Do not swim today until 4 p.m. We have that beach hazard in place. Heading on into your Wednesday, very similar conditions, but the temperatures are slowly going to be warming. And then by the end of the week, we get the 80s, if not the 90s this weekend into early next week. Notice high pressure is really holding us in the sunny conditions all the way through Friday 83 degrees with sunshine. This weekend, it's even looking dry as of now. Temperatures back to 87 degrees on Saturday, Sunday 90, and the low 90s carry us into the beginning of next week too. So we have all of the seasons happening. Today is going to be very fall-like. Then we get that summer feel as we wrap up the week and head on into this weekend. A long stretch of dry weather, so you may have to be watering that lawn and those flowers all week long. Checking in now with Gabby to see how our drive is. Are we talking about those road closures still?
Yeah, we're talking about all this craziness with the DNC. So let's discuss the street closures around the United Center, which you can see on the OAMC map here. The big closures are Damon, Washington, Warren, Madison, Adams, and Paulina. Here is a detour, which you can follow in red that I have. It takes you off of Ashland and west towards Western Avenue and eventually back to Ashland. It's a big workaround, but there are going to be signs, and this is the route that they suggest you use. Over by McCormick Place, 21st Street starts the perimeter to the north, Michigan Avenue to the west, 24th Place along the Stevenson and MLK Drive to the east. But that's not it. A portion of State Street, Delaware Place, Rush, and Walton Streets that you see here are closed around some hotels north of the Loop. Reports say the streets are closed until tonight, Natalie Bryan. So expect rolling closures in this area as VIP tours come and go through everywhere. Also expressways with motorcades and all that kind of stuff as well.
Okay, thanks, Gabby.
Well, coming up, let's check in with Anita to see what she has coming up this morning.
That's right. I'm here inside of the United Center for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention, where they had such a late night last night that the cleaning crews are still at work getting ready for day 2, where they have more big speeches from some well-known names, especially to those here in Chicago, coming up.
Wear your Bears. Get on Good Day Chicago. We want to see your photos in your best Bears gear. Email your pics today.
This is what... Now this morning, a live look at the United Center where it is all going down this week with the Democratic National Convention. You can see they already have the lights going there. A lot of activity a little later on this afternoon. And the Obamas are just 2 of the many guests taking the stage during night 2 of the convention.
Anita's live inside of the United Center with much more on what all we can expect to see tonight. Hey, Anita.
Hello. We are hopefully going to see an earlier bedtime for tonight. Let's hope for all the folks who were here so late, really until this morning. Some people I've been speaking to here that left at 12:45, 1 a.m. after a long day one. So day two may have a bit of a slower start, but for sure they are hoping it has a raucous ending to it. This will be another big night of heavy hitters for the Democratic National Convention with none other than, as you said, former President and First Lady Barack and Michelle Obama, who need no formal introduction here in the city of Chicago, but I'm sure they'll still get one anyhow. This evening, they'll be taking the stage as Chicago natives. Apart from the phone call between them and Vice President Kamala Harris last month, they've been noticeably quiet since the Vice President came to the top of the ticket. Remember, they're essentially the bridge between a Biden-Harris campaign, which of course was Biden being a former running mate of theirs, to a Harris-Walz ticket, with Harris being a friend for many years to them. We spoke to political experts Tom Serafin and Pat Brady about what and who they should be aiming to reach tonight.
And this comes down to a couple 100,000 votes, literally, and they've got to focus on getting those people out and motivating those people. And that's why, for the life of me, last night I watched them. I'm like, if I'm watching and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not sure that seeing Hillary Clinton talk grievance why she didn't win is necessarily effective.
No, it's all about the youth. If they can get those people from the age, 19, 20, 21, up to 35 to vote, and they weren't voting, they weren't thinking about voting when Joe Biden was the candidate. Without Joe Biden and now with Kamala Harris, they're really kind of energized, and you're seeing some of that.
An energized younger base. So if you're looking to energize a younger base, you're also talking about the future, not just of America, but of course your party. So let me just take you through a few of the names that we are expecting to hear tonight. Of course, that could mean that we're in for a very long night, but let me go over a few. We will hear from our very own Governor J.B. Pritzker. We'll hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. We'll also hear from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. If you're kind of thinking along as I'm saying those names that, we've talked a lot about all of those people just recently. Yes, each and every one of them was thought at one point in time to possibly be a running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris with this ticket, ultimately choosing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to go along for the ride here. So we will see how the night goes. Again, wishful thinking, but maybe it'll be a little bit earlier. But all of those people kind of have a little bit of motive to maybe make this moment their own, as well as really hone in why the Democratic Party should be sticking behind a new Vice President Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket.
Thank you so much, Anita. Time is now 9:17 this morning. Checking back in with Kaylin. A beautiful live look outside for everybody from out of town. They picked the perfect week to come here to Chicago because it has just been magnificent weather for everybody out there, Caitlin.
Refreshing for everyone out and about, walking to restaurants, checking out the city. It is going to be another beautiful one with temperatures even cooler than they were yesterday, believe it or not. So right now, outside, you can see we have blue sky, a few fair weather clouds, no rain in the forecast. Temperature-wise, as mentioned, we're only reaching the low to mid 70s as our afternoon high. We're still going to have a bit of a breeze coming in too, pushing those waves up to 6 feet. So for visitors, no swimming in Lake Michigan today. 67 degrees, that's the temperature currently with that east wind at 5 to 10 miles per hour. The wind is slowly dying down today compared to yesterday, but you might get a little bit of a breeze here or there up to about 15 miles per hour. 65 in Aurora, 64 in Morris, 63 in Kankakee. Temperatures in northwest Indiana in the low to upper 60s. And here's our next 48 hours. So this afternoon, those little bit of clouds that we do have this morning start to taper out, giving us plenty of sunshine. Highs in the low 70s at O'Hare. As we head into tonight, another cool night ahead. How about the 50s? It's almost too chilly overnight to open your windows. And then tomorrow during the day, temperatures are going to be back to the mid and upper 70s. We have another day of sunshine for your Wednesday. And then Thursday, another nice day before we do crank it up to the 80s on Friday. So here's the deal. We are stair-stepping our way all the way through the weekend and early next week. So here's our 10-day forecast. Saturday, 87, 90 on Sunday. And then early next week, we have the heat. Monday, 92, perhaps even the mid-90s. By Tuesday, before we do start to back off. So temperatures are expected to be toasty this weekend into early next week. Then we're going to get back down to where we should be in the low 80s. And that's check of the forecast.
Thanks, Caitlin. Something for everybody. Illinois Democrats are meeting up for breakfast right now ahead of another busy day at the convention.
Paris is live with much more on their plans today. Hey, Paris, it was a late night last night.
It was a late night, but an early morning for Illinois Democrats. A few red eyes in the House, both from tears and from a lack of sleep. Abortion is a hot topic right now among the speakers at the Illinois breakfast this morning. We heard from Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, who talked about recent pieces of legislation that the Pritzker administration signed to protect abortion in Illinois, especially those coming from out of state to seek abortion. There were some states that were attempting to criminalize folks coming from their states to this state to get an abortion. As you know, Illinois is a haven. Here's a little bit of what Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton had to say.
Finally elect a woman. I'm here as a woman, a black woman, a mother of 4 daughters who I thought would have more rights than I did, not fewer. And though I am so incredibly proud of the work that we are doing to ensure Illinois' place as an oasis for reproductive freedom, I'm devastated still to this day that Donald Trump's extremist Supreme Court found a way to relegate us to second-class citizens. One candidate at a time.
And now I'm joined by 27th Ward Chicago Alderman Walter Burnett, who lives in the ward that is the center of the political universe right now, 2 blocks from the United Center. Alderman Burnett, first of all, with that fence breach yesterday, what's the latest you heard about that?
Well, I know that the police and the Secret Service are readjusting. They're getting ready. They did a great job yesterday in handling the situation, getting it back intact. Protesters yesterday were pretty much peaceful. It was a peaceful protest itself. For that breach, the officers reacted right away. The superintendent was right there on the ground. They got everything back in order real quick. I'm so proud of them. I feel so secure with how they handled it yesterday. I think we're going to be in a better place today, and I don't think that will happen again.
What are residents saying about living in the security perimeter and seeing thousands and thousands of dignitaries walk by their neighborhood?
Well, you know, you get a lot of different reactions. Some folks are very excited about it. Some folks are starstruck. You know, some folks are worried about and concerned about the protesters. Some folks are feeling very comfortable with so many police and all of those sort of people being in the neighborhood. I think it's unique. Some people, of course, are concerned about not being able to park in front of their houses. They can't wait till it's over with. But they're excited that people are in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood got a lot of work done to it. We after this, we're going to have a big benefit, you know, with all of the infrastructure work that has happened in the neighborhood. So people are really happy about it.
All right, Alderman Burnett, we'll see you there tonight. Maybe I'll stop by for a barbecue if you're grilling out in your front yard or something like that.
I'll probably be either running to the bed or going to the salt shed to listen to Johnny Legend.
That's right. Okay, so it was early morning, but it's going to be a very late night because tonight is the Governor Pritzker party at the Salt Shed where John Legend, music superstar, is going to play. That doesn't start until about 11, and given the way things ran over last night, it could start later than that, and then they're right back at it at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The coffee is flowing right now, Natalie, and I don't even drink coffee, and I've had a large cup of it. So we're just going to keep going and going and going.
All right, we might see a Paris like we've never seen Paris before today. That's reason enough to tune in.
They had to bring out the Mountain Dew.
Thank you so much, Paris. You can always find coverage of the DNC on air and online. We are streaming all the important updates on security and closures, and we're offering political analysis on this historic event held here in Chicago.
More fences are going up around the United Center, but are they going to be enough to deter protesters?
Up next, we're asking former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy to weigh in. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago as we continue our conversation about the Democratic National Convention, a live look at the United Center. At least 4 people have been arrested so far after just one day of the Democratic National Convention. One protester was seen with a sledgehammer breaking down security fences to try to get closer to the United Center. The Chicago chapter of the National Lawyers Guild this morning came out with a statement condemning what they called, and I quote here, the aggressive and at times violent response by the Chicago Police Department toward protesters. So here to weigh in on what happened is former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy. I think we could say a friend of the show at this point. Thank you for coming in. What is your initial impression of how police handled that dust-up yesterday?
I think they did a great job. I'm a little bit prejudiced, obviously, but it's very easy to turn a protest into a riot. And we saw that the police did that in Ferguson, Missouri, years ago. And there's lessons learned. We've learned it here in the Chicago Police Department. We certainly executed the lessons learned back in the NATO summit in 2012. And it looks to me like they are mirroring exactly what we did. They're non-confrontational until such time as they have to mix it up a little bit. Let's put it that way.
I was surprised to see during our live coverage yesterday, the superintendent Larry Snelling right there behind them on the front lines, as well as I think the number 1 and 2 guys as far as communication is regarded when we're talking to the police department. Did that surprise you at all that he was right there, back in his officers? It
made me very happy. I did the same thing during NATO. And you know, if you're in charge, if you're responsible for what's happening on the ground, you should be on the ground. You shouldn't be in a command post somewhere hiding. And that's good, aggressive leadership, which is very important to keeping things under control.
The fact that the protesters were able to breach that first line of defense, that surprised a lot of people because it seemed pretty secure.
Yeah, they practice, they are more organized than people realize. You know, and just an example is during the George Floyd riots, Bob Tracy, who came to Chicago with me, was in Wilmington, Delaware, and he was locking up people from Eugene, Oregon. Now, if you're a protester in Eugene, Oregon, wouldn't you go to California or something like that? You don't go to Wilmington, Delaware. So they come in teams. We found that they would come in like 4-man teams. One guy is ginning up the crowd. Another guy is agitating the police. Another guy is breaking windows, and another guy is spray painting. So they're well-funded. They practice these things. We certainly saw it during NATO when they came at us by McCormick Place. They locked arms, and they were coming forward in an organized fashion. It was pretty bizarre.
So, and you make an interesting point because I think that we should watch the protesters' movements as well as the police. There's so much focus on the police, but watch them, see what they do. One of the things the police did yesterday that was interesting to me, and I'm hoping you can explain why, was when more of them came out to reinforce the officers who were already there, they all had their hands in their pockets. And I was thinking, well, that's interesting. Can you speak to that at all, why they may have been doing that?
Well, the whole thing is you don't want to be confrontational. When I got my first briefing on the NATO summit, they talked about coming out in what everybody terms riot gear. And I said, well, do we want to have a riot? Confrontation begets confrontation. So we came out with the normal police uniform until such time as it ratcheted up, and we had to do things to make sure that our officers were protected. So that's probably a technique that they're using just to be non-confrontational. If you got your arms crossed, that shows a different pose than if you have your hands in your pockets like you're just hanging around. So I would suspect that that's what that is.
Well, we appreciate you hanging around and talking to us this morning. Thanks so much for your insight. We always appreciate it here.
Thanks.
Former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy. We'll be right back.
Bears.
Cook County has opened up a special court facility. Now, that's where some protesters were sent after being arrested for tearing down fencing near the United Center. Rosanna's on the north side with more details.
With thousands more people expected to take part in protests this week, there's certainly the chance for more arrests. And officials want to fast-track their processing. So to that end, any protesters arrested related to the DNC can be processed, see an attorney if they like, and face a judge, all right here at Belmont and Western. This temporary setup at an old courthouse located here can deal with large numbers, too, if needed. Monday, there were only 4 arrests near Washington and Wolcott that we know of that were related to the breach of fencing near the United Center. Now, while those people were being processed here, protesters just outside the courthouse said they plan to wait here for their friend's release.
We have done this before for jail support, and we have been here all night. We are always prepared to stay here all night for our fellow protesters, however long it takes.
We were only there to peacefully protest. I know specifically my friend only went out into the rioted area in order to get people to come back.
Those protesters told us yesterday that they had contacted the National Lawyers Guild to provide assistance to their 2 friends, who they say were simply trying to get protesters out of the restricted area. No word yet this morning on whether or not they have all been released. Back to you now in the studio.
All right, Roseanne, it's going to be a beautiful day today. We've got sunshine, just a few clouds, temperatures nice and comfortable in the mid to upper 60s out there. So we are feeling good. We're looking good. And another fall-like day is ahead with temperatures even cooler than they were yesterday. 66 at the lakefront, but we are on our way to the low to mid 70s. 73 expected at O'Hare. Again, a dry day, but we do have high waves possible. That's our only weather headline, just like yesterday. High waves and rip currents possible until about 4 p.m. Then this evening, things are quiet and cool. By 6 p.m. dinner time, 70 degrees. And tonight it is going to be nice and cool, down to the 50s again. Our 3-day forecast, tomorrow 76, so we're slowly warming up, but we should be in the low 80s, not the 70s, so it's still cool out there. And then on Thursday, 79 degrees. Finally, as we wrap up the week Friday, that's when the low 80s will be here. And then we're talking about the 90s, perhaps, even into early next week. Very hot weather is coming right around the corner, but in the meantime today, it is going to be a cool day, maybe even a sweater early today would be comfortable. This afternoon, though, will be beautiful with the sunshine. Just don't forget those sunglasses. That's a quick check of the weather.
Might get a little crazy out there today. Maybe I can bring the sun back up here.
All right, run it for me. Catalytic converters. They need platinum. How much they got in there? 10 million? You need a miracle to pull this off.
Tyrese Gibson gives the best performance of his career in the new drama 1992, the story of a man trying to protect his son from both the uprisings following the Rodney King verdict, but also at the same time a dangerous heist happening at the factory where he works. The movie hits theaters on August 30th, but before it does, I am honored that he joins me live in studio. My man, what are you doing? You're covering the goods. You're covering the goods.
Best performance of my career. Did you just say that?
I did say that. And you know how I know it's true? Because I wrote it. True story. Wow. You and I have spoken for every Fast and Furious movie since the 4th one. And
we've danced and partied on rooftops.
Yes, we have.
I'm not going to put the rest of your business out
we're not going to tell the bosses about that because I was working that day, man.
You were working
I was
so
on assignment.
Hard.
I was on assignment.
You were busy. First, I just want to say thank you for having me.
Dude, it's an honor, man.
Thank you for everybody who contributes to the ratings and the success of this morning show.
We appreciate those people, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, where would we be without people tuning in to support? I came here to hand out a couple gifts. Brian, if you join us.
Come over. We're
here to celebrate.
Over.
You guys.
What do we got?
Okay, we got Twix.
Come on.
Okay, listen, man. We are out here handing out love.
No other actor ever gives us through.
Appreciate it. Listen, 1992, tickets just went live. And the reason I'm handing out Twix candy bars and breaking up the ice, because it's the DNC out here. Everybody is Trumping and Republican and Democrat. And I just wanted to break it up a little bit and just say, I love you. It doesn't matter what aisle you fall in. I know I'm supposed to be selling the movie right now, but I just want y'all to know.
Right now, everyone at Lionsgate is going, oh, my God.
You are loved. God bless you, and God bless our brother in Ray Liotta, who left us. We shot 1992 in Bulgaria as well as in South Central LA, and he ended up passing almost a year after we wrapped the film. And some of you guys, obviously, because we're in a very hot temperature in and around racism and police brutality and all of the stuff that's going on, but I just really want y'all to know that there's only 7% of this movie about riot and looting. He is killing that Twix, by the way. You know,
you didn't even wait for this segment to end, Brian.
Like, he's over there at it.
It's a long show.
He's like, he forgot when he was writing. That Twix took him out. So what I'm saying is you're going to see the riot and looting, but Ray Liotta decided with Scott Eastwood that while everybody's distracted, fighting, rioting, looting, burning everything down, they decided to break into a warehouse and steal $50 million in platinum bars. So this is a heist movie.
It is a heist movie, more than anything.
This is a crime thriller. This is a movie pointing out the dynamic between father and son, between Ray Liotta and Scott Eastwood. I'm going to also jump out there, because you're a legend with the Fast family. I'm going to jump out there and say, this is the Fast and the Furious of South Central LA.
You're exactly right. That is put that on the poster, man. That's
Did you hear that?
This is the best live interview we've ever done.
Okay? The Fast and the Furious of South Central LA
Right
film.
now, everyone behind the scenes at Lionsgate is going
the
Fast
most diverse film in the history of South Central LA. Some of y'all are young and y'all wasn't around, so let me give you the list. Colors,
yes,
with Sean Penn, Don Cheadle.
Yep.
Okay? Then you got Menace to Society. Then you got Boys in the Hood. Menace to Society, okay? I feel sorry for your mother. That's the most legendary line in the world. Pull it up, youngsters, and see what I'm talking about. Then you got Baby Boy, Poetic Justice, Set It Off, Menace to Society. Then you got Straight Outta Compton, and then the TV series Snowfall.
Which is brilliant.
Also it's been crazy. But you have never seen this many white people in a South Central LA movie in your life. Ray Liotta and his whole crew break into a warehouse to steal $50 million. It is crazy. It's going to leave
Can I jump in? I want to jump in about Ray Liotta, because I want to give you props for a second.
The Twix got me hyper.
I appreciate you. The reason I want to give you props for a second is because this is Ray Liotta's final film. Because you got involved and because you pushed for this movie to go to theaters and for it to be seen on the big screen, we get Ray Liotta's final performance on the big screen. Otherwise, his final performance would have gone straight to streaming, straight to video, and that wouldn't have been right in my eyes. And what does it mean to you that because you got involved, your career, you got $10 billion worth of box office behind your name with all the films that you've done, that you were able to sort of push this film to not just, not just have the story out there, but to have Ray Liotta's final performance out there?
Camera guy, can you please zoom in on my face? Zoom in.
Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that. Zoom in. 1992, tickets just went live. I'm 45 years old. If you're crazy, you're going to try and order your tickets online at the last minute and be sitting on the front row with your glasses looking up at the screen like this. That's no good. Ray Liotta left us with some magic. Shout out to the whole cast. Shout out to Ariel Vroman, who directed Ray Liotta in another legendary film called The Iceman. My beanie is crooked. Guys, 1992 just changed everything. And speaking to straight to DVD and straight to streaming, I don't want y'all thinking I'm a D-lister. I'm far from it. I want y'all to understand that sometimes a movie studio will do research and they will say, the feedback to this and to that, the data, the research, maybe we should go straight to. When the trailer dropped, we did over 100 million.
How many views?
100 million views on the trailer for 1992. So you know what that means? Take that! You cannot predict the works of God. God said theaters. Now I'm on Fox.
Tyrese, I need you to do me a favor.
What are you talking?
I need you to say when. I need you to say when the movies come to theaters, and I need you to throw us to break, because it doesn't matter what I do.
The movie is coming out Labor Day weekend, including my double album called Beautiful Pain. Tyrese.tv, produced by David Foster.
Go to one.
This is the
They're giving you the rap music. They're giving you the rap music.
It's a Tyrese Labor Day weekend, baby. Fall in. The barbecue grills is coming out, and we gonna slow dance. You dig me? Hey, and let me get another Twix, man. Let me get another Twix. 1992, it just happened. We just broke records. Straight to DVD. Who
Ah! We'll be right back.
Games and toys aren't just fun, they can also be an integral part of learning.
As families prepare to head back to school, we brought in Scott Friedland, the head shopkeeper at Timeless Toys in Lincoln Square. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Now, you often say that play is children's work. Tell us what you mean by that.
So, yeah, play is children's work. That is how they learn and develop skills. At a young age, yes, you can learn in school through teaching, sitting at a desk, learning at a blackboard, but how kids really learn and how they really get all those skills is through play.
Walk us through what you brought in. A lot of these look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, these are all fun. I'm going to start off with one of my favorite toys. It's called Air Tubes from Fat Brain. It is on the end here. Basically, this is kind of like a vacuum system for kids, but it comes with tons of different tubes and balls that you can create your own creation, make the balls flow through. If you would just, you
Push
can,
her down,
well, turn the knob a little bit here,
okay.
Yeah. And turn the air power up.
Sounds like it's getting fired up.
You could push that ball in there.
Okay.
Oh, you got to catch it.
Whoa.
Oh, was I not supposed, wait, was I not supposed to catch it?
You can create a whole tube system that goes all over the place. It comes with multiple different tubes, colored balls, and it's just about learning the physics of making the ball go through.
Oh,
I turned it off, sorry.
Whoa. There you go. Okay, what else did you bring in?
There you go. The other thing I have here is the glow-in-the-dark Rainbow Volcano Lab set. Tons of science sets for kids of all ages, and this is a great intro chemistry set where you're learning about volcano making.
And if parents are interested in getting maybe an educational toy for their kid, what should they specifically be leaning towards?
So, in my eyes, all toys are educational. As I said before, kids
want to hear that for sure.
Kids are learning through play, whether it's through their fine motor skills, gross motor skills, whether they're learning a science project, whatever. So here we have multiple different science kits with the Rainbow Volcano, the RoboMax T-Rex. This Pixicade Quest is a new version of the Pixicade that came out where you can do your own drawings and you create a video game on your iPad based on your drawings. It turns your drawings into video games. Wow. So you're learning a little bit about animation as well as there's different goals and skills in the video game that are educational. Anything from
I see the little microscope
yeah,
too.
we have microscope sets. Those are great. You can learn a little bit of chemistry right at home. But then there's also things like arts and crafts, right? So from Tiny Easel, we have their Art Essentials kit. And it comes with everything you see here in a nice little to-go tote bag. So you have your brushes, your paints, your watercolor crayons, all sorts of things that you can do at home, as well as a little bit of an easel. For your very beginning drawers, we have Art Twist by Nova Toys, and this simply you twist this little wheel around and it gives you different faces, hands, ears to mix match, and you can see I created a little character there. So
okay,
really easy for young kids.
We're going to end on that. I wish we had more time to play with you, Scott, but we're out of time. Timeless Toys is located at 4749 North Lincoln Avenue in Chicago. And if you want to check out their latest selections, you can go to timelesstoys.com.
Well, coming up, The Daily Show is in Chicago for their runoff to the DNC. Jake had a chance to chat with one of the show's correspondents.
Brian, how about you? I'm still feeling that Twix.
It was great. Right on time.
Tyrese gave us. Coming up, we're going to talk with one of the hilarious Daily Show correspondents about bringing the political comedy series right here to Chicago when we come back.
You're also pandering to this crowd.
Oh, what? No, look, Michael, no, I'm going deep on the issues. Deep like this town's delicious and far superior pizza. And I gotta tell you, Michael, if you have a problem with that, just call me Lou Malnati, captaining the good ship Pequod, because the truth is my numero uno priority. Also, Giordano's.
Just throw that in there. The Daily Show kicked off their run of shows in Chicago last night, and it's all leading up to a live show hosted by Jon Stewart himself this Thursday. And Jake, you got a preview.
Yeah, I got a preview. I was actually in that audience last night, and the best part is that half of those jokes I didn't hear in person because the audience was so great and so loud and so into it. So it's nice to actually be able to hear exactly what he was saying. So last night was the first of 4 shows that The Daily Show will be taping in Chicago over at the Athenaeum Theater. But this Thursday show will actually be live at 9 p.m. And like you said, it will be hosted by the man himself, Mr. Jon Stewart. I spoke with Daily Show correspondent Josh Johnson about what audiences can expect from Thursday's live Chicago show.
Obviously, Thursday is going to be the big live show with Jon hosting. What have you been told about how that show is going to be different than the other ones that you guys are doing?
That one will be live. So, you know, I'm looking forward to us. There's always a little bit of a hectic thing with a live show because so much of it is being written in real time, and you have to be taking in what's happening, but you also have to be taking a step back to be like, all right, well, now we have to make a cutoff and just do the show and everything. And so I think that also the audiences have the level of excitement and grace for the fact that all of this is like happening in the moment and stuff. So I think it's more impressive than any form of, oh, why did you talk about this thing? Because I think everyone knows we're going to get to it at least by the next day.
We're going to have more from Josh coming up during Fox 32 News at noon. The Daily Show returns for its second Chicago episode tonight. I've been telling people if you're lucky enough to get a Daily Show ticket or a Colbert Show, go. It's a lot of fun. You're going to have a blast. But be patient because these tapings, they take a while. You're going to be sitting around doing a lot of nothing. But but once it gets going, it's a lot of fun.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Stick around. We'll be right back.
Fox.
$9:56. Good morning, Chicago. What a beautiful start to our day. It's going to be another nice one, just like yesterday, only slightly cooler, believe it or not. Let me show you our futurecast. Into the afternoon, the low to mid 70s are expected. 73 as our high today. And then tonight, it will be cool, getting down into the 50s for many of us, if not the 40s in the far western suburbs. And then tomorrow, it's going to be another beautiful day with the mid to upper 70s. The 90s are on the way this weekend, so it is going to be toasty to wrap up your 7-day forecast, which I have ahead. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. Here are the results of our Instapoll question this morning. We asked, how do you feel that the city of Chicago has handled the protests so far? Looks like most people right now are saying about 3.1 stars out of 5. Still early, though, in the week, so that could change, especially after what we saw yesterday on day one.
But they did reinforce those fences outside the United Center that were breached yesterday. Well, that's it for us here. We're going to begin our live digital coverage on Fox Local and fox32chicago.com, so log on and start streaming.
See you there.
It's like you're just hanging around. So I would suspect that that's what that is.
Well, we appreciate you hanging around and talking to us this morning. Thanks so much for your insight. We always appreciate it here.
Thanks.
Former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy was seen taking the stage during night 2 of the convention.
Anita's live inside of the United Center with much more on what all we can expect to see tonight. Hey, Anita.
Hello. We are hopefully going to see an earlier bedtime for tonight. Let's hope for all the folks who were here so late, really until this morning. Some people I've been speaking to here that left at 12:45, 1 a.m. after a long day 1. So day 2 may have a bit of a slower start, but for sure they are hoping it has a raucous ending to it. This will be another big night of heavy hitters for the Democratic National Convention with none other than, as you said, former President and First Lady Barack and Michelle Obama, who need no formal introduction here in the city of Chicago, but I'm sure they'll still get one anyhow. This evening, they'll be taking the stage as Chicago natives. Apart from the phone call between them and Vice President Kamala Harris last month, you know, they've been noticeably quiet since the Vice President came to the top of the ticket. Remember, they're essentially the bridge between a Biden-Harris campaign, which, of course, was Biden being a former running mate of theirs, to a Harris-Walz ticket, with Harris being a friend for many years to them. We spoke to political experts Tom Serafin and Pat Brady about what and who they should be aiming to reach tonight.
And this comes down to a couple 100,000 votes, literally, and they've got to focus on getting those people out and motivating those people. And that's why, for the life of me, last night I watched them. I'm like, you know, if I'm watching and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not sure that seeing Hillary Clinton talk grievance why she didn't win is necessarily effective.
No, it's all about the youth. If they can get those people from the age, 19, 20, 21, up to 35 to vote, and they weren't voting, they weren't thinking about voting when Joe Biden was the candidate. Without Joe Biden and now with Kamala Harris, they're really kind of energized, and you're seeing some of that.
An energized younger base. So if you're looking to energize a younger base, you're also talking about the future, not just of America, but of course your party. So let me just take you through a few of the names that we are expecting to hear tonight. Of course, that could mean that we're in for a very long night, but let me go over a few. We will hear from our very own Governor J.B. Pritzker. We'll hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. We'll also hear from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. way. If you're kind of thinking along as I'm saying those names that, we've talked a lot about all of those people just recently. Yes, each and every one of them was thought at one point in time to possibly be a running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris with this ticket, ultimately choosing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to go along for the ride here. So we will see how the night goes. Again, wishful thinking, but maybe it'll be a little bit earlier. But all of those people kind of have a little bit of motive to maybe make this moment their own, as well as really hone in why the Democratic Party should be sticking behind a new Vice President Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket.
Thank you so much, Anita. Time is now 9.
All right, that was just some of the coverage from Fox 32 in Chicago. We are going to take our first break of the hour. When we come back, we will hear from the Republicans, Trump allies, speaking on how they thought day one of the DNC went. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
To do, while saying these are my visions of my own for what I would like to do with Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz, by her side. So night one about passing the torch, night one about unifying women, night one for sure about Joe Biden. One of the interesting things at the end of the night that he talked about was his age. Of course, that has been a central theme since he announced his running for a second term. He said that when he came into office at 29 years old, that so many people at that point in time said, he's too young, he's too fresh. And now at this age, of course, he's speaking on night one instead of night 4 because people thought he was too old. So we have seen 50 years of someone in office and effectively taking the turn to a new generation in Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, and Tim Walz. There's so many people, when we talk about galvanizing women, I'll tell you that so many people have also asked about Gwen Walz. For the first time yesterday, we heard her speak a little bit earlier on in the day. And so that's been something I've seen online when we're talking about new generations. A lot of people asking, well, who is Gwen Walz? And okay, now we're starting to hear from Gwen Walz. I'm sure we will hear much more from her, but we'll also see much more online because this, of course, is the first convention where social media content creators are a part of the credentialed media. So I've seen some synchronized dancing. I have seen some reporting into iPhones. You have kind of seen it all as they try to embrace this new generation and this charge to really make their case to younger voters, those who carry their iPhones constantly, those who get a lot of their news from their phones, from TikTok, from X, from Instagram, from other places. Maybe I'm too old to even remember at this point in time, but they're trying to make that case. Both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, quite frankly, trying to make the case to younger voters to bring home the vote for them. And of course, this is the place where the Democratic Party is hoping to get not only their case across, but their case made to take the baton and run. They will be sprinting towards the finish line. They only have about 77 days left at this point in time. Vice President Kamala Harris getting the baton essentially at almost 100 days. So at this point, they've had about 4 weeks so that they could get ready for this moment of the DNC to more formally take the baton forward. And now that we've had President Biden on night one, they get ready for a real run. Again, tonight we will hear from former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama tonight, but we will also hear from many of the hopefuls, many of the people who I'm sure will hear their names more frequently in the days, weeks, and possibly years to come. We'll hear from Governor J.B. Pritzker, of course. We will hear from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. We'll also hear from Senator Mark Kelly, and we'll hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. All of those looking for the same moment that Barack Obama had 20 years ago, to maybe get their name out there a little bit more and to be considered a little bit more in the days, weeks, and years to come. All of them were names that were mentioned in the search for a possible running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris, ultimately going with Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. And we'll see if that was the right choice. Right now, again, we will hear from Tim Walz coming up tomorrow. We'll also hear from another former president. We'll hear from Bill Clinton tomorrow. And then on Thursday, that will be the big night for Kamala Harris, formally coming to the stage as a Democratic presidential nominee. And that will be her moment to hopefully sell her case and see if it works moving forward, and if it gives them the bump that it needs off of the momentum that they've definitely come into this week with. We'll see if it works.
Thank you so much, Anita. Now, we've had several guests on throughout Good Day Chicago this morning, and they were saying that logistically it's just been a nightmare getting to the United Center. Some had to even wait almost 2 hours to get into that median line just to get into the United Center. What was your experience this morning compared to yesterday? I can tell by that laugh.
Let me tell you, I'm not sure that I've ever been as happy to work the hours that we work until this week, because coming in first thing in the morning, security is still going to be tight because you've seen the perimeter for the United Center keep getting expanded, and thanks to the protest as of yesterday, get expanded a little bit more and tightened a little bit more. So security is going to be tight one way or another. But as the day goes on and more people are coming through here, security, those lines get extremely long. So when we were just leaving midday yesterday, we started to see the line kind of go all the way around the United Center. And I'm thinking, I'm so grateful I woke up at 1:45 that morning when I'm looking at all of those people coming in for the afternoon and the evening shifts, and I'm seeing how long they're having to wait. Some people saying it was taking 2 to 3 hours to get through security. I even heard people talk about renting vehicles to get around town, and they talked about how hard it was to rent vehicles because there are so many police officers coming in, and law enforcement officers, I should say, because they're coming from federal and other local departments, but coming in who had dogs, who needed vehicles that would suit the dogs, because there are dogs roaming the perimeter. There are police everywhere. So we feel very secure in here. You heard just recently Superintendent Larry Snelling saying that they have eyes and ears on everything possible. I can tell you that even this morning I've seen, police standing and security standing in certain areas that I did not see them yesterday. So they've definitely tried to make sure that everything is taken care of in terms of security. And for all of our sakes, we certainly hope that they have.
Anita, you mentioned the 1:45 wake up. We can both relate to that. When I got to work, I was shocked to hear that the president didn't show up on stage till about 10:30. Do you know why that was so late? Seems odd.
Yeah, so odd, especially on a night that was supposed to be about honoring him, right?
Yeah.
That your guest of honor would not show up on stage until almost 11 o'clock at night. And I'm telling you, it's going to be talked about all day because a lot that did not sit well with a lot of people, that the prime time slots were people that were still trying to become known instead of the person who was being honored for really allowing this moment again until last month. And you think about how long it takes to run a presidential cycle. Up until last month, this was all supposed to be for Joe Biden. He would have been speaking on Thursday, and then everything turned on its head, and you have a new top of the ticket, and you're turning speeches around and trying to honor one person, make way for another person, talk about, oh yeah, that's right, the issues. So this is a party that has a lot to take care of this week, and it really showed in night one that things just kind of really ran over. And as we know, being in the media, just like with your show, if one thing runs over, it's very likely that everything is kind of going to have a domino effect. So I think that's what happened last night. I don't necessarily think it was deliberately meant to be that way. In fact, I actually know that he was slated to come at about 8 o'clock our time, I believe, was the time that he was supposed to speak. But again, not speaking until almost 10:30 to 11 o'clock. And if I'm the guest of honor and I prepared an hour-long speech, you're still getting my hour-long speech at 10:30 at night. And that's what he gave. He still gave that hour-long speech.
Yes. All right, Anita. We'll check back in with you. Thanks so much for the insight. It's so good to have her eyes and ears on the ground.
Doing such a great job out there
Anita
for
Blanton,
us.
everybody. All right, 10:16. Thank you for joining us here online on the Fox Local app, fox32chicago.com. We welcome you guys. Cook County has opened a special court facility today. This is after some protesters were arrested for, as Anita alluded to, tearing down a fence right near the United Center. Roseanne is on the north side with some details.
With thousands more people expected to take part in protests this week, there's certainly the chance for more arrests. And officials want to fast track their processing. So to that end, any protesters arrested related to the DNC can be processed, see an attorney if they like, and face a judge, all right here at Belmont and Western. This temporary setup at an old courthouse located here can deal with large numbers, too, if needed. Monday, there were only 4 arrests near Washington and Wolcott that we know of that were related to the breach of fencing near the United Center. Now, while those people were being processed here, protesters just outside the courthouse said they plan to wait here for their friend's release.
We have done this before for jail support, and we have been here all night. We are always prepared to stay here all night for our fellow protesters, however long it takes.
We were only there to peacefully protest. I know specifically my friend only went out into the rioted area in order to get people to come back.
Those protesters told us yesterday that they had contacted the National Lawyers Guild to provide assistance to their 2 friends, who they say were simply trying to get protesters out of the restricted area. No word yet this morning on whether or not they have all been released. Back to you now in the studio.
Thank you so much, Roseanne. Time is now 10:17. A lot going on for the DNC, including Flowers That Empower. Southside Blooms is growing hope in the Inglewood neighborhood, and working with the DNC this week puts them closer to their goal of alleviating inner city poverty. Seeds of hope in this once vacant lot have blossomed into a bouquet of opportunity.
We've taken the humble flower and used it as a tool to empower youth here in Inglewood and in neighborhoods like ours, turning vacant lots into flower farms and creating jobs for youth.
Hannah Blackwell and her husband Quillen are the co-founders of Southside Blooms. They moved to Inglewood 10 years ago with the goal of harnessing the creativity of youth and showing them a different side of what's possible in their neighborhood.
Trying to show flower farming as an alternative to the street just felt like, you know, apples and oranges, but once they saw that it could be a viable job and could actually even help them support their own families, in some cases, it really started to turn their view of, you know, what the flower could really offer them.
Southside Blooms typically creates bouquets for weddings and other special events. This week, their designs will bud onto the political scene after being chosen to create floral arrangements for the Democratic National Convention.
It makes me proud. It makes me feel like, you know, working for something larger than just, just for money or just something to get me by. It's definitely personal because, I live here, so it feels good to give back to the community to, make things look a little brighter.
Nasaya King is one of about 25 youth that work at Southside Blooms. 80 more are on the waiting list. Big events like the DNC will help Southside Blooms hire even more youth.
We're constantly being asked, hey, can I get more hours? Could I have more days in the shop? And we're able to say yes when something like this, of this magnitude, books with us. It just means we can say yes, you can have more hours. That's more money in your pocket, more money into our community. And Southside Blooms is growing. They already have a flower farm on the west side of Chicago, but they're hoping to open up a shop on the west side a little bit later this year. Eventually, they're looking to expand outside of Chicago, focusing on inner city neighborhoods, just like where they got their start in Inglewood.
That's where my wife's birthday flowers came from.
Really?
Because we had them on the program a couple months ago.
Couple months ago, right.
Got to do it.
Doing so much great work, right?
Great piece, Brian.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a special guest here at 10:20. As we follow up on yesterday's protesters, they were arrested after breaking down security fences to try to get closer to the United Center. Protests, media, a national stage. This is all tough stuff to handle. Chicago is very experienced at handling these kinds of events.
We've done this once or twice. So we're joined by one woman who knows that job all too well. Delma Ricaba is a political consultant, was the press secretary for the DNC in 1996. Thanks so much for being here this morning.
Thank you.
How would you say the build-up this year has compared to what we saw when you were more involved back in 1996?
Well, fortunately, in 96, we didn't have to deal with the possibility of protests because of the controversy that was actually happening in the world. Of course, we have protests, and we take it very seriously. And a lot of thought was given into exactly where they were going to be and what routes they were going to take and how close they were going to be to the venue. So that's something that happens every convention. But because of what's happening in the world right now, it was even more serious because we knew there were going to be far more people this time than there were in 96.
Yeah, we got a couple of wars waging, tons of causes. I can't remember the exact number of groups that had applied for permits, but it was in the dozens.
Yeah,
it was in the dozens. Del Marie, having had experience in planning these kinds of events, just how involved is the planning process? What's the magnitude of it?
Well, it takes about 6 months. I mean, I started in January of that year in 96. And of course, you're working until the convention, which is in August, and you go until the end, till about October, finishing everything up. But you see the group increase. So you start with just a handful of people, and then all of a sudden there's more, and there's more, and there's more, and there's more, and there's hundreds who are in the office by the time the convention actually takes place.
Wow. And obviously a convention like this is very fluid. So things can change from day one to day two. Obviously we saw a lot of those protests yesterday. How do you think that maybe changes the approach to how things will be handled today?
Well, because you did have protesters who tried to break through the fence, you're going to have a heightened alert, and it was already heightened. The level of containment that we are seeing in terms of fencing and all of that all around, it really is more than I've ever seen anywhere else. And to some degree, it's hurting the economy here in the city because taxi drivers, I was in a couple of cabs yesterday, and they were saying, we're just not getting the business that we thought we were going to get. And then you see some of the shops that are closed because people were told not to come downtown. So the effect it was supposed to have, it's actually having an adverse effect because we don't want the story to be that there were protests in Chicago that became out of hand.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I think that they are keeping National Guard's members kind of in the background.
Just in case, yeah.
Exactly, because if they're, our consultant yesterday was saying, if those military-dressed folks are front and center, then there's kind of an opposite effect, like the same phenomenon you just outlined. You mentioned you were on WVON for a good portion of the day yesterday. Can you give us your thoughts on day one and some of the speeches and what you thought?
Oh, day one was excellent. I mean, it was a love letter to Joe Biden, and it's exactly what he needed and exactly what we needed to do for him because he has been one of the most consequential presidents, certainly in my lifetime. And to treat him as though he's yesterday's newspaper would have been terrible to do, because so much of what he's put in place is going to linger and last long after he is president. And the best thing that he did, so nobody can forget that, there would not be a Kamala Harris if there weren't a Joe Biden. Not only did he select her as his vice president, but then he selected her as his successor. And him doing that shut everything else down, because all the noise that was in the background, other people were had other plans. And I think the strategy and the genius of Joe Biden was that he said, I'm going to shut this down. I know exactly what I'm going to do. This is my last trump card, and I'm going to play it.
Mic drop.
And speaking of those cards tonight, we're going to get a chance to hear from former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. We haven't really heard all that much from them since Kamala Harris was selected to be at the top of the ticket. What do you expect for them to focus on tonight during their speeches?
I think they'll focus a little bit on Joe Biden and what he has accomplished, but then they're going to take that and pivot and show what Kamala Harris will do moving forward to build on what Joe Biden has already, the foundation he's already laid.
Anita was talking about how, I can't believe it's been 20 years since Barack Obama made that first speech when he was a state senator. Can you talk about that dynamic? Who is the 2004 Barack Obama this year in 2024?
You know, that's hard to...
Or is there one? There's probably not.
Yeah, it's hard to say because a lot was going on back then. I was at the convention, and I remember actually seeing him before he spoke, and we were teasing him, and he said, yeah, I plan to represent. And then after he spoke, I mean, to see the reaction of the crowd was just unbelievable. I mean, people were just stunned. And people started running around. I mean, it was something to behold.
We're talking about it 2 decades later,
two decades later, right? And now this upcoming election is very close in the polls. It could pretty much go either way depending on which poll you're actually listening to. What do you think needs to happen at the convention for the rest of the week to maybe convince some of those undecided voters?
Well, it's really getting to know who Kamala Harris is, and I think that's what this convention does. You know, you go from it being Joe Biden's convention to now it's Kamala Harris's convention. But we know that a lot of people don't know her because a lot of people aren't into the vice president unless you're a junkie like we are. And so this is, now we define her for herself instead of letting the opposition define her. We introduce her to the rest of the world, and then we start talking about her issues. And what she's got going for her, not only will she get a bump from the convention, and that's certainly going to happen because if last night was any indication, but the other thing is you got the debate coming up in just another couple of weeks. So this is such a compressed window for her, less than 100 days to do everything. But it actually works to her benefit because as long as she doesn't make any mistakes, as long as this is a flawless campaign, which so far it is, then she will be fine. And I think you're going to see the momentum and people start to come around because you've got Donald Trump melting down. He's melting down because he doesn't know how to respond to her. He was so set. He had the curtains measured already in the White House with Joe Biden, and now he doesn't know what to do.
The window's a different size now, isn't it? Del Marie, hang out, stay with us on set. We're going to check in with another one of our colleagues. Illinois Democrats gathered for a breakfast and rally ahead of yet another busy day at the DNC.
It's a late night. It's going to be another long day. Paris is live with much more in their plans for today. Hey, Paris.
Well, some of those plans, Brian and Anthony, include staying out even later than last night because Governor Pritzker is hosting his big bash at the Salt Shed, which features John Legend. That's going to be a very much anticipated performance. But we had a chance this morning to catch up with some of the lawmakers in the area around the United Center in Garfield Park. I spoke with some sources in the police department last night about that security breach. They said that some of these protesters had tools, these special tools that basically unlatched attached that fence. Congressman Quigley expressed some disappointment because he said that Secret Service all throughout the planning process said that these fences were unbreachable and unscalable. Clearly, protesters had something up their back sleeve to bring it down. We know that Superintendent Snelling and CPD got that under control pretty quickly, and then Nate Rogers reported last night that someone had a sledgehammer. So no doubt things have been rethought there. The fencing is back up, additional security. They did breach that initial security perimeter, but they did not get into the secure zone because of all the police that were there. And we know from Superintendent Snelling yesterday a few arrests. So I spoke with Congressman Danny Davis. This whole event is in his backyard. He lives in Garfield Park. He's in the 7th Congressional District. That also happens to be where the United Center is. His quote to me was, "You got to have a little pain to have gain." He says his constituents are okay with the parking restrictions and the travel headaches because they know that this is a very historic moment right in their backyard. Let's take a listen.
50 years of public service, that's a long time. And he's gotten better and better and better all along. I remember bills that he championed. I remember standing behind him, standing with him, being a part of what was taking place. So last night was a tremendous tribute to him. It's like people didn't want to stop applauding. He knew that she had everything that it took to step in and be president and not miss a beat. I loved his selection. I actually had supported Vice President Harris when she ran for president. She was my first choice then, and of course she's obviously my first choice now.
So this very historic moment, this very historic passing of the baton here to Vice President Harris happening right in their backyard in Garfield Park. We also spoke with 27th Ward Alderman Walter Burnett, literally in his backyard. He lives 2 blocks from the United Center in the security perimeter. He says police have assured him today that breach is not going to happen again. He believes that things are going to run smoothly. We don't know. There's a lot of unknowns. As usual, there is going to be a bit of a beefed up police presence around there just in case. But he says his residents, again, they're complaining about some of the parking restrictions. They're going to be happy when they can park freely on their streets again. But he's tried to impress upon them that there's going to be a great benefit for this neighborhood. There's been some infrastructure improvements, street repaving, sidewalk repaving. So again, as Congressman Davis said, you got to have a little pain to have some gain. Once the convention leaves, he hopes his East Garfield Park area is all the better for it. Anthony and Brian.
Chris, thank you so much. We appreciate it, sir.
And we're going to have much more extended coverage here on Fox32.com right after this short break. Well, social media has become involved in everything, including our politics. Now, you might see dozens of polls online that may convince you of what the outcome will be come November, but you shouldn't always put your faith into what you're seeing in those polls.
No. We have to be way more responsible consumers of news now with all the different sources. Let's check in with communications professor at U of I, Jung-Hwan Yang, is joining us more to talk about kind of the new role of social media in this whole landscape. Professor Yang, good to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Okay, so let me ask you, how do the results of these polls compare to those reported by mainstream news outlets?
Absolutely. Let me explain what social media polls are in the beginning. So social media polls are essentially informal surveys that users can create and share on popular social media platforms. They look like opinion polls, and they're a fun and quick way to measure opinions on a wide range of topics, anything that catches public's interest, really. During election campaigns, for example, you might see hundreds of these polls popping up daily, asking people who they support for president or how they feel about debate performance. However, even though social media polls might look similar to traditional opinion surveys at first glance, but it is important to understand that they are quite different from traditional opinion surveys. Social media polls are not scientifically rigorous and shouldn't be seen as accurate measures of public opinion. Instead, they serve more as indicators of political engagement among specific groups of people who are active on those platforms.
Now, people also come across different polls depending on which social media they're using. Maybe you're more of a Facebook person, or maybe you're more of an Instagram or TikTok. So just how much stock should people be putting into the results that they're seeing in these polls on their specific platform?
Yeah, people should understand the potential biases in social polls, and also depending on which platform they're on, because they have different user bases. Because there are several biases that can be embedded in the social poll results. For one, social media polls don't use systematic sampling. They are totally voluntarily votes. So they don't provide demographic information about the respondents. This means that the people who participate in those polls are not necessarily representative of broader population, and the results can be skewed depending on who happens to see and respond to the poll. And also, the way questions are designed and the response options given can lead to certain outcomes. For example, question might be worded in a way that makes people think negatively about a particular candidate, and the results would reflect that bias.
Yeah, especially because a lot of us, when we get those polls, we answer rapid fire, so it's all about the phrasing. Professor Yang, can you talk about, you mentioned the people who participate in these polls can often lead to a biased result. Can you talk about who is behind the polls, or perhaps what is behind these polls? A lot of people are concerned about things like AI and bots these days.
Yes, certainly. Like a lot of people who design these polls and post this on social media are the ones who are very, very much interested in politics. So it's not a regular a citizen who's just participating in casting their vote, but a lot of them actually have a lot of interest in politics. They tend to be younger male because they're tech savvy and are interested in politics. And the respondents of the potential respondents of the social polls are older and are more likely to be male and Republicans.
And Professor Yang, this is the first DNC where they're actually allowing credentialed content influencers and content creators to be part of covering this convention. What impact do you think that's going to have on the way that they're able to reach maybe younger voters?
So I think like this Democratic National Convention actually excites a lot of younger voters, especially the recent turn of the events of like new selection of presidential candidates and the vice president. And I think it's important to kind of engage with the younger voters in a way that they can relate to this sentiment, and social media and the poll results can be a part of it.
All right, Professor Yang from U of I, we really appreciate your time and insight this morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, it's 10:39. I want to bring in Del Marie. I know you couldn't hear because we failed to provide you with an earpiece, but he was alluding to some of the questions surrounding online social media polls. And I wanted to ask you, when it comes to the mainstream polls, the big ones, you know, the New York Times, the Washington Post, NBC News, and AP, we are how many days out now?
My math is
78 or so?
78, yeah.
78 days out. How accurate are the mainstream polls?
You know, we've seen in the last few elections that they haven't been that accurate. And I think that's because more and more people don't have landlines, and they have to try to figure out how to get to people on their cell phones. And again, so many people don't respond to numbers they don't know. I mean, it's, you know, people's habits for answering the phones have changed. And so if you're not in my contact list, then I don't know your number, I'm not going to answer. And so all of that makes it very difficult because they have to maybe dial 100 different callers to get one.
Wow.
And so it's changed everything. And so we see that it's not as accurate as it used to be. And I think that's been the last few elections.
Especially because, I mean, do you have a landline?
No.
I don't have a landline.
No.
Guy, do you have a landline?
Oh,
the guy's got a landline. So our floor director's got an landline. So if you have to make 100 attempts before catching one fish, and that one fish is someone with a landline, no offense to you two, but I don't think the people with landlines necessarily represent the typical or average voter these days, right?
But ironically, the people with landlines are the most loyal voters because that's your older voters, and 50 and up are the most reliable voters that we have in any election.
And forgive my ignorance, but the polls always specify, okay, this is a sampling size from age 50 to 75.
Well, they try to have a broad sampling. I mean, in terms of age, in terms of diversity, all of those, in terms of where you are in the country or the city, so that they can have some kind of representative assessment of where people are coming from in terms of their voting decisions.
Now, obviously, we still do put a lot of stock into these polls. That's one of the reasons why President Biden decided to step aside.
Yes.
What do you think is going to happen with the polls, and what should we be looking for following the DNC after the country gets to see more of Kamala Harris?
Well, what you're seeing so far is that Donald Trump really isn't gaining anything. He's pretty much where he was when Biden was in office. Was his opponent. And so the fact that he's not trying to make any inroads into new voters, I don't know what his expectation is, because certainly he's doing everything wrong to get new people. So you should be seeing Kamala Harris really grow. And in some places, according to the most recent polls that I saw yesterday, I mean, she's making gigantic leaps in terms of where Joe Biden was a month ago and where she is in 3 weeks.
All right, we're hanging out with Del Marie Cobb. We want to thank everybody for tuning in here on Fox Local and on Fox32Chicago.com. The other big thing about this convention, Brian?
Protests. Yes, including those higher fences. They're now being put around the United Center after protesters, they tore through some of them yesterday on day one of the convention.
Yeah, let's send it out to Joni, who is right near the UC with new details for us. Joni, good morning.
Hey there. They're reassessing the fences as we speak. They've been rebuilding out here as well. We're at Washington and Wood, where you can see that they're looking at the fences. You know, they had this fence up since last week sometime when they took out all the parking along here on Washington, and the residents didn't know that was going to happen. Now we're into convention week, and yesterday along this block farther down is where the fences were breached. Somehow the protesters were able to carry some tools in their backpacks and dislodge the locks at the bottom of these fences. Let me show you how they're put in. These are like the original ones. The original fences, you know, you see them at Lollapalooza. They are upright, and then they are anchored by concrete, and they're hooked together. I just want to show you. They're hooked together at the bottom and at the top. There's a bracket that keeps you from lifting it out of here. They're super heavy, but somehow I assume this part got broken, and the protesters were able to lift it out and then enter through there. So they had to figure out a way to not let that happen. They've built a second wall of fences interior to the fences that are lining the street. So now we have a second wall of fences in there, and here at the gate you can see that they're looking at the strength and fortitude of that fence. There are some brackets in it. They've added that kind of bracket to the top of these fences to link them together so they can't be taken out piece by piece. They screwed them manually and with machines to make them real tight. And then there's a second level of fencing on top. Now, they only put a few of them in. I'm not sure whether they intend to build it all the way down to Damon like this, but they did stick those in, and so now they have a second level to make them very tall to keep people from trying to jump these fences. You can see there's security right here. That's one of the parking lots for the United Center. United Center is 2 blocks in that direction. When you come to the zone, you can't drive in. You've got to park a good 3 blocks away, walk to one of the entrances, and then walk 2 or 3 blocks more in. That's how wide the radius is here, and now fortified with extra fences. We're hoping that Superintendent Larry Snelling can tell us. He said yesterday when all that chaos was happening here at the line, they were going to assess these fences and whether they're enough or not. They put in more, and perhaps he'll tell us if that's the plan or if there's more to come. Now back to you.
And Joni, about this time yesterday, we were preparing for what we knew were some planned protests going on out there. What have you seen this morning so far in terms of what's going outside near the United Center so far today?
Very quiet today. There are no planned protests. The big group that represents 270 organizations, they applied for permits and won permits for Monday and for Thursday. We know that a protest can pop up anywhere along the line, but today it has been quiet out here. I haven't seen even the public coming through here. The chaos that happened here yesterday was handled by police, but it did delay people who were trying to get into United Center who needed to be there. The delegates and the other people who had tickets to be there and credentials to be there couldn't get in, and there was just a lot of activity around the city today. Here at United Center, it's a lot quieter.
Joni, thank you very much. I wonder if that explains some of the
2-hour wait,
the
to
2-hour
get
wait.
there.
Joni Lum, we appreciate your live reporting from the scene there. I want to bring in Del Marie again. Your assessment so far of security in and around the United Center, around the convention?
Well, as they say, you prepare for the worst and hope for the best, and I think we have prepared for the worst just because we didn't know what was going to happen. I mean, you look at recent, from George Floyd on to what happened in Washington when Benjamin Netanyahu was in town speaking to the Joint Congress. And so as a result of that, those were signals that maybe, we can't take anything for granted. And as I said, it's just been far more security than I've ever seen in the past, especially around the convention, around the venues, and around the hotels, especially where the dignitaries are staying.
Yes.
Speaking of dignitaries, they're all going to be at this salt shed party today, 9:30. And as Joni just mentioned, these protests can pop up I think she said anywhere right? along the line. So we'll have to keep our eyes out.
They may get kayaks. And,
yeah, on the river. That's right. By
Maybe
boat.
The fastest way
first.
to get around the city, for sure, right? We mentioned it a little bit earlier. For the first time this year, influencers and content creators are being allowed to cover the DNC. This morning on Good Day Chicago, I got a chance to speak with Chicago native Jamel Franklin about what he's most looking forward to covering during the DNC.
Been a live event and podcast host, social media influencer, and I started content creating around political commentary around 2015. And so this was just an awesome opportunity to, for the DNC to reach out to us to spread their message on our platforms to our audiences.
And as a content creator, not only are you doing this for the DNC, but this is home for you. You're
Yes.
a Chicago native. What does it mean for you to have this ability to do this in your hometown?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a proud Chicagoan, as you can see on my hat. I born and raised here on the south side of Chicago, product of Chicago Public Schools. Shout out to Whitney Young and Beasley Academic Center. And it's great to come back home to one, represent Chicago and, represent the city.
Why do you feel like it's so important for both influencers and content creators to have access to the convention this year, which is a big change from what we've seen in the past?
Yeah, so this is history. So we're making history. So this is the first time the DNC have credentialed content creators. We have same access to then like media. And so we are interviewing folks. We have our own lounges. We have a blue carpet where we can talk to surrogates. So it's super exciting. The level of access is amazing. And I have to to thank Creators for Kamala. They're the people that tapped me to be a part of this, the DNC. And if you guys want to follow, it's at JamelF on Instagram, and you can see all the behind-the-scenes footage that we have.
And it's only been one day so far. What has maybe surprised you the most, or what have you been able to share with your followers so far?
Yeah, it's a lot of walking. Security is tight, but actually it's really cool. Like, I'm a political junkie, so to watch, to see the people in the halls and come up to you and talk to you and have the ability to interview some of like people you look up to and see on TV is really, really cool.
Yeah, we saw the picture with you and AOC a little bit earlier today.
Yes.
What else are you looking forward to throughout the rest of the convention and sharing with your followers?
Well, one, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Kamala Harris on Thursday. I'm looking forward to the Obamas tonight. And honestly, I'm just looking forward to it was electric yesterday. And I just hope I can transfer that electricity onto your social media platforms.
And if somebody's looking for more information, where can they find you again?
Yeah, looking for more information, I am JamelF. And also check out Creators for Kamala.
Shout out to Jamel, my fellow Howard University graduate. Known him for quite some time. Always like to tease Anita since she went to that school in Virginia. So we don't like to mention it.
We don't mention it? Yeah.
No, we don't mention it. And speaking of that, it is day 2 of the DNC. It's just a few hours away from starting up.
Yeah, let's check back in with Anita, who is live inside the United Center. She still looks pretty happy. Yes. Maybe not as happy as the last time we checked in. Maybe you need a little caffeine, or are you good?
Well, my caffeine kick came in him kicking my school, so I'm wide awake now. And that school is Hampton University. Let's throw that name out there. But let me tell you about tonight. It is a big night for the Democratic Party as they begin day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Of course, it's a big day for Chicago as a whole because 2 Chicago superstars will be taking the stage, if you will. That would be in the form of former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama, who are always welcomed back to Chicago. In fact, of course, we are looking at the building of the museum to their legacy, and then you also see in Hyde Park, if you go several places, there's a placard to where they had their first kiss, or this is the area where they love to eat at Valois on 53rd, I believe it is. So there's no shortage of appreciation around here for the former First Lady and for the former President, who will both be speaking tonight. I'm hearing from strategists that they will essentially be a bridge between administrations. There was so much made of the days that it took them to formally come out and give their support to Vice President Kamala Harris after President Biden stepped out of the race for 2024. And behind the scenes, I heard that they had put in a phone call to her really like within a day, but very publicly, you got to think about the moment. This is their former running mate stepping out, huge moment for his life, and then this is a friend of theirs who is now taking the mantle and hoping to run that full race with a very truncated presidential election cycle for her, getting the baton informally at about 100 days and now having 77 days to go. So this could not have higher stakes. This Democratic National Convention, the speech that she even gives, Vice President Kamala Harris on Thursday night, but the big speeches tonight will of course be from the Obamas, and we'll hear what they have to say. I'm hearing that they will likely reiterate some of what President Biden spoke of last night, really cementing his legacy, also talking about what he was able to do, and this is a hard part, I think, for this week, what he was able to do with Kamala Harris by his side, while they also kind of try to distance her from the Biden-Harris administration and just talk about her vision for the future. That is a tough line to toe. That is a tango that they're going to be doing for the next several months, trying to kind of tout some accomplishments while also distancing herself from some of the things that are attack points on day 1 of her candidacy. So that'll be tonight. They'll talk about that. The person who might know her the best, who will speak tonight, will be her husband. and that is Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, who is expected to speak tonight. He has really become a fierce advocate for the party, speaking both for Jewish rights, but also for his wife, for the vice president. So we'll hear what he has to say. But again, all of this coming at a monumental moment for the party as they shifted a view of what was supposed to be a convention that was based all upon Joe Biden, who would have been speaking on Thursday, and instead had him on the first night of the week, speaking more about his legacy, speaking about passing the torch, and also speaking about the importance of this moment for this party. He came out to "Love Keeps Lifting Me Higher," and you immediately heard this thunderous roar of people saying, "Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe." But of course, you remember, this is kind of a tricky part for the party too, because people were wondering, how does he really feel about not being the speaker for Thursday night, no longer being the presidential nominee or the candidate for this party? He talked at one point in his speech last night about being too young at one point, thought to be too young when he was 29 years old coming into office, and now 50 years later, 50 years, a whole lifetime, being thought to be too old to continue on as president. So it's a week of mixed emotions. There were definitely some tears last night. It was emotional. It was energetic at times. People were tired by the end of the night. We talked to some folks who didn't get out of here until 12:45, 1 o'clock in the morning. When we came in this morning, they were still vacuuming and cleaning up around here after that major crowd last night. And of course, before President Biden came on, he was introduced by his family, by his daughter, who called him the ultimate OG girl dad, and talked very personally about their relationship and how proud she was of him. We heard from First Lady Jill Biden, who talked about his 50 years of service to the nation, and the moment that their son, Beau Biden, who has since passed away, spoke at the kitchen table about his fellow Attorney General, Kamala Harris at the time, who he said, this is somebody to watch. She's going to be special. And for sure, that relationship between Beau Biden and Kamala Harris resulted in her being President Biden's pick for a vice president when he was running for office. In fact, last night in his speech, he said that was the single greatest decision that he ever made in his career, putting a lot of weight there, kind of showing that he has her back moving forward. In fact, he said that he will be her biggest volunteer now, trying to get her to the finish line. And before the Bidens, we heard from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who once talked about this highest, hardest glass ceiling for women in politics to shatter. And she talked about the fact that the Democratic Party cannot be complacent in this moment. Some of the polls have shown great momentum, and you've heard this from Del Marie Cobb, who's sitting with you. Great momentum when it comes to enthusiasm, when it comes to favorability for Vice President Kamala Harris. But on the issues, the economy, immigration, those are issues that she's still behind President Biden, former President Donald Trump on. So those are still areas that she has to work on. And for sure, they're going to try to drive home some of those messages and her vision for those messages in the next few days.
Much, Anita. We're looking forward to hearing much more from you. The night is young, as they say.
Indeed, indeed. Anita, thanks so much. Anita raised a very interesting point, and that is the Harris-Walz ticket, especially with Kamala Harris having been under Joe Biden for the last 4 years. This is an administration that has come under heavy fire for a number of reasons. How does she strike that balance between distancing herself from the Biden administration as something new and also having to field all the folks that, after all, it's been the Biden-Harris administration? How do they strike that kind of Goldilocks zone, Del Marie?
I think it's not as hard as it may seem, because as her opponent says, she has to accept all the failures, but she also has to shoulder all the successes. And there's been far more successes than there have been failures. And all she has to do is give us her vision of moving forward. And since that's pretty much the theme of her campaign, moving forward, not to go back, I think she'll be able to do that. And that's what this week is all about, and that's what Thursday will be about. And once she lets us know her vision, everything from that point on is reinforcing that vision.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for watching this extended coverage of the DNC here on Fox32Chicago.com. Coming up after a short break, we're going to get an update from Chicago Police on some of the protests that we saw yesterday. We'll be right back.
Hey, welcome back. Natalie Bumke now in with you. And day one of the DNC ended with at least 4 protesters arrested, although I've heard a number as high as 14 people over the last 2 days. So what should we expect with more protests planned today?
Former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy, he joined us a little bit earlier on Good Day Chicago to weigh in on this question.
It's very easy to turn a protest into a riot. And we saw that the police did that in Ferguson, Missouri, years ago. And there's lessons learned. We've learned it here in the Chicago Police Department. We certainly executed the lessons learned back in the NATO summit in 2012. And it looks to me like they are mirroring exactly what we did. They're non-confrontational until such time as they have to mix it up a little bit. Let's put it that way.
I was surprised to see during our live coverage yesterday, the superintendent Larry Snelling right there behind them on the front lines, as well as I think the number 1 and 2 guys as far as communication is regarded when we're talking to the police department. Did that surprise you at all that he was right there, back in his officers?
It made me very happy. I did the same thing during NATO. And, you know, if you're in charge, if you're responsible for what's happening on the ground, you should be on the ground. You shouldn't be in a command post somewhere hiding. And that's good, aggressive leadership, which is very important to keeping things under control.
The fact that the protesters were able to breach that first line of defense, that surprised a lot of people because it seemed pretty secure.
Yeah, they practice, they are more organized than people realize. You know, and just an example is during the George Floyd riots, Bob Tracy, who came to Chicago with me, was in Wilmington, Delaware, and he was locking up people from Eugene, Oregon. Now, if you're a protester in Eugene, Oregon, wouldn't you go to California or something like that? You don't go to Wilmington, Delaware. So they come in teams. We found that they would come in like 4-man teams. One guy is ginning up the crowd. Another guy is agitating the police. Another guy is breaking windows, and another guy is spray painting. So they're well funded. They practice these things. We certainly saw it during NATO when they came at us by McCormick Place. They locked arms and they were coming forward in an organized fashion. It was pretty bizarre.
So, and you make an interesting point, because I think that we should watch the protesters' movements as well as the police. There's so much focus on the police, but watch them, see what they do. One of the things the police did yesterday that was interesting to me, and I'm hoping you can explain why, was when more of them came out to reinforce the officers who were already there, they all had their hands in their pockets. Okay, so we're going to wrap that. We want to send it now to an Office of Emergency Management press conference talking about what unfolded yesterday with those protests.
Gary Gatewood, Deputy Mayor of Community Safety. Jeff Burnside, United States Secret Service, DNC Coordinator. Derek Meyer, Deputy Special Agent in Charge, United States Secret Service. Dan Casey, Managing Deputy Director of Public Safety Technology. And with that, I'll pass it over to the Superintendent. Superintendent.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. First thing I'd like to do is introduce my leadership team here. Could not be more proud of the work that they're doing. To my left here, we have Chief Dwayne DeVries, Chief John Hine, Chief Ursity, Chief Talley, and Chief Navalis. I just cannot say enough about the work that they're doing here. Yesterday, as you saw, there was a breach of the outer perimeter in the area that was within sight and sound of the United Center, the venue where the DNC is being held. It was a brief breach. There were demonstrated tactics applied to remove some of the locks from the outer perimeter fence and the fencing. Our officers arrived on the scene. We were in immediate contact with our federal partners about it. Some of them breached into the fence, the adjacent fence. They attempted to pull that fencing down. We got in there as quickly as we could. Our officers showed great restraint. The leadership team being out there, making sure that the officers are remembering their training and relying on their training to get this done. Our officers at some point were sprayed with OC spray. We had objects thrown at officers, water bottles, water thrown on officers. No major injuries, but our officers did not overreact. We were able to clear that area up really quickly. Shortly thereafter, having a conversation with the Secret Service, that location was then fortified to make sure that that didn't happen again. We had approximately about 3,500 protesters that started out with that. And I'm not going to tie that event and what happened with the breach with the entirety of the protest. Because within that protest, we had people who simply wanted to exercise their First Amendment rights. Those people broke off and started marching when that group of individuals stayed behind and breached the fence. I'm just happy to say that the coordinated work between CPD and federal partners, nothing happened. We took complete control of it. There were 13 arrests made, but not in relation to that particular event. And what I'd like to say again is just I couldn't be more proud of how the Chicago Police Department responded under those circumstances. We put on display the training and the preparation that we've been engaged in for over a year now. That being said, moving forward, we do expect to see more protests, more demonstrated tactics. Again, we're up to the challenge. The city is up to the challenge, And it's not just CPD, it's everyone, OEMC working together in lockstep with Chicago Police Department, our federal partners, our state, local partners, our mutual aid officers who are helping out. And the collaboration has been excellent along our business corridors, making sure that businesses are protected and safe, but mainly our neighborhoods and our communities, making sure that our officers are available to respond to jobs and prevent violent crimes that are happening in our districts. The arrests that were made range from criminal trespass to state-supported land, to resisting and obstructing, all the way to aggravated battery of police officers. So I've said before, we're not going to tolerate vandalism and violence in our city. And we're ready, willing, and able to respond to those things. So we're going to continue to protect the city. Our officers are going to continue to rely on their training. Our leadership team are going to continue to be out there to lead our men and women to make sure that this city is safe. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Deputy Mayor of Community Safety, Gary Gatewood.
Good morning. As the superintendent mentioned, the city is ready. The city has always been ready. This is what we do. We show up for large events and we coordinate. It's not just CPD, OEMC, and our federal partners. Every city agency understands the assignment that we have here, and is to keep our city safe. From any block that you're on to the DNC, it's our responsibility to keep the city safe. As the superintendent also mentioned, we want people to protest and protest peacefully. We welcome that, we invite that, but what we won't have is people who violate that, people who bring violence and people who cause terror. We won't allow that, we've never allowed that, and we won't start today. We're excited about this day of the DNC and all of that comes with it, but also understand that we're here in collaboration and partnership to keep our city safe, to keep our city strong, and continue to move forward. With that, simple enough, we'll pass it back over to Superintendent Snelling so we can open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
We'll begin questioning here. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, David Struitt, Chicago Sun-Times. Superintendent, the National Lawyers Guild is claiming that two of the protesters from yesterday were hospitalized after being assaulted by police officers. Can you please respond to that?
Yeah, but it's not being assaulted by police officers. Those police officers responded perfectly, and we've got body cam footage to prove it. They were not hospitalized for injuries. As a police department, anytime we take someone into custody, if they're on medication or they need medication, we make sure they get that. So what we did as a police agency was make sure that they got to the hospital so they could be provided the treatment that they needed when it came to their medication.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Julie Bosman with the New York Times. I have a question about the Behind Enemy Lines protest that's planned for tonight.
Yes.
Has CPD coordinated with this group at all? Has there been communication? And secondly, what are you expecting from this protest tonight, given that the group has invoked 1968 on their social media?
Well, what I can tell you is you never know what to expect from a group like that. But what I can tell you is what I expect from our side, what I expect from our Chicago police officers who are going to be responding to that. And regardless to what they're saying, from the CPD aspect of it, we're going to rely on our training. We're going to stay focused on First Amendment protection, but we're also going to make sure that we protect everyone in this city. It's not one side. We're here to make sure that everyone is safe. And again, we don't have to agree with what one side is saying or what the other side is saying, and they don't have to agree with each other. But what we should be doing is respecting that and respecting people's rights to be protected, number one, and to express their thoughts and opinions. It can't be one-sided. So whatever happens, I can guarantee you this. We're ready to respond and respond in the best way possible. Not at this time, no.
Superintendent Stanley, Rob Hughes here with ABC7. Just to piggyback off of that, the nature of yesterday was that it was planned and permitted. Tonight, you know, you may not be as familiar with the plans of those protesters as you just alluded to. Will you be prepared to respond with the same number of officers and resources devoted to tonight potentially as what we saw yesterday?
So what we have our resources on standby all the time, and we can move resources as needed. And these are plans that we've practiced. We've done this through tabletops. We've looked at situations that rapidly evolve. And how do we respond to those things? Well, we've practiced how we're going to respond, how we're going to move assets around if necessary. So we'll assess the situation as it goes along, and we'll be able to move any type of resources or assets that we need to make sure that we keep that situation under wraps. We are prepared.
Superintendent Martin Costi, NPR. Can you break down, you said 13 arrests, but they're not all of them are from the incident at the fence. How many were at the fence, and where are the others? Where were the others?
You know what? I'm sure we can get that information to you. I don't want to give you any bad information right now, but I know it was at least maybe 10 arrests from that location. But we'll get you the numbers. We'll get you the information.
Nick Blumberg, WTTW. The Lawyers Guild also said that 2 of the protesters who were arrested on Sunday were, held for hours without getting a call and weren't allowed to make a private call in violation of CPD policies and the law. Can you respond to that, please?
Well, what I can tell you is we have things set up. I'm not familiar with that particular case that you're talking about, but we can also get you information on that. We'll follow up with you.
Jason Arrete, NBC Chicago. We've seen more fencing going up there along the perimeter of where the protests happened yesterday. Obviously, I think you said it was 3,500 protesters that were there. Will the number of protests going forward and perhaps even more attempted breaches lead to even more structures going up, being erected to protect the perimeter?
Well, what I can do is have someone from the Secret Service come up and just talk about that for a second.
Thank you, Superintendent Stanley. My name is Jeff Burnside. I'm the Secret Service Coordinator for the 2024 DNC. So this is a national special security event, which means that we take a multi-layered approach to all of our security measures, and we're constantly working with our state, local, and federal partners to evaluate, make improvements, make adjustments, and that's all we're doing. Our plan was in place. Our plan worked. We're taking some lessons learned and making the necessary adjustments. Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent. Carmen Vargas with Univision. Can you explain in detail what are the measures that you are taking to prevent protesters from getting out of control like yesterday? And if you are planning to change your strategy from tonight on?
No, there's no need to change our strategies. Listen, we go the direction that we see a protest going. If everybody is exercising their First Amendment rights, it's peaceful, no one is violating the law, there's nothing to change. What we saw yesterday was not a peaceful protest at that location where the fence was breached. It started out peacefully, and those people who were engaging in First Amendment activity peacefully left the park. They left that location. The people who decided that they wanted to commit crimes and vandalism stayed behind. We responded to that event with our officers who were properly trained to deal with the situation. And as a result of it, there was no serious breach that could have been worse had we not been prepared for that. So what we've been training for worked. It worked, and because, listen, we can't account for every situation that could happen, but if we respond to it and we put an end to it before it turns bad, then we've done our jobs. So do we need to change anything? Absolutely not. Our officers responded quickly. They were there in minutes, and they were effective. Just the effectiveness of how our officers responded is what put an end to that situation as quickly as it started. So do we need to change anything? No. Are we looking at things that we can do better? Always.
Buenos días, Superintendent. Jorge de Santiago with Telemundo Chicago. This is a question for your Spanish-speaking officer, Novales. Oficial, ¿podría decirnos de los arrestos y cómo se están preparando para esta noche, donde sabemos que van a haber manifestaciones?
Sí, sabemos que tuvimos 13 arrestos en el día de ayer. No todos fueron en la área del incidente. Preparando, moviéndonos para adelante. Vamos a continuar a hacer las cosas en la misma manera. Entrenamos, planeamos y se vio ayer. Cuando pasó ese incidente, respondimos en la manera que fuimos entrenados y vamos a continuar a hacerlo así. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Sam from the Tribune.
How are you, Sam?
Very well, thank you. Yesterday in the afternoon between approximately noon and 6:30, there were 3 fatal shootings citywide. I'm just curious what kind of conversations you and Chief Hine are having with your 22 district commanders about deploying resources where violence is popping up during this historically violent part of the year here in Chicago.
So we have our executive management meetings. As you know, Chief Hine had his hands tied up just a little bit with a small thing yesterday. But I am in constant contact with our area deputy chiefs and our district commanders. And we're having daily conversations about how we're deploying resources, how we're responding to jobs in the area, and everything that we can do to keep down crime. So they're being strategic on how they're deploying their resources within their districts now.
Good morning, Superintendent. Tarso Veloso with Bloomberg.
How are you?
Sir, you were seen along with your officers yesterday at the protest. I'm just curious to know, you can talk a little bit about why you attended versus directing the coverage from a remote location.
Listen, we ask a lot of our officers. And I can show you some videos of some of the things and the nastiness that they have to endure out there. And we're asking them to be out there on their days off. We're asking them to work extended hours. The least I can do and the least the leadership team can do is be out there with them and show them that we're standing there with them and we're supporting our officers. We're supporting the department. The other thing is, if we want them to respond to the training, we need to be out there to make sure that it's happening. And we have to be out there to reinforce the message. We have to be out there in support of them, explaining to them how this is going to be effective. We have a very young department, and a lot of times these officers just need leadership. They need some guidance, right? They're great human beings, and we cannot forget about the human element of these officers out there and the things that they're facing, the things that they're hearing, seeing on a daily basis from a lot of the protest group. There's a lot of hate-filled rhetoric that's being thrown at them and the physical attacks. So it's a better message if I'm out there with these officers and standing side by side and letting them know that we're there in support of them. So the one thing that has to be understood, my leadership style is these officers do not work for me. I work for them. My job is to make sure that everyone within this department has what they need to succeed. Now, am I steering the ship? Absolutely. But if we're not taking care of our team, then we're failing. And that's why you saw such a great response, because it was a top-down leadership effort to make sure that our officers are responding the way they need to.
Good morning, Mac Lederman with Block Club Chicago. We were over at Park 578, which I think needs a new name at this point because it's too hard to say. But can you describe, it obviously looks a little different than it did yesterday, so can you describe exactly the additions that were made to the security fence where the breach occurred?
You know what, I can have the Secret Service talk a little bit about that.
So what I can tell you is that the Secret Service, working with our partners in the Chicago Police Department and other state, local, and federal partners, has looked at that area. We've made repairs to the existing fence, and then we've made augmentations in areas that we we felt were necessary. It's just an adjustment as these national special security events happen that we make routinely. Well, I don't want to get into our specific means and methods for operational security reasons.
Next question.
Good morning, Leah Skeen with AP. I was wondering if you could clarify what happened with the buses of delegates being delayed yesterday and whether that was because of protest and police activity.
Derek, you want to? Or, sorry.
So there were some very unfortunate delays with delegate buses entering the DNC. There was a cascading effect. There was a bus accident, a very minor accident, followed by a mechanical failure that closed one of our entrances, and that compounded traffic delays. We are working to make adjustments to our routes. We are working to make adjustments on our timing for that. Thank you. No.
Oh, thank you. And just a quick question for Secret Service first. Megan Hickey, CBS News, Chicago. Sorry, a quick question for Secret Service, if that's okay. Having to do with the complaints about very long lines getting into the United Center. What are you hoping to change today to get people in more quickly?
So we're working with our partners at the DNCC to make sure that the resources that are necessary to reduce those lines. So there's a kind of a two-layered approach to the access control. The Secret Service is responsible for screening individuals, but the DNCC is responsible for making sure that those are the people that are admitted. So they're bringing in some additional resources, and so are we. Again, it's a 4-day national special security event, and so on day one, we understand that we're going to have to make some adjustments, and we're prepared to do that.
And then if you don't mind, just a quick question for Superintendent Snelling as well. We did speak with 2 protesters, or I guess arrestees, who said they weren't involved in the fence breach. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you have body camera video of every arrest, and what role does that type of evidence play?
Yes, we do. And sometimes being in the wrong place at the wrong time is indicative of the choices that you make to engage in criminal activity.
Good morning. Reese Thibault with the Washington Post. I'm just looking for some more clarification on the arrests. I heard reports from the Lawyers Guild that there were arrests made overnight, and then I understand the arrests made at the breach incident. So could you comment on the overnight arrest and just tell us a little more about what?
I'd have to get information to you about that because I don't have the information. I need to know specifically what it is, but we'll get some information to you on that. Okay.
Good morning. Bennett Haberly with NBC Chicago. Superintendent, can you respond to the characterization from the National Lawyers Guild that police were aggressive and at times violent with protesters? And then to that end, would you consider releasing some of the body camera footage that you've mentioned?
So what I can tell you is this. It's not just the body camera footage that we have. We have other footage, and we will be getting that information out as soon as possible. But right now, we have people who have been placed under arrest. So we want to get through that portion of it first, and anything that we need for transparency, we will make sure that we get that information out.
And your assertion about police being violent?
Well, listen, this is something that we've been hearing as a police department for quite some time. And even with the training, and I can tell you this right now, the officers could have used more force in situations yesterday than they actually did. And those officers showed great restraint. So we're always going to have opposition to our response. There are people out there who don't believe we should even exist. So, of course, we're going to have those who are going to say that we were too aggressive. But what I will say is our officers responded to the training, and I just could not be more proud of how they responded.
Next question right here.
Superintendent Chip Mitchell with WBEZ.
Again, that was Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling, Deputy Mayor for Community Safety, Garen Gatewood, and Jeff Burnside with the United States Secret Service, and OEMC Executive Director Jose Tirado. With today's public safety briefing, they're going to be continuing to give us these throughout the 4 days of the DNC, ending on Thursday. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Fox 32. We are exiting our broadcast on air right now. We are not done, though, with our DNC coverage. Got lots more to share with you on fox32chicago.com. We'll be back on television for Fox 32 News at noon in just about a half hour. But for now, please join us with streaming on more of our DNC coverage. And thanks so much for sticking with us here online. We have joining us veteran media and political consultant Del Marie Cobb. Del Marie, thanks so much for staying with us here. I'm going to open it up to Anthony first for any questions.
Thank you. I was just going to open it up to Del Marie. You were kind enough to sit in with us and listen to the security briefing just now from OEMC. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that's very good that he's doing this and that the plan is to do it every day, to have these briefings every day, because that's a sign of transparency.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to have in these cases, because you know that the onus is on the police to make sure that everything goes well and that the police are not aggressive and that things do not get out of hand and that a protest does not turn into a riot. And so this is a very good step. And so I was glad to hear it and see what the police and the Secret Service and OEMC had to say.
I want to recap maybe some of the points, if I can, very quickly here, in case viewers weren't able to listen to the entire briefing. One thing that was noted quite often by the reporters in the room, the Chicago chapter of the National Lawyers Guild this morning came out with a statement, and they were condemning what they called the aggressive and at times violent response by the Chicago Police Department toward protesters yesterday. And we've been showing you that video outside of the United Center, just 2 blocks away from the delegates inside of the protesters or demonstrators tearing down a fence there. In response to that statement, the superintendent said the protesters were not assaulted and they weren't hospitalized for injuries. And peaceful protesters left those who wanted to commit crimes and vandalize property. Those people stayed behind. And he estimated the number of those protesters to be about 3,500 people to start, and they anticipate more today.
Snelling, let me just add to that before we get back to Del Marie. Snelling did say that if someone was hospitalized, it was so that they could get their prescription medication, I believe. So in terms of a physical injury or anything like that, he appeared to deny that and just say police were doing their jobs. If someone was taken into custody and they had prescription meds, perhaps they were hospitalized in that situation, but no reports, no definitive reports of anyone injured from that news conference.
Right, that's correct. And then kind of the juxtaposition of this, because one of the reporters asked about the 3 fatal shootings that happened citywide during the DNC. And I think that's something that Chicago's going to have to look long and hard at, keeping the delegates safe versus keeping the rest of the city safe. Now, not to say that those shootings wouldn't have occurred if the DNC wasn't in town, but that's something they're going to have to own up to, right?
Well, that came up in the planning of what is going to happen to the rest of the city if all the attention is going to be on the 2 venues. And so we were assured by the superintendent that police were going to be throughout the city and that no neighborhood would go unsecured. And so let's hope that that's the case. As you said, you might have had the shootings anyway. But we don't want that to happen because people feel like now they can get away with something because all the attention is on downtown. Sure. And we should have learned our lessons again from other events that have occurred in the city, that you cannot neglect the neighborhoods for the downtown.
Absolutely. So Del Marie, and for those of you who are just joining us this hour, Del Marie Cobb, longtime political consultant, is joining us. You worked on the Hillary Clinton campaign. You worked on Jesse Jackson's 1988 presidential campaign as well. That was major. What were some of your big takeaways from day one of this convention?
Oh, I just thought it was a great rah-rah. I mean, that's what you want from the convention. You want people excited, and especially leading up to the transfer from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris, where everybody was so down and despondent and didn't know which way to go. And to see everybody come together and coalesce, and the energy and the positivity, that's what you want from a convention. And the messaging, I think the messaging was all on the right page. The historic nature of this convention in terms of a black woman, the fact that it's in Chicago, that historic nature, the fact that we've hosted more conventions than any other city. Then when you look at the historic nature in terms of Chicago had the first black congressman in Oscar DePriest. We had the first black president. We had the first black woman senator in Carol Moseley Braun.
That's right.
And we had one of the first black women to ever run for a political office in Ida B. Wells. And so when you look at the historical nature of the black history, the city's history, and this history with Kamala Harris being the nominee, this is really the best place it could have happened.
Full circle. Thanks for bringing all that home. I want to go back to what it was like for the delegates, because you have experience at these conventions. You were at the 1996 convention, and one of the big complaints was that it took hours to get past security, and in addition, some of the delegates just jumped off the buses, the shuttle buses, and they tried to get into the convention on foot because it was a mess. And there was some clarification provided today by Secret Service. They were saying that there was a minor bus accident that slowed things down, another bus malfunction. In terms of comparing it to the 1996 convention, how does it look?
Well, you know, we had one of the more successful conventions in 1996, and I heard that from reporters. That's not me saying it. But we did, I mean, everything just went right. And so 96 was very good. But I was in Denver at the convention there, too, in 2008. And we had a lot of snafus in terms of transportation there, and long wait lines, and we had to wait for hours to get the bus to go back to the hotels. So that happens, especially happens in the first couple of days, and by the second or third day, everything works out because you see what went wrong and what you should do differently. And so I don't think anybody I've done 6 conventions and I've gone to.
Wow, 6.
And so if anybody has ever been a part of a convention in the past, then they know that some of this is expected.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're watching us right now, that means you're online or you're on Fox Local. Real quick, open a new tab. Keep us on, but open a new tab and chime in on our Insta poll. The question is, it's a star rating today. Rate how the Chicago police, there it is, are handling the protest so far. This is out of 5 stars. And so far, the average is 3.1. But yeah, open a new tab if you have a web browser open and give us your thoughts. We want to tally up these results and report them a little bit later today. Again, 13 arrests yesterday, no reported injuries, although some of the folks in that news conference were wondering about allegations of brutality, which and being overly aggressive. That's how a couple of the reporters characterized it. Superintendent Larry Snelling denied that.
Yeah.
Del Marie, let's get to day 2. We're in day 2. It's about to kick off. What are you expecting or looking to see?
I just think you're going to have a continuation of the messaging that this is joy. We're joyful compared to our opponent in the Republican Party, which has painted a very dark, sinister America. And the Democrats are painting a very joyous, hopeful, opportunistic America where everybody has an opportunity to succeed if we do the right things in terms of public policy. And that's what the messaging is going to be. So you're going to have Barack Obama speaking tonight. And so he, again, is going to talk about some of the things that he did and how Joe Biden maybe improved on those things, especially when you talk about the Affordable Care Act. We have more people enrolled in the Affordable Care Act now than ever before. And so Kamala Harris will build on that, and she will improve. And so I think you're just going to lay the groundwork. Every day is going to build to a crescendo for Kamala Harris.
A lot of those plans that Vice President Harris has put into place or said this is what we want to do, not going to happen unless they've got Congress on their side. Do you think they're doing enough to highlight some of the down ticket races during this convention to make sure that people not only go to the ballot box to vote for president, but also vote for those races?
Well, we know that's actually why Joe Biden decided not to run and not to seek re-election, because he was worried about, even if he won and he didn't have control, then nothing would get done. And he would have obstructionists every step of the way. And so I think it's implicit in everything that the Democrats are doing and everything that the campaign is doing to make sure that the down ballot races also are successful, because we have to have control of Congress in order to make some of the changes that we know we need to make.
Del Marie, as we look ahead to Wednesday and Thursday of this convention, most of the folks tuning in right now probably don't have tickets or don't have access to the convention itself. I know you've got some plans for Thursday night at least. Can you speak to what other options, watch parties and that kind of thing, if you really want to observe this thing? I mean, obviously folks are tuning into us right now on the web, but what's your expert advice on how to take in this convention if you can't be at the United Center?
Well, you know, I think there's a lot of organizations that are having events, and there are churches that are having events. I know this weekend there were several churches that had major panels that people attended. There were several organizations that had breakfast meetings and brunches and things like that. So you have to do a little bit of homework, but you can find places to go. But on Thursday, Higher Heights, which is a national PAC, that specifically supports progressive African-American women candidates. They're having a watch party at the Epiphany Center. And so that's going to be a really great place to go, because you'll have everybody rooting for the same person, and you know that it's you know, you won't have any doubters who are sitting on the sideline. This will be everybody who's all in.
It's like going to a sports bar to watch the Bears or something.
Exactly.
I know that Choose Chicago came in last week, the city's tourism bureau, and they were talking about that Demapalooza. Have you been out to that yet, Del Marie? I guess it's at McCormick Place, and it's free to the public during the convention days. During the convention, you can't show up at 9 o'clock at night, but that's something also people can get involved with.
The problem is it's just very hard access.
You are right. You are right. Yes.
Del Marie, you've been around Chicago so much. You're a Bronzeville resident. We were talking during one of the breaks that, you know, when you're little, Nat, and your parents have company coming over, and you can always tell they spruce up the house.
Yes.
Same thing happening with Chicago. I've kind of been noticing some spruce ups. Your assessment of the condition of your beloved Chicago for this week, where all eyes are on our great city.
Well, I think one example was this morning, because I took the train here just to avoid the traffic, because I didn't know what to expect. And for the first time in my life, I was on the train and I had the smell of Clorox.
Oh, well, there you go.
On the CTA.
On the
That's
CTA.
the first. Mark it. This is a red letter day, a banner day for the city of Chicago.
It's not a scent you usually smell.
Right.
No.
I guess I'm trying to think of the words here. We've been on air for so long. My brain is starting to melt down. For the sake of being devil's advocate, I want to touch on this, because I've heard a lot of Republican pundits bring this up. The fact that you have the Democratic National Convention between so many layers of security, and the Democrats are supposed to come across as the winning party for immigration. How do you juxtaposition those two issues? Because here they are saying we need all of this security to keep us safe, but yet when it comes to the border, their policies don't have that same kind of security element.
And so that's a made-up issue in terms of the Republicans, because as we all know, the majority of crime that takes place in the United States is committed by Americans. It's not committed by immigrants. And so this whole false narrative that immigrants are coming to this country and they're raping and they're robbing and they're murderers and all of that, we know that that's not true. And
it has been true in a couple cases,
no,
though.
it's a couple of cases, but when you look at the numbers, I mean, you know, there's exceptions everywhere. I mean, you've got bad police officers, you've got bad, you know, so you've got everything. There's always going to be exceptions, but we know that that's not the rule, and that should not be the narrative in terms of immigrants. I mean, immigrants are getting a bad rap. We understand everything that they've gone through to get here. This has not been an easy journey, but unfortunately in this country, every group of immigrants that comes here winds up facing some of that. And it's not until they get here and become a part of the fabric and people understand how important they are to our economy and making our economy work that people begin to accept immigrants.
Del Marie Cobb just mentioned Chicago natives, Michelle and Barack Obama.
Yeah.
They're set to take the stage tonight for night 2 of the DNC. And Anita is live inside the United Center with more on what to expect for night 2. Hi, Anita.
Hello to you both. It is almost good afternoon, so we're still in good morning time. I had to look and just make sure we're at 11:43 right now. Still good morning time, but yes, I was listening into your conversation with Del Marie Cobb. I spoke with her on Friday as we were gearing up for this big week here in the city of Chicago and kind of got briefed on some of the things that they planned for in 96. Of course, trying not to replicate what we saw in 1968. That kind of will always be overshadowing Chicago when we host conventions. But as you heard her say, it did not come to fruition. And certainly we're hoping that it does not come to fruition again this year, even though we have seen some protests. I'll tell you what else I have been listening into as I was listening to your conversation. Every so often, there's some Beyonce that gets pumped in here. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's giving us an indication of I don't know. But I know there's a lot of rumors out there, and I'm just telling you that every so often, there's some Beyonce that gets pumped in here. And so it's definitely fueling those rumors right now. We'll see what happens. Maybe they just have her track and they're just going to play it as people come out. I don't know. But let's talk about the superstars who will be hitting the stage tonight, of course. None other than Chicago natives, former President and First Lady Michelle and Barack Obama, who, of course, we have seen so many times here in the city and, of course, in Grant Park, that famous moment of them coming out on the stage as a newly elected first family. And here we are so many years later with them now coming out to try to help make history again. But then there's also another inflection point of seeing them come to the stage here in 2024, because this week marks 20 years since a young Barack Obama, not to say that he's old now, but a young Barack Obama left as a junior legislator here in the state of Illinois and went off to Boston to make a speech at the Democratic National Convention that year. And it really changed the trajectory of his career. At that time, people nationally didn't know him. And after that convention, people said, who is that guy that just gave this momentous speech? Well, now we know he is an incredible orator, and the Democratic Party is calling on him yet again to deliver a speech that will hopefully change the trajectory of someone's career. This time, they're hoping that obviously it will help Vice President Kamala Harris in her bid, along with Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz from Minnesota, to become the next president and Vice President of the United States of America. So you can't say enough about the importance of what will happen tonight, because last night was really setting the stage. It was honoring President Joe Biden, who, of course, this entire convention was supposed to be about up until just a month ago. It was passing the torch. And in that moment last night where he talked about when he came in as a 29-year-old legislator, people said he was too young. And now here we are 50 years later, and people essentially said he was too old to continue on as remaining a president in the United States. So he made that huge decision to step out of the race, giving the baton effectively, putting his faith and his hope in his vice president to take that baton and the mantle and carry it on until November. He talked about also the fact that there was a threat to democracy on January 6th, he said, and that this time in this election, democracy has to be preserved. That was an important moment in his speech as well, as he talked about the difference between a Kamala Harris running for office and a Donald Trump running for office, giving those keys to the Democratic Party of, listen, if you don't want to go back to that, this is what you need to do. Another person who made that very same point was former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who took the stage last night, of course, having run against the very same opponent back in 2016 and not being able to shatter that glass ceiling that she talked about for women in politics. She talked about the fact that this is not a time for the Democratic Party to be complacent, and the polls certainly show that. One thing that we know, regardless of how things go from here, is that it looks like it's going to be a very tight race. Favorability ratings seem to be in Kamala Harris's favor, while some of the key issues for voters seem to be in Donald Trump's favor. So there is work to be done on either side, and we are seeing all this week, as there's a lot of rah-rah, as Del Marie Cobb was just saying, a lot of rah-rah within these walls. We're also seeing counter-programming, if you will. That's what it's being called, counter-programming through former President Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, going on the campaign trail, hitting some of those key swing states during this very pivotal moment for the Democrats. And here, they're still laying the groundwork for their campaign out on the campaign trail as well. So yesterday we also saw, just like, you know, we've heard J.D. Vance come from an author and a junior legislator to now being a vice presidential candidate. We've also seen some up-and-coming stars within the Democratic Party start to take their speeches to this major platform. Last night we heard from several. That may have been the reason why it kind of drug late into the night before we ever heard from President Biden, not taking the stage until 10:30 to 11 o'clock at night. It's wild. It's wild. A lot of people we talked to did not get out of here until 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock in the morning. But yes, there were a lot of younger and up-and-coming political candidates and also lawmakers who were here, who took the stage to try to become household names, as we've seen so many times before. And of course, tonight will be a household name who got his start the very same way. When we talk about laying the groundwork for the week. So we already had that moment for Joe Biden to pay homage to his career and to the moment that he has given for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And when he came out to "Your Love Keeps Lifting Me Higher." People were saying, "We love you, Joe." It was a thunderous applause for him several times throughout his speech. But also when you move to tonight, this is when you start to reintroduce Kamala Harris to the American public and try to start to really give her vision. You know, when we heard from Joe Biden, he talked about what was their work. That's going to be a very interesting dance for the next several months, is where you tout or attempt to tout the successes of a Biden-Harris administration, but you also try to distance Kamala Harris a bit from the administration that she's still currently in and try to set a tone for what her vision would be moving forward. So tonight we'll hear a bit of that from the Obamas. What is Kamala Harris's vision for the United States of America? We'll also hear from the person who knows her the very best, and that would be her husband. Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff will be speaking later on tonight. Coming up, we'll also hear from some rising stars in the convention, in the party. Once again, we'll hear from names that we have heard a lot from over the last month. Governor J.B. Pritzker. We'll hear from Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. We'll hear from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. We'll also hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. All of those names were names that were mentioned in the possibilities of who could be Kamala Harris's running mate. So at the very least, they are solidified as rising stars within this Democratic Party. And then tomorrow we'll hear from President Clinton, former President Clinton. We'll also hear from Governor Tim Walz, who ultimately was selected to be Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate. And we will conclude on Thursday with Vice President Harris, who, interestingly enough, The speaker before her on that day will be a former Republican lawmaker, Adam Kinzinger. He will be speaking before Kamala Harris comes out. So it will be very interesting to see how they thread things throughout the rest of this week. Again, trying to keep the energy in this room each and every night, but hopefully not keeping people up as late each night either.
Are hoping that you are correct on that last front. Anita Blanton from the convention floor. We appreciate you being our go-to source there, and for her also being on Beyonce Patrol.
Exactly.
Just in case.
You know she's on it. All right, thank you.
Thanks,
we love
Anita.
you so much, Anita. Thanks for your amazing coverage this week.
Yeah. And we told you about the Obamas speaking tonight at the convention, but the man who helped land the convention in Chicago, Anita just mentioned his name, Governor Pritzker. He has been a driving force in bringing the DNC right here to the Windy City, and now 3 years later, thousands are here for this massive convention. The governor knows all eyes are on Chicago this week. We spoke with Congresswoman Robin Kelly about what it took to get this convention here to Chicago and what it takes now to host it.
I was a part of the team that presented to the DNC when they came here, so to find out that we were selected was really wonderful. I'm more tired because I'm hosting all these things and running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but I'm excited to welcome, my colleagues here.
Ahead of the governor's speech, we know that he was vetted to be on the ballot as well as Harris's running mate. The governor has had nothing but praise for both Vice President Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz. His political future, perhaps a little more flexible now that he's not aiming for the White House in the short term. The Sun-Times reports that during yesterday's state delegation breakfast, the governor joked that his wife, M.K. Pritzker, is going to be the one that determines whether he runs for a third term as Illinois governor. Either way, at the end of his current term, Governor Pritzker will be the longest-serving Democratic governor in Illinois. I was not aware of that.
I was not either.
He's also hosting a little fiesta tonight.
Oh, that's right.
The Salt
John
Bar thing.
Legend.
The Salt Bar
yes.
things tonight.
Invite only, though, so
Invite
don't
only.
just show up. The theme for today's programming at the DNC is a bold vision for America's future, and America's future belongs to Gen Z. Both former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris have been reaching out to the young generation of voters throughout their respective campaigns. And this voting base certainly has power, according to the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement. That is a long title. At Tufts University, Gen Z voter turnout in 2022 was higher than Gen X and millennials for their first midterm election. Nearly 41 million members of that generation are eligible to vote this year. We spoke with Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton during the convention yesterday, and she says young people are fired up for this election.
I had a young person who said, look, I'm Gen Z, and this is our election. This is our time. We are fired up. There are young people who are here today who are just ready and rearing to go. So I think that they wanted something that they could really latch onto and believe in, and they are feeling that right now, and that's what's happening.
And as a first for the Democratic National Convention, there's an entire section in the arena dedicated to more than 200 content creators. It's an effort to meet that younger generation where they're at, because according to the Pew Research Center, nearly 1/3 of adults under the age of 30 get their regular news from TikTok.
We're hoping that they tune in to us as well.
Yeah, Fox 32 and
Fox
TikTok.
32
Why
and
not?
Fox Local.
Yes. Higher fences being put up around the United Center after protesters tore some of those down yesterday.
I'll send it out to Joni, who is right near the UC with new details for us. Joni, almost good afternoon to you, but I guess technically still good morning.
Yes, it is. It is a great morning. It's pretty quiet outside the United Center, but things have been changing today. You mentioned those fences. Also, some notifications. If you enter the zone, you are warned that you are entering the security footprint of the Democratic National Convention, and there are a lot of restrictions here today. In fact, you're not allowed to bring any carts in or tripods, laptops, that's a big long list of things you're not allowed to take into the zone. It is highly secure, and it was fortified, in fact, today. We can show you the fencing over here that goes down Washington Boulevard. They put in a second level of fencing here. This was the initial fence that they set up last week. This is the one that took out all the parking for all the residents. After yesterday, when the protests happened and protesters were able to breach this fence, they put in a second fence today. That's the work that was done today. So fences like this are now on the interior, two barriers leading toward the United Center, which is off in the distance back there. They also put some brackets at the top of these fences to attach them to each other. You'll recall that yesterday when those protesters broke through, they were able to lift that section out and put it down to the ground and take off and try to get inside. Now they have built new fences here. You just heard the Secret Service talking about the adjustments that they've made here. This is one of them. Now back to you.
All right, Joni, thank you so much. And thank you for joining our continued convention coverage.
That's a lot of C's.
I know, the alliteration is killing me. We've got all the information that you need to know about the convention on that site right there, fox32chicago.com/DNC. We also want to thank Delmarie Cobb for hanging out with us for 2 whole hours and bringing your expertise to our coverage.
Taking a live look inside of the United Center as we're getting ready for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. I'm going to tell you everything that's in store for later this evening. Taking a live look inside of the United Center as we're getting ready for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. I'm going to tell you everything that's in store for later this evening.
There was no serious breach that could have been worse had we not been prepared for that. So what we've been training for worked.
And the city of Chicago just giving an update on safety amid both the protest and confusion from the first day of the convention. Good afternoon and thanks for joining us. But first, some breaking news. A reported bomb threat is forcing evacuations in the West Loop. Our Paris Schutz has more on what they're seeing out there. Hey, Paris.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, so there was an alleged bomb threat emailed to our news desk, but the bomb threat was in relation to 4 hotels, including the Nobu here in the West Loop. Some folks claiming that there was a pipe bomb placed in these hotels, including Nobu. So Nobu here on Randolph and Peoria. As we see, there are about 4 or 5 police squad cars here. There is a K-9 unit that went in. I spoke with a police officer who said there has been nothing suspicious found at this time. Nothing suspicious. They don't know if this is a hoax or if it's real. We actually, as a station, called this into the police, and they came and checked it out. And 3 other hotels. They are the Hotel Chicago West Loop. They are the Hyatt House Fulton Market, and then also the Hyatt House over in the University District, the old Cook County Hospital building there. Again, folks actually haven't been evacuated. They don't think that this threat is serious enough at this point to do that. Again, they are in there with K-9s checking it out. This email came from an address address called kid.sniffers@mail.ru, basically talking about the support for, quote, genocidal apartheid regime in Israel. They say, quote, we place bombs in your hotels. F you and all the DNC bastards. You will understand what they are going through. Kid Sniffers was the name of this. We don't know if this is some kind of hoax or not. Obviously, cops are checking this out. But we did talk to a few cops that say they do expect protests across the city to be bigger than yesterday. They were told by the commanders to expect larger demonstrations, and that folks have said they want to shut the entire city down. Whether they want to mislead people or lead folks on a goose chase, we don't know. But we did hear from police that they are expecting and preparing for perhaps bigger or more unruly protests today. Yesterday's were fairly organized, other than the fence being breached near the United Center. By the way, there is new fencing there and more of a police presence where that fence was breached. So that's what we know here outside the Nobu Hotel in the West Loop. We'll bring you any updates as we get them. And now back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Paris, for that update on some of the bomb threats that we're seeing so far on this day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Again, we are in day 2. We've got team coverage for you with everything you need to know about the DNC. But first, let's start with our Roseanne Tellez. She has more from police. They're talking about some of the security changes in place for today following what we saw yesterday.
That's right. I'm fresh out of the OEMC news briefing that they will be having daily this week. And Superintendent Snelling had high praise for his officers' handling of the police protests yesterday. But one lawyer group is calling the police response aggressive and violent. Now, by the numbers, we learned today that there were 13 arrests connected to the DNC yesterday, 10 of them related to that breaching of the fence that allowed protesters to spill into a restricted area. Now, to put that in perspective, Snelling says there were an estimated 3,400 protesters out yesterday. He said those arrested were separate from the main groups, more interested in agitating. He said his officers responded perfectly, and they have the body camera video to prove it.
Some of them breached into the fence, the adjacent fence. They attempted to pull that fencing down. We got in there as quickly as we could. Our officers showed great restraint. The leadership team being out there, making sure that the officers are remembering their training and relying on their training to get this done. Our officers at some point were sprayed with OC spray. We had objects thrown at officers, water bottles, water thrown on officers. No major injuries, but our officers did not overreact. We were able to clear that area up really quickly. Shortly thereafter, having a conversation with the Secret Service, that location was then fortified.
Well, some of the charges those protesters faced range from criminal trespass to resisting arrest and also aggravated battery to police officers. And once again, it was the National Lawyers Guild that sent that news release that called the police response aggressive and violent. They claimed 2 protesters wound up in the hospital with injuries. Now, for more on some of the changes to make the area safer today, we go to Joni Lum. Back to you now, Joni.
Hi, Roseanne. We're on Washington at Wood Street in the area of where that breach happened, where also the fencing has been fortified today. There was work done here on the fences. This is the exterior fence that extends from Wood Street all the way to Damon. And beyond that, you can see a second fence that they've put in. Also, they strengthened the outer fences by putting brackets up. This is where protesters were able to take out sections of the security fence. That's what caused an elevated police response in this area. Fox 32 News cameras were right in the action when protesters took out tools to break the fences on Washington near Walcott. They were able to lift part of the metal fence out of the slots. Dozens of police in riot gear lined up to keep those demonstrators out, pushing them back. It was tense and physical, but no one got close to United Center. Now, this morning, crews built a second wall of iron fencing behind the original wall. They also locked the parts together with brackets. The fence work extends from Wood Street all the way to Damon. These fences are used all around the UC perimeter. The Secret Service has been in charge of overall security.
This is a national special security event, which means that we take a multi-layered approach to all of our security measures, and we're constantly working with our state, local, and federal partners to evaluate, make improvements, make adjustments, and that's all we're doing. Our plan was in place. Our plan worked. We're taking some lessons learned and making the necessary adjustments.
This appears to be one of those adjustments, an extension of the fence to make it even taller to discourage fence jumping. It also appears that police reallocated their resources. Chicago police were seen throughout this neighborhood yesterday. Now those squad cars have moved between here and Union Park. You can see more marked squads, and the bike officers, they have been riding around checking alleys and the perimeter on this side of the United Center. Reporting live at United Center, I'm Joni Lum. Now back to you.
Thank you, Joni. And Democrats already rallying ahead of day 2 with a breakfast this morning. Our Paris Schutz was there to hear their message.
The people of Chicago are just delighted that it's in our city, our community, our neighborhoods. We are a part of this great historical event. People understand and recognize that sometimes it takes a little pain in order to gain.
The police and the Secret Service are readjusting. They're getting ready. They did a great job yesterday in handling the situation, getting it back intact. Our neighborhood got a lot of work done to it. We after this, we're going to have a big benefit, with all of the infrastructure work that has happened in the neighborhood. So people are really happy about it.
Paris is going to rejoin us a little bit later today during our digital coverage at fox32chicago.com from 1 until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And you can find everything you need to know about the DNC all in one place. Got the latest updates on street closures, some of the CTA reroutes, the protests, and the convention itself. It's all online at fox32chicago.com/DNC. Time is now coming up on 12:09. A beautiful live look outside over the lake with downtown Chicago in the background. Caitlin, for all the visitors into the city, we couldn't have picked a better week for them in terms of the weather.
We can walk around comfortably today. It is going to be another nice one. Brian, I'm with you. We just have the fair weather clouds. Outside of that, sunshine and comfortable conditions. A little bit of a light breeze going on from our roof camera. You can see the sky is making Chicago glow this early afternoon. 72 degrees at O'Hare, 71 at Midway. It's slightly cooler at the lakefront. Temperature still in the 60s out there, 69 degrees. 68 in DeKalb, Northwest Indiana. Temperatures in the upper 60s and low 70s. So comfortable temperatures, but I do want to remind you, I mentioned a little bit of a breeze. We could see winds gusting to around 20 miles per hour still over Lake Michigan. And because we have had this persistent wind happening, high waves are going to return again today. Until about 4 p.m., we have a beach hazard in effect from our Illinois to Indiana beaches. Waves could get up to 6 feet, so it's going to be choppy out there. Also, rip currents are possible, so stay out of Lake Michigan today. Over the next 12 hours, you're probably not going to be tempted to take a dip in the lake because it's comfortably cool. 72 degrees by 4 o'clock this evening for dinner, 6 or 7 p.m., and temperatures are hovering around 70. And then tonight, we will be dropping down into the 50s. It's almost too cool at night to open your windows. Our 3-day forecast, though, does have things turning around with these temperatures by Thursday. We're flirting with 80. Tomorrow, 76. Again, 79 on Thursday. Temperatures are expected to be climbing into the 90s this weekend. So summer feel is right around the corner. And actually, we expect those 90s to continue into the beginning of next week. But overall, a very quiet weather pattern ahead with no rain in sight. That's a quick check of your forecast.
Thank you, Kayla. We're definitely enjoying the 70s out there today. We got more news to come here on Fox 32 News at Noon.
Israel recovers the bodies of 6 hostages as the U.S. tries to push forward a ceasefire deal. I'm Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. I've got the details coming up.
Plus, we're also continuing our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. We'll be right back here at Fox 32 News at Noon. Welcome back to Fox 32 News at noon. Wisconsin is one of those battleground states that could determine this upcoming election in November. And Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance is speaking at a rally in Kenosha right now, talking about crime and other issues for President Trump's campaign. Let's listen in.
Who embellishes and lies a lot, and I'm having him stand in for Tim Walz. That's what we're doing during our debate. But look, all kidding aside, what we're going to do is we're going to focus a lot on policy, right? The way that I'm trying to prepare is to try to make sure that we're prepared to answer the American people's questions on how we're going to make their lives better, how we're going to make their communities safer, how we're going to bring back prosperity and low prices to the American economy. And we're going to focus on policy. And then obviously we're going to answer whatever questions the moderators have. That's how we're focusing. And by the way, just on President Trump, we have to remember Tulsi Gabbard was a Democratic congresswoman just a few years ago. She ran against Kamala Harris back in 2020, and now she is firmly behind the Trump-Vance ticket. We're actually the ticket that is supported by common sense people across the spectrum. I think Tulsi Gabbard, you saw her. I mean, she basically ended Kamala's campaign on the debate stage, so she's a hell of a debater.
And you were just listening in from vice presidential candidate from the Republican side, J.D. Vance. He's speaking at a rally just above the border in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Again, he's talking about crime and other issues for the Trump campaign. But back here in Chicago, it is day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Joined now by our Sylvia Perez. She is on the convention floor with a look at everything we're looking forward to seeing here in night number 2. Hey, Sylvia.
Hi, Brian. How are you doing? Okay, as you said, this is day 2, and if you watched Fox 32 Chicago last night, you know there was quite the party going on. It's pretty quiet right now, mostly reporters milling about, but we're over here in the Illinois delegation, and look who I happen to run into.
Hey, imagine meeting you here.
Have you been here since last night?
Yeah, I slept right here.
Mike was here, though, to watch all. I have to say, it truly was a Biden love fest, wasn't it?
That's what much of what last night was about, was showing love for Joe Biden, you know, with many of the delegates holding those I Heart Joe banners. But it was also, as President Biden himself spoke, after former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton spoke, it was also clear from their speeches, while they were talking about things they had achieved and accomplished, they were also pushing hard for Kamala Harris.
She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity.
Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward.
And that was the theme when Barack Obama takes the stage tonight.
Right.
And Michelle Obama, I think we're going to hear much the same. Former President Obama famously tried to pass the torch to Hillary Clinton to make her the first woman president. As some are noting, he's going to try again tonight to help elect a woman president.
What was interesting, too, is in 2020, President Biden did not have this opportunity to have a convention where the balloons were dropped, where he was named a nominee in front of the nation to see. And so last night, it was kind of his opportunity to feel what that would have been like, even though I'm sure it was a bittersweet moment.
Oh my gosh, it was bittersweet, and during the love fest, there were people with tears in their eyes.
Yes.
You could see the First Lady, Joe Biden tearing up, and Tim Walz, the vice presidential nominee, at a number of points during the evening, he seemed to be tearing up. He apparently wears his emotions on his sleeve.
Well, tonight is going to be something incredible. As you said, President Obama is going to be speaking. Pritzker is going to be speaking, and Michelle Obama, who is just one of the most popular Democratic figures in the country, will be speaking tonight. What do you expect that they are going to be saying? A lot of people are waiting for Kamala to define who she is. They feel as if that hasn't happened yet, and they're kind of laying the foundation, the groundwork for that, aren't they?
They are, and polling shows consistently over the years that Michelle Obama, I believe, is the most popular figure in the country, certainly the most popular woman. So what she has to say, some people may be paying closer attention to than what her husband, the former president, has to say. They are going to be pushing hard hard for this moment of history, a chance to make the first female president and a woman who has a father of African Jamaican descent and a mother of South Indian descent, South Asian descent. We're going to hear a lot about all of that.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun night, no doubt, to watch and see. And also, coming up a little later, Jake Hamilton actually got to go to The Daily Show. So he's going to be having a preview for all of us to see what that experience was like. And, of course, we want you guys to stick around because once the noon show is over, Brian, we are still going wall-to-wall coverage on the Democratic National Convention. And you'll probably see this guy again, still seated over here at the Illinois delegation. In the meantime, Sylvia Perez and
Mike Flannery.
Fox 32 Chicago. Back to you.
Thank you both. Well, many local lawmakers, they are praising the convention so far and are hoping that some of the excitement from last night rolls over into some of tonight's activities. Illinois Democratic Senator Dick Durbin tweeted out early this morning about his excitement from the DNC. He said, "What a first day of the convention. It was an honor to hear from President Biden. Can't wait to keep it going tomorrow." And Senator Tammy Duckworth also tweeting about the DNC last night, saying 3 simple words in her tweet: "Thank you, Joe." Now, local U.S. Representative Brad Schneider, also in attendance last night at the United Center. He echoed Senator Duckworth's words in his tweet, thanking President Biden. And also downstate local U.S. Congressman Eric Sorensen, also praising President Biden in his tweet. You can see the excitement is building for Democrats as they thank the president for everything he's done in office. And some delegates also took a tour of Chicago. Our Tia Ewing has more from that tour. Hey, Tia.
Here we go. Hey, Brian. Well, yeah, the bus just took back off. They're touring the west side of Chicago. I'm actually in North Lawndale right now. We're right across the street from the Be Love Cafe where some of the delegates got to go inside. We know about 50,000 people are in the city of Chicago, and of course that includes delegates, volunteers, and supporters. The question is how many of those people actually travel away from downtown and the main DNC sites? Well, thanks to Chicagoan Dilla Sherman Thomas, also known as the urban historian, hundreds will get to see another side of Chicago. So this is the bus that is being sponsored by Senator Tammy Duckworth and the DNC host committee. Today's tour is focused on the west side. Dilla is one of 200 social media influencers invited by the DNC. The bus started in the South Loop, traveling here through the former Sears complex in North Lawndale. Portions are still being renovated, but the area now includes Be Love Cafe, which is a black-owned, woman-owned business. Delegates from Nebraska, Montana, and other states are on the tour. Dilla says he really wants to show the upside and the downside of Chicago.
Don't come to Chicago and not show all of Chicago. It's a disservice to Chicago. I wanted to make sure that the DNC spent some of those millions of dollars that they're spending in marginalized spaces with black-owned business, people of color-owned business, women-owned businesses, and they've been doing that.
We went, my partner here and I went yesterday, and it was fabulous, okay? Dilla's fun. His daughter is also helping him, and honest to goodness, we saw history, a lot of it black history, that unless you'd be on this tour, you would not probably learn about this in Chicago.
And that's a really good point. That was Jim all the way from Montana. A really good point. He's talking about history, and history that you may not know about that exists right here in Chicago. In fact, the bus is headed to 50 Hamlin. That is where Martin Luther King actually moved into an apartment with his family as he moved into the next phase of his demonstrations and what he was doing on the ground in terms of civil rights. And in terms of these tours, Dilla has 2 more for today, and those tours will continue through Thursday. Hundreds so far have hopped on the bus. And if you want to learn more about the tours, you can do so as well by going to ChicagoMahogany.com. Live on the ground here in North Lawndale, Tia Ewing, Fox 32 Chicago. Brian, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Tia. And that's just one example of the power that social media is going to have on influencing this November election. But tell you how other influencers and content creators, they're now reaching a younger generation of voters.
Fox 30.
Social media is playing a huge role in the Democratic National Convention. Our Kenzie Beach has more on what social media influencers are doing there.
I'm Deja Fox, and I'm so excited to be here today from Arizona.
200 content creators credentialed at the 2024 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. A digital social media presence is historically newer to political campaign strategy, but Deja Fox says it's about meeting generations where they're at.
People across the board are getting their news on platforms like TikTok, and young people in particular are developing political opinions on these social media platforms that will follow them for the rest of their lives.
A recent Pew Research Center study shows more than half of 18 to 29-year-olds are on TikTok, a key age group in this election. We asked students at ASU where they get their political information from as first-time voters come November.
I've definitely noticed like a difference in how much politics is like being posted and streamed and just like influenced on social media.
I just feel like since I'm always on social media, like I don't really watch the news, so that's the only like news information that I always get.
Online is where a lot of the younger people realize stuff.
People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back.
The Arizona native hopes to inspire young females to have a voice.
Whose rights are on the line this election, from the top all the way to the bottom of the ballot, especially in places like Arizona. And so whether I'm on a big stage like I was tonight or a small screen like I am when I create my content, I am speaking to her and to her power.
Other first-time voters are expanding their engagement beyond just social media.
Get your news from more than one source. Definitely like not just social media, because it's not always right. It's literally like a world of influencers, and people are just trying to influence you to like believe one thing or the other.
And the Pew Research Center reports half of all U.S. adults say that they get at least part of their news from social media. There's still more to come here on Fox 32 News at Noon.
The Obamas highlight night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. But first, President Biden makes a graceful exit. I'm Rebecca Castor in Chicago with highlights from night 1 of the DNC. 60
Welcome back to Fox 32 News at noon. Time is now 12:31. A live look inside of the United Center, which is playing home to the Democratic National Convention. Looking forward to what's in store for day number 2. And former President Barack Obama will be one of the headline speakers tonight as Democrats focus on the future of the party, now led by the Harris-Walz ticket. Rebecca Castor has more on what else is on tap for tonight.
Tonight, delegates will hold a ceremonial roll call vote to make Vice President Kamala Harris the party's nominee. But last night, all eyes were on her boss, President Biden. Democrats opened night 1 of their convention by paying tribute to President Biden. His address seen as both a farewell and a look to the future.
I gave my best to you for 50 years.
It was just last month when the president dropped his re-election bid following low poll numbers and pressure from leaders in his own party.
His job was to save, there was a battle for the soul of our democracy tonight or other, and that's exactly what he's doing by passing the torch to Kamala Harris tonight.
Our state delegation was 100% behind President Biden until he chose to step aside.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy.
Also passing the torch Monday night, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
When a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us.
The Obamas will highlight night 2 of the Democratic Convention with the theme, A Bold Vision for America's Future. Meanwhile, former President Trump and his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, are in Michigan and Wisconsin, targeting Harris on crime and safety.
Kamala Harris was one of the leading voices in the defund the police movement. She is anti-law enforcement. She is pro-criminal.
Harris will address the DNC on Thursday, but tonight she's back on the campaign trail, holding a rally in Milwaukee. From the United Center, Rebecca Castor, Fox 32 Chicago.
And Governor Pritzker is hosting an exclusive party for the DNC tonight. It's going to be held at the Salt Shed at 9:30. Some of the attendees will be viewing the DNC along with some live performances, including the party is going to be led by John Legend tonight. So it should be a really good show for whoever gets a chance to get one of those exclusive tickets. And the DNC will feature many speakers taking the stage, including some local folks as well. One of the keynote speakers for the convention tomorrow will be 6th Ward Alderman William Hall. He's going to focus on the theme, Fight for Free, and 3 important topics: the unity of this nation, the strength of the nominee, and a new chapter for the democracy. And in just about an hour or so, where he's going to be speaking with him ahead of his big night tomorrow, our own Don Hasbrook will be talking to him during our digital newscast, which are going to be on fox32chicago.com and Fox Local between 1 and 4 p.m. And you can find everything that you need to know about the DNC all in one place. We've got information on some of the latest street closures, some of the CTA reroutes, protests, and the convention itself. It's all online at fox32chicago.com/DNC. Time now 12:34, taking a live look outside over the bean. Looks like one of our new cameras. I haven't seen this look before, Caitlin, and it is beautiful out there.
Wow, I love this shot.
This is
so
nice.
fun.
Yeah.
Maybe if we squint, we can see some, famous people out
Probably
there
making their way down
Chicago.
Michigan Avenue.
Yes, it's going to be a beautiful day today for all those visiting Chicago. What a week of weather we have had. From our Shed Aquarium camera, you can see the blue sky and just a few fair weather clouds out there. Temperature-wise, we're actually cooler than we were yesterday. Right now, it is only 72 degrees outside, an east-northeast breeze at 5 to 10 miles per hour. A little bit stronger over the lake, so high waves are expected, but outside of that, satellite radar is quiet. So a beach hazard is in place from our Illinois to Indiana beaches until 4 p.m. because of the high waves up to 6 feet. Also, rip currents possible. But talking about that temperature change, we're 6 degrees colder out in western suburbs like in Aurora and Joliet. 7-degree temperature drop in Morris. For the lakefront, only 2 degrees cooler, but still 72 degrees inland, 69 at the lakefront. It feels like fall outside. Temperatures in the upper 60s as we get down to Kankakee at 69 and 68 in Morris. Upper 60s and low 70s right now in northwest Indiana. Here's your futurecast to show the rest of the day today. Those clouds really scouring out for tonight, giving us mostly clear skies and cool temperatures. temperatures dropping down into the 50s for most, if not the 40s in the western suburbs into early tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow, it's going to be another lovely day. Wednesday, and we've got sunshine and temperatures back to the mid and upper 70s, so slightly warmer tomorrow. And really, that's going to be the trend as we wrap up the week, and especially as we head into the weekend. So dry skies again Thursday afternoon, 1:30, and we are back to the upper 70s. I do expect to be back to the low 80s as we wrap up the week on Friday. High pressure is in control today. You can see it's just hanging out over the lake. And with that, we have the dry skies and just a few clouds here or there. That breeze that I was talking about, the high waves, the rip currents that are possible again today, those are going to be gone tomorrow. Things continue to calm down, so tomorrow will be a safe day to go to the beach. But your 7-day forecast shows that we may really want to jump in Lake Michigan as we head into the weekend. So Friday, 83, 87 on Saturday. Sunday, temperatures back to 90 in the low 90s into early next week. So we have cool air in place for us in the Midwest, but that's not the case for everyone. In fact, locations like Texas could be seeing the hottest air they have had all year. So with that, hot air, it's coming our way. I just mentioned how this weekend we could be in the 90s, and it looks like we could actually carry those 90s into the beginning of next week. So as we take a look at our next 10-day forecast, Monday and Tuesday, low to mid-90s possible. So we are really stair-stepping our way back to summer as we head into early next week. In the meantime, though, today it is going to be a nice, cool day outside of that breeze and also those high waves and rip currents. It's going to be a beautiful day to be outside. As we head towards the middle of next week, notice those temperatures getting back down to where we should be. So typically our high for this time of year is the low 80s. In fact, today we're going to be about 10 degrees below that, but we do get back to where we should be by the end of the week. And then we have those toasty temperatures as we head into the weekend and early next week. So don't pack away those summer clothes yet. I know kiddos are headed back to school here shortly. Make sure they are prepared with t-shirts and shorts because it is going to be hot yet again right around the corner. Brian.
Well, BMW recalls more than 720,000 vehicles. We'll tell you the issue that you need to be on the lookout for. BMW recalls more than 720,000 vehicles. Boeing grounds a test plane, and a merger of two U.S.-based airlines clears a hurdle. Fox's Eben Brown has the rest of today's business headlines.
BMW is recalling more than 720,000 vehicles. The company issued the recall because of a problem with the vehicle's water pumps. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the water pumps on the affected vehicles have insufficient sealing, which could lead to short circuits and, in rare cases, fires. The recall includes a number of models, including some X1, X3, and X5 vehicles. Boeing pauses test flights of its 777X planes. The company says it's because of damage to a part that connects the jet engine to the airframe. According to multiple reports, mechanics discovered the issue after one of the test planes landed in Hawaii. Boeing says it is replacing the part and will resume flight testing when ready. And the Department of Justice ends its review of a proposed Alaska Airlines-Hawaiian Airlines merger without filing an antitrust lawsuit. Alaska Airlines announced the news in a statement. The airline had originally announced last December that it was buying Hawaiian Airlines for $1.9 billion. Alaska Airlines is the fifth largest airline in the U.S. behind American, Delta, Southwest, and United. The merger still needs the approval of the Department of Transportation. That's business. I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
Well, changes are coming to how realtors make their money. We'll explain what this means for you the next time you buy or sell your home. Time now coming up on 1245, a live look outside of the United Center, which is in full preparations for night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. We're going to continue bringing you that coverage from the DNC, both right here at 4 and 5 p.m. at Fox 32, and also online right after the show. We're also following up on reports of an alleged bomb threat. We're going to bring that update for you as well coming up at 1 p.m. Well, there are some new changes involving how homes are bought and sold. It is part of a multi-million-dollar settlement to resolve lawsuits accusing the National Association of Realtors of conspiring to keep realtor commissions high. Heather Sullivan explains what this will mean for you.
We'll round up.
2 changes are coming to how realtors are paid for helping you buy or sell a home. Before, sellers typically paid 5 to 6% of a home's selling price, with half going to the seller's agent and half going to the buyer's agent. Selling a $400,000 home could cost the seller $24,000 in commissions. Now, that commission cannot be listed on the multiple listing service, or MLS, and buyers must now sign a contract with a buyer's agent before touring a home, agreeing to pay the agent's commission unless the seller pays it.
They're going to ask you to sign a written agreement that could be as short as 1 house, 1 hour, and that's all the agreement's good for, or it could be more extensive if you're wanting to exclusively work with that realtor.
The Consumer Federation of America is concerned that some of these contracts may be too complicated.
Buyers in particular should make certain they're able to read and understand the contracts, and if they can't, it's very important that they seek assistance from an attorney or other expert.
An analysis by TD Cowen Insights predicts competition between agents could cause commissions to fall 25 to 50%, which would be more in line with commissions in other countries.
And if rates come down from 5 to 6% to 3 to 4%, that will represent savings to consumers of $20 to $30 billion a year.
Regardless of the changes, many experts advise people not to buy or sell a home without a qualified agent.
To ask your realtor how long they've been in the business, how many homes have they sold. Just make sure that you feel comfortable in having conversation with them, because during the process of buying and selling a home, you're going to talk to your realtor a lot.
The Consumer Federation of America recommends that buyers ask for a short touring contract first to see maybe one home, to see how they like working with that agent first. Heather Sullivan, Fox News.
And with the DNC being right here in Chicago, it is bringing celebrities here to the Windy City. We're talking with the Daily Show correspondent Josh Johnson about their week of filming right here in Chicago. The Democratic National Convention brings in tons of celebrities and much more. The Daily Show, they brought even their correspondents here to the Windy City.
What up, world?
is Josh Johnson, full-time Daily Show correspondent and full-time black guy. But more than that, I'm also a part-time voter. Now, black voters have been the backbone of elected Democratic presidents since Bill Clinton went on Arsenio. In fact, 91% of black voters voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and 92% voted for Joe Biden last election. So why does this year feel different?
New polling show.
The Daily Show host Josh Johnson has made audiences laugh for his political comedy. Now he's back here in the Windy City for some special DNC tapings. Our Jake Hamilton got a chance to chat with them all about it. And Jake has made the trip over to the United Center, where he's now joined by Sylvia.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys.
That's right. We decided to bring Jake out here because this is his first convention. And as you said, there are a lot of celebrities in town. There are a lot of journalists. And of course, where there are celebrities, Jake Hamilton follows.
I mean, it's a fun idea that even sort of at the heart of the biggest political moment happening in our country right now, that there's still very much a Hollywood entertainment angle to it. And it's been a lot of fun that not just celebrities showing up because they happen to fall on one side of the aisle or the other, but the Daily Show is here, the Colbert Show, the Late Night Show is here.
Sold out,
they're all sold out, so you got to know a guy who knows a guy if you want to get in. But we had the chance, not only did I get to talk with one of the correspondents, I actually got to be in the audience for the show, the taping yesterday afternoon at the Athenaeum Theater. But we spoke with one of the correspondents, because you know it's not just the host on the Daily Show. They use different reporters and correspondents who actually spent some time here in Chicago. And I wanted to know how his experience in our city affected how the political comedy show is going to cover the DNC here in Chicago.
Awesome.
I know that you lived here in Chicago for a while. I'm curious, how does your knowledge of this city help with how the Daily Show is going to approach this coming week?
I think for the most part, it's going to be just knowing the general vibe of people. And you know, Chicago has that like Midwest level of nice, but it's still a city and everything. And also just the influx of people that are visiting for the convention. You know, like there's going to be a lot of people who aren't from here that I'm going to be talking to, and just taking the temperature overall of what people are expecting from the convention and how they feel about it as it goes.
Obviously, this election cycle has turned out to be so much more different than I think any of us were expecting it to be whenever it started months and months and months or a lifetime ago. To what degree is that good for the Daily Show, and to what degree does that actually make things harder?
Oh, I mean, that's a good question. I think that it's good because it means that if you're living through an unprecedented thing, people are going to be a little bit more politically engaged than if everything was just sort of run-of-the-mill. But it does make it a bit difficult, not necessarily because you plan things way ahead and then they change, because the show is used to adapting, especially as things get closer to a particular event. So that does make it a little bit more difficult, but I think it's a welcome challenge, and it's something that I would much rather than everyone just sort of having a bummed out foregone conclusion. That would have been rough.
So the first 3 Daily Shows, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, are going to be pre-taped at the Athenaeum Theater around 4 o'clock, and then they're going to air a little bit later that night. Thursday's show is going to be live at 9 o'clock, and that's the one that will actually be hosted by Jon Stewart, so it should be a lot of fun. But, you know, obviously a lot of celebrities in town right now. Julie Louis-Dreyfus was on the Colbert Show last night. Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker. If you're watching the show, come find me, please.
That's your dream interview.
But, you know, there are also a lot of celebrities that are in town just because they're in town, because it's Chicago, so why not? We had Tyrese Gibson on Good Day Chicago a little bit earlier promoting his new movie, 1992. It hits theaters August 30th. I think it's safe to say the interview went off the rails a little bit. Take a look.
This is a movie pointing out the dynamic between father and son, between Ray Liotta and Scott Eastwood. I'm going to also jump out there, because you're a legend with the Fast family. I'm going to jump out there and say, this is the Fast and the Furious of South Central LA.
You're exactly
film.
right. That is put that on the poster, man. That's
Did you hear that?
This is the best live interview we've ever done.
Okay, the Fast and the Furious of South Central LA
right
film.
Now, everyone behind the scenes at Lionsgate is going,
the most diverse film in the history of South Central LA. Some of y'all are young and y'all wasn't around, so let me give you the list. Colors, with Sean Penn, Don Cheadle. Okay, then you got Menace to Society. Then you got Boys in the Hood. Menace to society, okay? I feel sorry for your mother. That's the most legendary line in the world. Pull it up, youngsters, and see what I'm talking about. Then you got Baby Boy, Poetic Justice, Set It Off, Menace to Society. Then you got Straight Outta Compton, and then the TV series Snowfall.
Which is brilliant.
Also it's been crazy. But you have never seen this many white people in a South Central LA movie in your life.
So, needless to say, we had a lot of fun. You know, his new movie, 1992, hits theaters on August 30th. And I just want to make sure that on my tombstone it just says Jake Hamilton, legend in the Fast family.
That was awesome. Okay, that's going to do it for us here. But don't forget, we're going to be continuing to go live at 1 o'clock, fox32chicago.com. In the meantime, back to you, Brian.
Get
Welcome back. Let's take one last look at your forecast. It is beautiful out there, Caitlin, but a little bit chillier compared to what we saw yesterday.
Are we liking this or are we not?
Loving it.
Loving it. Okay.
Copy, paste, repeat.
Great. Well, this whole week is going to be pleasant. We've got sunshine and the 70s. Today, 73 as our high. We also have choppy waves and also rip currents possible, though, at the beaches. So even if you have friends or family or you are visiting Chicago, stay out of the lake just for today. Tomorrow, things will be all right to go swimming. 76 degrees tomorrow. Then we're back to 79 on Thursday. Friday, wrapping up the week with 83. And then it gets hot. This weekend, we're back to the upper 80s and low 90s. Saturday, 87 with dry skies as of now. 90 on Sunday and early next week. Monday, even Tuesday, we could be in the 90s. So we are going to have that summer feel return. I know a lot of kiddos start back to school this week. Make sure you didn't pack up the T-shirts, the shorts, the flip-flops, because you will need to drag them out as we head into the weekend and early next week. In the meantime, again, today, the only headline for weather is going to be that beach hazard statement in effect until 4 p.m. because we still have those winds gusting up to about 20 miles per hour over Lake Michigan. But tomorrow, that's when those winds will continue to die down, and we aren't going to have any issues with the waves or the rip currents. Back to you, Brian.
Thank you, Caitlin. That's going to do it for Fox 32 News at noon. Make sure to tune in for Fox 32 News at 4, 5, and 9 here on Fox 32. But also, we're going to have continuing coverage of the
Good afternoon. Welcome to our continuing live coverage of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Scott Schneider. We have crews on the ground, and we have some special guests planned for this afternoon, day 2 of the DNC, and that includes tonight's headliner, former President Barack Obama. Meanwhile, the other big story today, bomb threats at several hotels in the downtown area. Our Casey Cronus is standing by live with the latest information. Casey, what can you tell us?
Hey, Scott, this is a developing situation, and we are at the Hyatt House Chicago in the West Loop, where police just left. There were several squad cars outside, including K-9 units, and officers were inside. What we understand is they were sweeping the building. Take a look. Again, those officers just pulled away, but what unfolded about an hour or two ago is that our newsroom received an email of bombs placed at several area hotels. Our newsroom called this in to the police department, and they sent officers out and began investigating. Now, those hotels were Hotel Chicago in the West Loop, Hyatt House Chicago, which is where we are, also in the West Loop, Hyatt House Chicago in the University District, and Nobu Hotel Chicago. Now, it is unclear at this time if there was any validity to these bomb threats, but of course, police immediately got on the ground and started to look into this, started to sweep these buildings. After speaking with someone here at the Hyatt House in the West Loop, we were told they did not evacuate the hotel, but officers were inside sweeping the area. Of course, given the convention this week, this is all being taken very seriously. Now, the email that this came from, again, it was emailed to our newsroom and several staff members in our newsroom. It came from what appeared to be a foreign email address. Exactly where that is going to be traced to later on, time will tell. It is, again, a developing situation. But here at the Hyatt House, located at Washington and May Street in the 100 block of North May Street, police have since left the area. The hotel was not evacuated, and we understand that there are officers at several other hotels. We had Paris earlier at the Nobu Hotel, where there were also officers investigating the situation there. Again, a developing situation, and we are waiting to learn more from police. Scott?
Thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Now let's turn our sights to the Democratic National Convention. This is day 2. Tom Serafin, kind enough to join us here. Thanks, Tom, for coming in. I want to talk about what was a very late night, and a lot of people, frankly, may have gone to bed before the headliner made his appearance, and that is, of course, President Joe Biden. And for those who missed it, it was poignant. It was emotional at times, particularly in the very beginning when he walked out on stage, wiping tears from his eyes. I wanted to get your reflection on what we saw last night. First of all, let's talk about the lateness of the hour. We don't often see the headliner come out that late, and my understanding is, from what I've read, is his people at the White House were not too happy that a lot of the speeches went on for very long as they did, and that he was pushed back as late as he was.
He's the president of the United States for another 5 months. He's the most important person in the world, unless somebody thinks he isn't. But last night, he wasn't treated that way. I would have been offended if I had been on his staff as well. And, I can understand why he was angry when he came out. But it was with his daughter, it was an emotional night. And most people think this is his going away speech. He's got a lot of time right now as president of the United States. Sure. So, I think tonight will be better. Certainly shouldn't go that late. It went too late last night. Of course, there are a lot of organizational efforts, on the front end that sometimes get complicated. They'll get streamed out, and by Thursday night with the big show, that's what everybody's looking forward to.
One of the things with regard, I was there on the floor, and it was the electricity, the tenor was electric. You were there as well. We saw each other. One of the things, though, that struck me was in past conventions, the messaging from Democrats, in particular in response to messaging from the GOP, is when they go low, we go high. It seems like there's been a seismic shift, in particular from some of the people who took to the stage before Joe Biden did. Much more of the gloves are off.
Right.
Did you pick up on that as well?
Sure, I sure did. You know, the commercial they ran, or the little vignette they ran about Donald Trump, I thought, whoa, you know, of course, everybody had a few drinks. It'd been a long day, you know. It was, you know, in a sense of fun, you know, it could have worked that way. But I thought to myself, I said, that was a little bit too nasty when you're looking at the joy and the good spots going. You know, when you do commercials, that's another kind of thing you do. But this was presenting yourself to the world. This is who we are. We love you. We want to make the world a better place. We're not going to take cheap shots. We're going to go high, as, you know, Barack Obama used to say. And the president who was the vice president, Joe Biden, was. So I thought to myself, I cringed at that moment, but at the same time, they were having a lot of fun with it.
As far as responses from the audience.
Once you open that door, which they did yesterday, that's going to, you know.
Yeah, is that going to, okay, to your point, is that going to change, I guess, the dialogue going forward from the Trump campaign as well?
Well, I don't think it changes the dialogue so much as that it opens a lot more dialogue doors that most people are going to say, well, you can't say that. Well, they said this. Well, she said that. Well, he said that. You know, the gloves are off. After Labor Day, this thing is going to be a Donnybrook. It's going to be a thriller in Manila.
Yeah, okay, that was kind of what I was getting to. The other point I wanted to make was, again, there's so much positivity, a lot of electricity in there. I think you could argue that perhaps the star last night, at least in prime time, was Hillary Clinton. I thought that as far as the reaction from the crowd, in particular, you know, she was sticking to the script, but when the audience went off script and started chanting, "Lock him up," with regard to Donald Trump, she really seemed to appreciate that moment.
Yeah, she did. And you know, when you're playing to the audience, it's one thing. Another thing when you're playing to the world through television. And that's what they were doing. They were playing through television. And so right now, when you see her in the audience, she was having a great time, and everybody loved her for that. However, when you're looking at the world on television, they're saying themselves, this is the same old Hillary. Hillary Clinton's back, and we're supposed to be a new party, the Kamala party, and we're going to bring the young people. We're going to do all these other things. Leave that old stuff behind us.
Okay.
Okay, so there was two different audiences at play. She fell in love with the audience. The audience loved her immediately. So, I mean, it was good theater, but you're trying to sell the audience in the swing states. Those 7 swing states, you know, Arizona, you know, what's going on there, Michigan, what's going on in Pennsylvania? Were they all up late at night watching all those things? Or were they going to watch Hillary again? Or are they going to watch Hawaii 5-0? I'm dating myself.
Before she took the stage, AOC took the stage.
Right.
And I thought that was an interesting decision by the Democratic Party, because there are a lot of people, in particular independents and the undecided, who do often paint Kamala Harris as a progressive. Perhaps leaning a little too far left. As far as strategy is concerned, was she the right person to have on that stage? Because we know from her record that she is centrist on that progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
Yes, I think it was important to have her, and have her early. You know, if I was going to do the schedule, I would have put her out early, which they did last night, and not have it later in the year. I mean, she represents a lot of folks of that left part of the left wing of the party. And remember, a couple of her squad members have lost elections recently. So they wanted to put her out there quickly. Let's get it over with, feed them something, and also maybe quell some of the audience outside that are banging on the fences. So I could see the strategy there, and I thought she did a nice job. I mean,
her story was
got out there and
it was compelling.
Yeah, she told a great story, and she was animated. And I thought to myself, her diction was good. We can understand her.
How important is that?
Oh, it's critical. If you can't understand, you're dead. I mean, she had the physical attitude and the diction, and she smiled a lot. So you know, she was good with the audience, and the audience connected with her. So that was all good.
Because this has shaped up the way it has, with Kamala Harris really hitting the starting gate so late in the process, not only because Joe Biden decided so late in the year to pass the baton to her, we also had the Olympics, this convention coming later than we've seen in years past. The narrative is so important. It's so important that America gets to know her, gets to know what she's about. And again, because the speeches went so long, Joe Biden didn't take stage until, you know, it was after midnight. A lot of people had gone to bed. For the next 3 nights, we have Barack Obama, arguably one of the superstars of the Democratic Party. How important is it, perhaps, that they shorten some of the speeches tonight so that he is in prime time?
Well, every time he speaks, he's in prime time. I think his speech is important, but there's somebody else's speech I think is going to be more important.
I think I know who you're going to say.
His wife.
Yeah, she's probably more important or more popular right now than he is.
Not only that, her constituency can win the election for the Democrats. Her constituency can win the election for the Democrats. That's the key. So she's going to be able to connect, and how she connects is so important. How you deliver that speech and the words she uses. I don't see her talking about Donald Trump. There's no reason to talk about Donald Trump. They need to talk about their message and what they're going to end up doing. Remember, all the sins the Republicans say the Democrats have, Joe Biden has, and his vice president has. So here we have a first lady who's going to come in there and make that distinction between what happened in the last 3 years and what Kamala Harris can prove in the next 4 years.
It was off mic, but there was a moment, I believe Joe Biden was getting off or onto an airplane, and they were asking him about Kamala Harris's policies, and he seemed to be a little troubled by the notion that they would be entirely hers, that they should be a continuation in large part of his own policies.
Right.
When Barack Obama takes the stage tonight, how much of his speech is about looking forward solely about Kamala Harris, and how much of it is an homage to the past 4 years under Joe Biden? After all, he was his vice president.
Right, but remember when he got elected, he talked about the fact that he changed the arc. Changed the arc in 2008 when he got elected. He changed the arc in the messaging, in the way the country is going to move forward. He's got to do that today again. It's the economy. It's the economy. It's the economy and the economy. Number two issue, it's the border. What are we doing with the border? He's got to focus on those issues and how he can help Kamala Harris win those votes. And right now, she doesn't have those votes on those two issues. And that's what could cost her the election. So he's got to help make that bridge and bring that together. Remember, we talked about the arc. I think this time, there is no arc. It's a matter of how you interpret what they have to do as they move forward. He can help a lot on that issue.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you stand by for a few more minutes?
Sure.
Because I want to go to Artia Ewing. I'm told there is a very special bakery here in town that is making a very special cake for Kamala Harris. Artia Ewing is standing by. She's got the details there. Tia.
Yeah, the Kamala cake is what it's called, Scott. We're actually inside a Brown Sugar Bakery right now, 328 East 75th Street. And look, there's some people here. You guys can wave. Yeah, they came here specifically for the Kamala cake. I am here with the owner. We've talked to her several times before, Stephanie Hart. It's good to be here with you.
Thank you.
This is the Kamala cake.
This is her.
This is take two, essentially, because this is a new Kamala cake that you've made.
New Kamala cake. When she came to our bakery in 2021, she ordered German chocolate cake. So I wanted the cake to represent more than just what she likes, because Kamala had to be a whole thing. The center of this cake is German chocolate, which I felt was perfect because it's a grounded, rooted, earthy cake. But I wanted the outside to be exciting like she is. You know, it's so exciting, her coming into the race. And I also wanted it to represent her in a way that the cake is wrapped in a mixed whipped cream, and I did that specifically. It's mixed with chocolate and caramel, right? So it's all the things. And then we drip the cake because she came in the pandemic, and I don't know if you remember when there was that unity of all shades during the pandemic, so I draped it with white, caramel, and chocolate. It's light and airy and joyful, like the energy that she's brought to this campaign by becoming the presidential-elect. And so I'm so excited, and I hope people say her name, and I hope people use this cake to talk about things and share. I'm excited.
You know, I find it also very interesting that kind of like the tagline for the cake is a taste of democracy. What made you come up with that part?
I just thought I'm just thinking to myself, what am I trying to do, and what does she really represent, and what has been at stake previous to that? So I thought really what was my biggest fear, and my biggest fear was issues around what is happening to our democracy. So I can't do a lot, but I can make you feel democracy in flavor and taste of democracy.
You know what I find really interesting about this is Stephanie actually got a call on April Fool's Day of 2021 that Kamala Harris was here buying up some of your cake. You answered the phone and you thought it was a joke.
I absolutely thought it was a joke. Who's gonna think it's real? I get a call from my bakery that she's coming to the bakery. Click. Just like that. You're not going to get me. It's April Fool's Day, but a good April Fool's, right? Unique, not something that and then they called me on video. And I dropped everything and I tried to make it here. I got from Western to the Dan Ryan in 8 minutes. But when I got to the Dan Ryan, they had it shut down. And I just said, God, it's not my time. But when I tell you the impact she had on the people that were here, it was a time of day where all the women were here, which was my front of store staff. And when I tell you, she came, Juliana Stratton came, Kim Fox came, and my staff got to see this beautiful group of women that represent possibility for them with no excuses. I mean, they can, and they felt that, and when they got around me afterwards, when I got here and told me how excited they were, it made me feel like it was all worth it, even though I didn't personally get to meet her, what she did for my staff, and not just my staff. I heard from all the neighbors how good everyone in this community felt that she was the type of vice president that would find themselves on the south side of Chicago in an African-American neighborhood to purchase a piece of cake. It was beautiful.
Let me talk to you about this because you said something that's very important in terms of the African-American community, the DNC, all of the events really mainly in downtown, surrounding downtown, some, on the west side. Those people are now trying to get to your bakery because they've heard about this cake. What does that mean to you? Seeing those dollars come back into our neighborhoods, many neighborhoods that have been a lack of investment.
That is a very good point, and one that I've made everybody in the community aware of. I've met with Soul Veg, I've met with Lim's Barbecue on my block, and we've talked about the fact that we've got to be at the ready because we are praying and hoping that a lot of people are going to want to try us. Now, I will say, although the events are downtown, the DNC has done a good job at trying to be inclusive of us. I was at the welcome at Navy Pier. I know that my counterpart, Soul Vegetarian, was at an event called Taste of America where a lot of DNC delegates came yesterday. I was also there, so they got to try us, they got to try Uncle Remus, they got to try Harold's. So I'm really excited that people are tasting things and then they can come into our neighborhoods. That makes a big difference. It really does.
And so there's something that you have going on August 21st, right? What is that about?
It's the 22nd.
The 22nd.
And it is from the South Carolina. It's at Wonder Museum, and we're doing a bunch of desserts for the Women of Excellence, the DNC folks that are getting some awards. So I'm excited that we get a chance to represent Chicago in form of dessert. And I know that these folks won't forget me, and because we ship nationwide, everybody that's tasting us won't have to go without, because they can simply order online and it'll be at their front door.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Two things. We got a taste. We'll get to that in a second. But Kamala Harris, what would you say to her to get her here to taste the Kamala Harris cake? This is round 2 of a cake that you made in her honor.
Madam, this cake is so luscious and designed with you in mind. It represents your strength and it represents your light, and everyone who tries it, it brings joy. I hope that you get a chance to experience this, the cake that's designed to represent you.
All right, well, we're gonna taste. You're gonna taste with me? No, I gotta taste on my own? Okay, let me see. So what are we tasting here?
You're tasting a dark chocolate cake with German chocolate frosting. I want you to grab some of that whipped cream in that bite, and I do believe that you're gonna love it. And I want you to wait a second, because the other thing that I wanted this cake to do, and I prayed about this. I wanted it to be good at the first bite, but I wanted it to linger and kick in at the end, which is exactly what she did in this race. She wasn't there, and she was already doing a great job, but now it's a burst at the end, right? I mean, I really worked hard for that kick at the end.
I don't even know what to say. It is so good.
It's so good.
It is really so good. So how can people get it if they're watching and they live in a whole nother state?
If you live in a whole nother state, it'll be up on Goldbelly next week and up on our website for shipping nationwide. If you're in Chicago, come on by 75th Street. You can find it in the form of a cupcake, and you can find it in a slice one at a time. And give us a call, y'all, because it's going kind of fast. Give us a day, and you can buy a whole Kamala cake.
Whew. I don't know what else is. That cake is so good, Stephanie.
And it finishes strong, right?
Oh my God, I want to eat the whole piece. I'm going to do that.
You can have the whole piece.
I am going to eat the entire piece. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to send it back to you guys. Scott,
tough work if you can get it. Yeah, tough work if you can get it to you. Thanks so much. So this is for anybody who's visiting our fine city for the DNC or for any reason. Before you have your dessert, you want to have your main entree. And if you are a sandwich lover, there's no better place in town than Manny's Deli. Although Dane Placco, I would argue, and I've said this many times, especially on my stint on Good Day Chicago, maybe the best pickle in town. Let's send it to you.
I go for potato pancake, actually. Yeah, I was going to say that we are at ground zero of Illinois politics right now, Illinois Democratic politics. No, we're not at City Hall. We're not at the United Center. We're not at the state capitol. We are at Manny's Deli, which is hopping and has been over the past couple days and will this week with politicians and Democratic players and VIPs. In fact, they're awaiting Governor Pritzker right now. That's some of his security team down at the end of the restaurant. Alexi Janulius just left, the Secretary of State. I saw Congressman Mike Quigley here a short time ago, former board commissioner Forrest Claypool. A lot of heavy hitters in Illinois politics here. And we're actually not doing a political story per se. We're doing a story about the restaurant business in Chicago and the impact that the DNC is having on the restaurant economy. And it is interesting. It's a little bifurcated. Some restaurants are being helped, some not so much. We started this morning at Gina Giorgetti in River North, the venerable institution, the steakhouse that's been there since 1941, 83 years in business. Talked to the owner there, Michelle. She said that, they're seeing a little uptick in traffic, but not much. What's hurting them is that they're primarily a dinner time, a late afternoon and nighttime establishment. And all the people in town, all those 50,000 people in Chicago for the DNC, well, during those hours, they're actually at the DNC. They're at the United Center. So they're not getting a lot of help in terms of their business. However, she said that she doesn't mind, even if it nicks them a little bit in the short term. She thinks a lot of people in town are going to have a favorable impression of Chicago and come back and spend money at her establishment down the road. From there, we went to Gibson's in the Gold Coast, and Gibson's has done something interesting. Knowing that the hours are so late for the convention, they've extended their hours. They're keeping the bar open a couple extra hours till about 2 in the morning, and they're setting people at inside the restaurant up till 11:30 at night. They usually stop doing that around 9:30 or so. So they're looking at the reality of the situation. That last night the convention wasn't over until about 11:30 at night. It takes at least a half hour, 45 minutes for those delegates to come back downtown. By then it's after midnight, so they're staying open late. They're not the only ones. A number of restaurants in downtown Chicago, especially the ones that cater to out-of-towners, are doing the same. And here at Manny's Deli, they're probably having the most success of any of the restaurants we've checked with so far. And primarily because, well, first of all, they're a political hangout. Everybody knows the election day, the tradition is you start the day here at Manny's, and is there a bigger political event than the DNC? Probably not. Also, though, because they're open and they do most of their business for breakfast and for lunch before the convention even starts in the late afternoon, early evening. So people are flocking here in mass. They're also doing a lot of private events. In fact, there's one going on right now for a political consulting group. They they've divided the restaurant in half. They've put the barriers up, and half of the restaurant is filled right now with people on a planned meal, and that's why the governor, in fact, is going to be coming over here a little bit later. So it's interesting. You would think that with 50,000 people in town, the restaurants would all be full. Not necessarily the case because of the just because of the logistics and the timing of the DNC. It is helping some, it is hurting others, but the overall feeling we're getting in talking to Sam Toya as well, the head of the Illinois Restaurant Association, is Chicago's going to shine this week. They believe it's going to come off looking great. Certainly the weather, it's picture postcard weather right now. People are going to enjoy their time in Chicago, and they're going to want to come back later and then spend their money in those restaurants. So that's the situation here at Manny's. We're going to toss it back to you. We're going to have much more on this story coming up at 4 and 5 in our 9 o'clock newscast as well.
All right, Dane, thank you for that. We've asked political analyst Tom Serafin to stick around just for a few more minutes. I did want to talk about what you could argue is literally the elephant in the room, and that is one of the speakers tonight is Stephanie Grisham. She is a former Trump press secretary, worked for the First Lady, Melania, for a stint during the Trump presidency. Unusual to me to have a high-ranking official within a prior Republican presidential administration speaking at a Democratic National Convention. And then that, of course, leads to the main event as far as Adam Kinzinger speaking Thursday night on behalf of Kamala Harris. I've never seen anything like this. Your thoughts?
Well, she has a lot to say. And she can say, I know his type, you know, the vice president's line, his favorite line about Donald Trump. I understand, I know his type. So remember, they're playing to turn out that female vote. The females need to get out and vote. The young people need to get out and vote. And the fact that she worked for him, and she knows all about him, she can speak to that issue with a great deal of credibility. The problem that she has is that some of what she has said in the past doesn't necessarily, you know, quantify to being accurate all the time. But this is all theater. It's great theater for the Democrats. I think it's a wonderful choice. And Adam Kinzinger, you know, I mean, the poor guy's, he doesn't have a party, but he certainly has the podium. And I think he might be the UN Secretary of the Democrats' witness, a UN Secretary of the United Nations.
Well, then that's an interesting prediction. If there's a through line between the two of them, it might just be January 6th. Reportedly, the reason that she left Donald Trump was his response to the Capitol riots. We, of course, know Adam Kinzinger's role with the committee. We know that there'll be preaching to the choir with regard to who's at the DNC. But when it comes to the undecideds, this far removed from January 6th, is there a possibility that that message might resonate in your mind?
Yes, absolutely. Remember, this whole thing, this whole week is geared to the audience of those 7 states. That's my attitude. I'm the director, I'm the choreographer. I want those 7 states, the people that are undecided, the little ones in the middle, just, you know, 20% of the 25%. I want some of those come over to my column. And remember, we're going to start voting here pretty soon, you know, with mail-in voting. So, I mean, people are beginning to think that way. So Adam Kinzinger, he's Republican, moderate Republican, all right? He can bring some of those votes over to him based on the way he addresses the issue. And he's done a nice job on that for him. And she can also do the same thing tonight, especially with those female voters that are right there on the edge, aren't certain, but they're moderate Republicans. They don't like Donald Trump, but they have a problem with the way the Democrats have been behaving. This could push them over. Remember, it's all about choreography and how they get that message out to them. And over and over again in those local messages and commercials that you're going to be seeing. They're already on in the 7 states. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars are being spent.
Well, to your point, I was in Wisconsin on vacation, and every other commercial was a political ad.
Right.
Real quick before I let you go, the former President Donald Trump and his vice president, they are barnstorming the battleground states. So they're going to do that this week. So really a smart play during the DNC to take some of the shine away from what's going on in Chicago, yes?
Right. They're kind of going underneath, and, you know, they're moving through, I think, Wisconsin.
Michigan as well.
Michigan as well. Pennsylvania and Arizona. Those are very important states. Nevada, the reason The vice president switched her vote. I mean, she voted to go out and tax those individuals that are, working as bartenders and waitresses. She switched that because of Nevada. That's the big, where everybody gets tipped there. So that's a big state in play. And if you didn't think it was in play, she wouldn't have made that move. So if you're looking at the table here, the war table at all the different states, I'm moving a lot of money on Nevada right now. I'm moving some on Pennsylvania. And I think the Minnesota governor can win here and help me out in Wisconsin. So I'm putting some chips here and some chips there. Now we're going to see what kind of chips the Republicans are going to be doing.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Tom Serafin, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Thanks for coming in. All right, we want to send it back out to the United Center. Sylvia Perez is standing by with, I believe, an alderperson. Sylvia.
That's right, Scott. It's so interesting listening to you and Tom. It's just great to hear Tom's perspective on so much. Right now I'm with Alderman Timothy Knudsen from the 43rd Ward, Lincoln Park, and an Illinois delegate. How exciting is this for you?
It's so exciting. Last night we had the first night, and just to be on the convention floor with the Illinois delegation, watching it get kicked off was amazing.
Yeah, I have to say, Mike Flannery and I were talking earlier, and it truly was a love fest for not only President Biden, but for Hillary Clinton, and you felt that.
I thought Hillary Clinton was remarkable. She gave material that I hadn't heard. A lot of talk of the 34 felony convictions of Donald Trump. Her kind of symbolic theme of him being a bank robber on the run made complete sense to me, and I think hit with the party.
So tell me what's important to you about this convention. What do you hope to get out of it, and what do you hope to leave once you're said and done? Because you have some issues that you also want to address and want to revolve around what you're doing for your own constituents.
Yes.
So what are your goals?
In Chicago and on Chicago City Council, we've worked for a year to put together a safety plan in partnership with the Chicago Police Department and make sure we were ready for this. Chicago's on an international stage right now. That's an incredible opportunity. We're a city that knows big events. We can handle big events. And look how perfect it is outside. I want all those delegates in Texas and Florida to say, hey, maybe we should move to Chicago. So,
the weather could not have been more beautiful this week. As a matter of fact, once the convention ends, I think the forecast calls for hot and humid on Saturday.
Well, here's the thing. I'm telling people it's actually like this year-round. It's 70 degrees year-round, but the most important thing to me is meeting a lot of people in from across the country, learning from them. People in states that are more purple or red who have to fight tooth and nail for every bit of progressive policy that gets passed. I want to learn from them, and I want to bring them back to Chicago City Council and also teach our rubric for the city and really the blue state that we've become.
You grew up in Wisconsin?
I grew up in Wheaton, Illinois, western suburbs.
Okay,
yep.
But you said you were in Wisconsin.
Yep.
And the LGBTQ community is very important to you.
Yep.
You want to represent. Tell me about that.
Yeah, as a gay man who really came of age during the fight for gay marriage, this election is crystal clear that those freedoms are on the ballot. Marriage is only a decade old. People forget about that. And Supreme Court justices in the current political Supreme Court have made it clear that these freedoms are not set in stone. Whether it's a women's right to choose, and we know how that's worked out over the past few years and under Donald Trump. MAGA Republicans want to take these away. It's in Project 2025, and I don't want to look back. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are looking forward, and in the forward when we get there, because we will win, we are fighting. I'm so confident in that presidency of securing our rights, making us know, hey, some of these rights are young, but we're going to make sure that they're fundamental and set in stone.
So let's talk about all the work that has been put in. You kind of referred to that a little bit. That has been put into place for this convention. You have been an alderman now for 2 years.
2 years.
And you won the election last year. You were appointed the first year, correct? And so you've seen the kind of the blood, sweat, and tears that it has taken.
Yeah.
What's it like to finally see it come to fruition?
Yeah, it's a bit surreal, right? Like showing up to the convention for some delegates is like, wow, how'd this all come together? In Chicago, we know a bit more. We know, the corporate partners and leaders in Chicago that invested to make this happen. We know our leadership and the pitch they made to make sure it would come to Chicago. And now we're in this space where our hotels, they're filled. The hotel revenue right now is really phenomenal. It's better than pre-pandemic. That is a win for Chicago and a really important win. So we're going to host this party for the national party, and at the same time, we're boosting our city. Chicago's doing well post-pandemic, and I want to make sure the whole country knows that, because we got to market ourselves.
So what would you say the biggest concern that your constituents in the 43rd Ward has, what would that be, and what is your goal to try to address?
Yeah, in general, the ward is very concerned with public safety. So what we've been doing over the past few months are these bi-weekly safety walks with our commanders and our police officers, where we talk about the convention. We're talking about the DNC as well as the local issues to make sure that anyone who wanted to come out feels comfortable with the plan. We're still fielding a lot of calls to our office. Of course, traffic, right? Yeah. Nobody in Chicago likes traffic. But what I've heard in the last few weeks is a real excitement from constituents who just want to be involved. I have some constituents who said they were going to come down to the United Center as if it was the Taylor Swift performance at Soldier Field and just try to get a view of what's going on the inside. There's a lot of curiosity, so my hope is to really show people. We're using social media to show people what's going on, and it's going to be a great week.
So back to the crime issue, because it has been a big concern in the city.
Yeah.
And so much so that a lot of people were saying, I had some people who lived out of state that reached out to me and said, I'm concerned and I'm praying that everything will be safe and that the security there will be good. And we just saw a show of force in the best possible way yesterday with some protesters, a few agitators who got out of hand. The Chicago Police Department did everything they could to control it, and nothing bad came of that. But when you're going into your neighborhood, at beautiful Lincoln Park, and then we're hearing about different things that are happening, what's being done? What would you want to tell your constituents about what is being done to try to prevent the crime in their area?
Yeah, and it's during this week especially, I think one thing that's true, and we've been telling them, is our local surveillance, our local officer presence is not changing because of the convention. The way that state police have come in for the convention, and even some officers from Wisconsin to fill the gaps around the United Center, have made it so the 43rd Ward is being officered as it typically is. So my hope, and I know, is North Avenue Beach, which is in the ward, still has the same amount of officers doing our kind of healthy response. I have a lot of faith in Chief Snelling, the head of CPD, who was appointed by Mayor Johnson, confirmed by council. And his view is this view on community safety. We want our officers out in the community, localized to the community, so that they get to see and feel what neighbors see and feel. On the flip side, I ask my constituents, talk to your officers, tell them what you see and feel, and say thank you. It's a hard job, and there's got to be that balance struck.
Now, you were also telling me, I think right before we went on, that the convention may come to a close on Thursday, but you're not done with trying to support Kamala Harris. You're going to be heading out to Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin and Michigan. I think, and I hope a lot of people in the United Center every night, we're there to learn. We are there to learn on how we can then activate our networks to go knock doors, to make calls, to keep fundraising, because this is a quick window that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have to win. It's, I believe, now less than 80 days. So next week, we already have meetings planned with our set of local volunteers on trips we're going to be planning to Wisconsin and Michigan to knock doors. I've got a good door knocking unit. We knocked a lot of doors on my campaign. They're excited to show up in swing states that we need to make sure win, and win big.
So you brought up, as a gay man, you had some obstacles that you had to overcome. Kamala Harris is not only female, but she is a black woman. So she has obstacles that other candidates might not normally have. What do you think she needs to do to try to overcome that issue?
Yeah.
And it's not an issue, but for some people it is.
I think the thing that Kamala Harris does best is be herself. You know, she has such an interesting and remarkable pedigree, from prosecutor to attorney general to U.S. Senate to vice president. And when she's herself, she does her best. I am excited on Thursday to hear a speech that's very vision focused and also very stern, very directive, because she has a commanding presence. Even the way she's commanded this campaign for the past few weeks, which to some feels like months, right? The amount that's been accomplished in a few weeks is remarkable. So I'm so excited to get our first female and a black female president elected. And in a way, I mean, it's sad that the United States of America still hasn't had a female president. We look at our neighbors. Mexico has a female president. Other countries have had several. You know, why is that? I think we should always all be looking at that.
Alderman, thank you so much for joining us. It was great talking to you, great meeting you, and have fun the rest of the week because it is just going to be a party until the end, isn't it?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And you have fun too.
Okay, let's head it back over to Scott in the studio. Scott.
All right. Thank you, Sylvia. Good stuff. Joining us to discuss the event's impacts on the city is Axios Chicago reporter Justin Kaufman. So great to talk to you. You and I kind of ran right into each other on the floor of the DNC, and we were both with our hair on fire. But I do want to talk about, there's so much to get to. I want to talk about your reflections, first of all, on last night. First of all, just the logistics. I wanted to get your take on, you live very near to the United States. You could walk to it.
Yes, I did.
The perimeter that they've set up, your thoughts about access, in and out.
Sure. Beyond the protests and everything that was happening there, it was pretty easy to get through security when at the beginning at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. But I had some colleagues who came in from the McCormick Place buses and the delegate buses, things like that, and it took hours for them to get through. And as I reported on the news, that you had more security problems, and I think you had these grandiose plans from the city that they were going to have these easy bus routes. They're going to drop these delegates off, and they're going to walk right through the gates, and that just didn't happen. At a certain point, delegates got dropped off, and they didn't really know where to go, standing in line for hours. My colleague bailed. Didn't even come into the United Center. It took so long. So I do think you got to see what's going to happen tonight to see if they clean that up or if they care in the sense. But I did see at the Illinois breakfast this morning, there was a loudspeaker announcement at the end saying, make sure you're on time. It's roll call tonight. They don't want to go to the Illinois shot and no delegates are there. So I think they're looking to have ample time to be prepared.
It's a great point. I had an interview scheduled with LaShawn Ford, who's a delegate, and his bus was one of those that the protesters basically derailed. He got off at a park, I believe, and said, you know what, I don't even know how I'm going to get there from this point on foot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. The security's a lot. I mean, you really have to go through 3 or 4 checks. I have to give yourself time.
So they breached one of the outer perimeter fences. My understanding from Superintendent Snelling was that there was still several hundred yards before they would have then had to breach another fence to really become a threat.
Right.
As far as the security, I spoke to several people at the event yesterday, and they were very confident. In particular, and I went through it, and you went through it too, getting in the building itself. I mean, we're talking about metal detectors and wands and CPD and Secret Service and the TSA. I personally felt like I couldn't have been in a safer place.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody inside the arena was worried, but I do think it's interesting that there was, a lot of talk about these fences, the actual construction of them. They'll be able to, they're going to be protection for the area, and then with, a swift a hammer, one of them comes down. And so I talked to Alderman Burnett and others at the breakfast this morning, and they talked about that they a little bit of a head scratcher, but at the same time, they felt that the police did a great job on the ground, and they feel like today they've even fortified it and changed it. It's almost, they thought like yesterday was like training ground to see what was there, and today they were going to fix
That's
it.
An interesting take.
Yeah, I wonder, I wonder if anyone even knew it was happening necessarily. I mean, everyone was looking at their phone and Twitter and things like that, but at the end of the day, I think at everyone felt pretty good and at least safe inside the arena.
Speaking of head scratching, we know Brandon Johnson spoke yesterday. The mayors often go on night number 1. You wrote about the mayor missing a breakfast, and not the first time, right?
Yeah, this is the second breakfast in a row. Now, again, just for his viewers know, the breakfast is the delegates, the Democrats get together and they have a pep rally every morning at a downtown hotel ballroom. Every state does it, right? That's the idea that, and you have chaired in. J.B. Pritzker was the first speaker yesterday. But the mayor of Chicago is usually somebody who's up there. You have Daley's and Rahm Emanuel, and and they have a big role. In this case, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, has not had a role. He wasn't on Monday, and he wasn't yesterday. Now, I talked to his team today. They said he is scheduled to speak at the breakfast tomorrow, and they essentially plainly said, listen, he's busy. They're the host city. He's the mayor of Chicago. This morning he went to Mississippi's delegation to be the special guest speaker. He went to Wisconsin. He went to Florida's yesterday. So he's choosing to be more of an ambassador role than a leader of his own party. And that's a change. I mean, Mayor Daley was someone who was like, he would have the gavel. Say all Democrats come to order. I mean, that was his job. And so this is different to have a mayor who doesn't necessarily take that role. Now, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but it does mean it's different than the way it had been done in the past.
Aspirational for something else, perhaps?
Maybe. But for the mayor of Chicago, I think what it says is that he may be more of an outsider than even as we thought before. I mean, he may not. Governor Pritzker has put his stamp on the Illinois Democratic Party, and he has gotten all the press about the DNC coming to Chicago. He got it here. He talked about his name being bandied about for vice president. So Governor Pritzker is sort of the head of the Illinois Democrats, and Mayor Johnson has really kind of carved out his niche to be more of a mayor of the people. So it's a different kind of thing than we saw in some of the political past here in Chicago.
We know that tomorrow morning, Barack Obama is going to get the headlines. Michelle Obama is going to get the headlines. You've got a really interesting take on what's going to be going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm excited because, it's not just the speech of a former president to the world. Tonight, the former president is going to speak. For Chicagoans, this is a homecoming.
Right.
For Barack Obama, the president of the United States, to come back, we also know him as a U.S. senator and a state senator. And with that, this is sort of a de facto reunion for a lot of the people who worked for him. Now, we're talking about Valerie Jarrett, who's back in town. She just did an event at Axios House on the River. Bill Daley's back in town. He obviously the former White House chief of staff under Obama. David Plouffe. You're seeing all these names of people who are attached to Obama in some way. And this is almost like a victory lap for them to be the former president is on stage tonight, and all of their people are toasting their experience. They're almost former presidents in the way that they all came together for this momentous campaign that lasted 2 terms in the White House, and they're celebrating today.
Do you have a few minutes? Can you stand by? I do want to, there's a fluid situation going on. A number of bomb threats called in to hotels here in the downtown. And I know our Nate Rogers is standing by with new information. So, Nate, I want to go to you live right now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right, Scott. Well, good afternoon to you. With delegates and other dignitaries in town, I can definitely tell you security here, especially on the Mag Mile, has definitely been heightened. We've been here for close to 2 hours, and we've seen a host of police officers, Secret Service agents walking the grounds as well. Raphael is going to turn the camera around just so you can see for yourself. We're standing at East Huron and Michigan Street, and as mentioned, temporary fencing has been erected around various hotels with armed guards standing by. Again, we've been here just a couple of hours and have already seen a motorcade pass through. We've also seen, as I just mentioned, a number of Secret Service agents here along Michigan, some visibly taking notes, others just walking the street to look for any suspicious activity. Even within the last minute or so, we just saw dozens of CPT officers walking in groups to canvass this neighborhood. Now, we do know that there have been multiple bomb threats made today here at downtown Chicago hotels, some downtown, others closer to the UC. We have reached out to sources and learned that those threats are unfounded as of right now. One of those threats was to the Peninsula, which is here downtown. We spoke to a guard, and he did say that officers are here standing by, but they haven't seen any issues at all. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation and bring you any new details on air and online. We also just spoke with some folks who were in town for the DNC. One student telling us that she feels fine. She said that because of all of the unrest that's going on around the country, that she expects situations like this to happen. We also spoke to another woman that was with her, and she says Chicago is taking great care of her. But I will tell you, CPD, Secret Service, the FBI, all of the law enforcement that are here are in position to quell any type of violence or suspicious activity that may occur. Of course, we'll still stay on it and bring you any updates on air and online. Reporting live downtown, Nate Rogers, Fox 32 Chicago.
Nate, appreciate that update. Justin Kaufman, reporter with Axios, who's been kind enough to spend a little time with us. Justin and I ran into each other yesterday at the DNC, and I know you'll be back. Your thoughts on the bomb threat?
I think that you see the security on Michigan Avenue, and you saw Nate there. That has been in place since, Saturday, Sunday, and it really does change the vibe down on Michigan Avenue. And I think what you're seeing is a lot of tourists may feel a little bit safe because it does feel very military. They've got the big fences, and you can't get through, and I know that some of the big dignitaries, including the vice president, are staying in hotels over there. For the West Loop hotels, they're not like that. If you're over in the Randolph Street and in the Fulton Market and the West Loop area, there's not that kind of security. So it is interesting to see that, threats are called in spaces where maybe they don't have that kind of security in place, and that's something they're definitely going to take a look at. I think security is probably the number one reason. We talked about this yesterday, that you have this idea of like most people decided, whether through their businesses or whether they had the option to stay out of downtown this week. Right? They're working remote. If you're working at one of the big companies in Chicago, you're working remote. And you see it on the streets. You see there's not the same kind of rush hours that we're used to. So, and this is one of the reasons, because there's going to be these situations, these security incidents that the cops need to get to real quick. And the fact that, most people are going to stay clear of that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I want to get back to the DNC. As we know, Justin, it's often a spotlight, especially for rising stars. And I think last night we saw a few. I thought Senator Warnock was particularly impactful. There's one you're looking at that locally, right?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. This is, you have a lot of secondary Democrats in Chicago and Illinois that, things could change. If the vice president goes on in November and wins the White House, you might see some changes in the Illinois delegation. The governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, has been rumored to have some role in a federal government. You've got a retiring senator possibly in 2026 and Dick Durbin. You've got Tammy Duckworth, who has military experience, and she also has health and human services experience. Could be part of a cabinet for her. So that means the next generation of Democrats would step up. That would be the Secretary of State, Alexi Janulius, the Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton, and others like the Illinois Treasurer, Mike Frerichs, who gave a very rousing speech today at the Illinois breakfast, and he has ambitions for higher office. He's been the treasurer for a couple years now. That is a job that we have seen jumps before in Illinois history. And Frerichs talked very candidly and very personal about his own relationship with reproductive rights and health care. And he gave a riveting speech, and he really captivated the room, a warm room. It's all Democrats, but he showed something today that I think a lot of people who didn't know that name saw, and I think that's what you're going to see here. I think the one thing that I think is very interesting is that you're not seeing down ballot state elected officials on the big stage. You and I see on the stage when you're like at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at the United Center, some random senator from Mississippi or a random senator from whatever it might be. In the past, you've seen Alexi Janulius during the Obama campaign was up on stage. None of those guys are up there. No Kwame Raoul, none of the statewide.
Point.
Yeah, and I don't understand. This is Chicago. You'd think that those guys would be up there.
You would think so.
But so far, they're being mum if they're going to be on the stage in the next couple days. And to be fair, they've been very disorganized, the DNC, on telling us who's speaking when. Like Dick Durbin was, the senator was a complete surprise to the press. He wasn't on the list. He just kind of showed up, ladies and gentlemen, Senator Dick Durbin. So they could possibly still get a shot, but right now they're not being announced.
I don't know for a fact that Adam Kinzinger has designs on a spot within a Harris administration. He's doing very well for himself as a national pundit.
Yeah.
But I personally, and I really wanted to press Tom Serafin on this, I am just absolutely fascinated by the notion that on the big night, on Thursday night, before she takes the stage, a former Republican, dyed-in-the-wool Republican is going to cross party lines and is going to speak on her behalf.
I mean, if you would have said this in 2012 or 2018 or 2008, Adam Kinzinger was a Tea Party Republican.
Yes.
Right? He came in, he beat a Democrat down in Kankakee area. I mean, it's amazing to think about the shift, and that's the MAGA movement that he's been so incensed against. But to speak at the United Center in primetime is definitely fascinating. I mean, that is you are absolutely right. That is something you do not see. And you take a risk as well. I mean, it's smart for him to stay on message and stay on the script. But, when you put a Republican up on stage on the brightest lights and the final night before the actual nomination speech, I don't know. But Adam Kinzinger plays a big role in slamming Trump, so I think that's what they're going with.
I'd be remiss before I let you go if I didn't ask you about your watch party tonight. It sounds like a great time.
Well, Axios House has taken over RPM Seafood and RPM events on the river, and it's there's a lot of people coming out for a party. I'm interviewing Bill Daley, as we talked about, the Obama reunion, and a lot of the governor of New York's going to be there and others, and it is the best of the city, and Axios shining proudly on the river. I mean, you guys are right down here as well. It's a beautiful scene to be able to throw a party.
Where can people follow you?
You can follow me at Justin Kaufman on X and everywhere else, but I think people know me.
Well, it's a pleasure to sit down with you. I look forward to seeing you at the DNC later this week. Man. All right, so my understanding is that the one and only Mike Flannery has been kind enough to sit in for us. He is at the United Center with another familiar face. Mike, who do you have with us?
Gary McCarthy, the former Chicago police superintendent, Scott, and you know, it's you and Justin were talking about Adam Kinzinger. It's worth noting that he, in terms of his future political ambitions, they may not be in Illinois, because Kinzinger and his wife and child now live in Houston, Texas. But let me turn to the former Chicago police superintendent, Gary McCarthy. How do you rate the performance of not just the Chicago PD, but the Secret Service, Homeland Security, everybody involved in protecting this convention?
Well, I mean, the one obvious thing that happened was breaking through the fence. That's not supposed to happen, but I don't think people realize just how organized the protesters can be, little groups of them. You know, one guy watch the video, one guy had a hammer, another guy was shaking the fence.
He pulled it out of his backpack, goes and starts whacking away.
Yeah, teamwork. And they're shaking the fence, getting the nails to drop out, whatever they were.
But you have a thought that when you and I talked a few moments ago, you thought this might be sort of a reconnaissance in force by some of the violent protesters.
Yeah, I believe there's a possibility. They are so organized, they come with a team. And first they want to probe a little bit, see how the police react to what they're doing, see who goes into the system and how long they spend there. If you watch the video, one of the guys just sat on the concrete barrier, just watching what was happening. He had a Palestinian flag. All of those people should have been arrested. Obviously, they only caught 4 of them. But that's the one glaring thing I've seen so far. I think the CPD response to that was fantastic. They got there quickly. Larry Stelling was there, making sure that he was on the ground. There were high-ranking supervisors there. So they're getting leadership. They have a plan. They're equipped. They're in control.
And your thought, Gary, you also want to point out that there are different responsibilities. And actually the fence and the fencing that went in there was not put in by the Chicago PD, no, but by the Secret Service and the feds.
Correct.
And so this morning, our reporters have shown they've strengthened that fencing. They've put in another row of fencing. Again, that's something that's been done by the federales. This is a special national security event.
Correct.
That they've declared this, so they're in charge of that sort of thing.
Sure, and somebody should have been watching it. So if somebody was watching it, they could have intervened. Maybe there were too many protesters. I don't know. I only got the shot of just a very myopic view of what was going on. So but I like the way CPD is handling it very well right now. People are going to complain about the protests because it has a lot to do with messing up traffic, and you don't know where they're going to go sometimes. But they're doing a great job. They're executing.
So what do you see over the next few days? You think if they don't come in force tonight, those inclined to violence, those inclined to try to break through, you had an encounter with them at the NATO conference back when Mayor Emanuel brought all the NATO summit meeting to Chicago. I mean, I remember those epic scenes of you and your police colleagues battling out with the guys who...
we tried not to do that so much.
Well,
it was more of this.
They were doing it to you. They were doing this to you.
True.
And then one of my favorite moments, of course, was, which you brought, you reminded me about, was the protesters dumping the fake blood on their own heads.
Yeah, there was video of that. There's a pizzeria on the corner there, and everybody was on top of it filming, which I didn't even realize. My girlfriend at the time, my wife now, when I finally texted her, her first response was, "Where's your helmet, you knucklehead?" So that's when I realized that everybody was watching all of that. But, you know, we executed very well. There's people who came here during this convention to disrupt and get arrested. That's their plan. When they're going to do it, I'm not positive. But, you know, I really think that yesterday could have been a probing action to see how the police responded, whether or not the Secret Service intervened. Who knows what they're looking for? But that's what I believe it was, quite frankly.
All right. And, Gary, I appreciate your service over the years, and you're still working...
Police chief in Willow Springs, Illinois.
In Willow Springs, out in the suburbs.
Yeah.
And how old is your...
My son is 7. He's really a joy, let's put it that way. I'm still running a business, McCarthy Burns Consulting, security and investigations. So I've got 2 jobs. I've got a 7-year-old My wife works too hard, so we're just really busy. But you know what? Life is good. Life is good.
Good. Is Scott Schneider still there in the studio?
I'm standing by, Mike. If we had more time, I'd have you tell our folks at home how it was you cut the line yesterday to get ahead of everybody to get inside the DNC. But unfortunately, we don't have time for it. But thanks so much, and thank Gary Forrest as well. Right now, we do want to update you on what is a developing story, a number of bomb threats in the downtown area at several area hotels. Our Casey Cronus has been following this. Casey, what's the latest?
Hey, Scott, things are quiet now at the Hyatt House here in the West Loop. Take a look. It is located at Washington and May, but it was a different scene just even an hour ago when officers reported to the hotel to investigate one of several bomb threats. K-9 units were on the ground, and we're told by an employee that officers inside were sweeping the premises. This stems from an email that our Fox 32 newsroom received just before 11 this morning, naming Hyatt House, located here at Washington and May, as one of 4 hotels where a group was claiming to have placed pipe bombs. Our assignment desk reported the concerning email to police. It also named Nobu Hotel, the Hyatt House in the University District, and Hotel Chicago in the West Loop. The email also mentioned the DNC and the war in Gaza. This again is a developing situation, and it is unclear at this time if this was a hoax, but it appears that these bomb threats so far have been unfounded. Now, the email appeared to have come from a foreign email address. Again, police were on site here today. They have since left. We have seen a state police squad circling the area for about the last hour on and off. Now, the hotel was not evacuated during the search, and things seem to be clear here now. Scott?
Appreciate that update. Again, a very fluid situation. We'll get you more information just as soon as it becomes available. Meanwhile, we're also focusing on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. The headline speaker, not only former President Barack Obama, but also his former First Lady Michelle Obama amongst the slate of guest speakers. And hopefully they will not go as late into the evening as we saw on Monday. President Biden taking the stage much later than many anticipated. Many people, including along the East Coast, missed it, perhaps, if they went to bed early. I'm being told we're going to step aside briefly, but we will be back in just a moment, so please don't go away. Welcome back. As mentioned, Donald Trump is stumping in the state of Michigan. Let's take a listen.
Thank you, Mike. What a great job. So respected. All of them. This group is highly respected. Mason County Sheriff Kim Cole. Kim, thank you. Van Buren County Sheriff Daniel Abbott. Thank you, Daniel. President of the Police Officers Association of Michigan, James Tiganelli. James? Picking the wrong side. Where he is? Where are you? Come on over here, James. Let's go. Get over here. Come on. Is he allowed to stand with you guys? I don't know. Stand up there, James. How are you? Thank you, James. Representatives John James and John Molinar. These are great warrior people. Wherever you are, where's John James? There they are. Oh, look at you guys. You don't get the best location because you want your.
Stay with us for a minute, aren't we? All right, that was just a small sample of Donald Trump. Again, he and J.D. Vance are barnstorming this week during the DNC, some of the battleground states. Again, Donald Trump in the state of Michigan. Well, day one of the DNC was anything but uneventful. Our political reporter Paris Schutz spoke one-on-one with Congressman Danny Davis today to get his take on everything from President Biden's speech to Vice President Harris's nomination to the protesters breaching security.
Congressman, what is your reaction to what you heard from President Biden last night?
Well, you know, I think last night was one of the most, precious times in political history that I know anything about. President Biden indicated, and I felt it all the time, that 50 years of public service, that's a long time. And he's gotten better and better and better all along. I remember bills that he championed. I remember standing behind him, standing with him, being a part of what was taking place. So last night was a tremendous tribute to him. It's like people didn't want to stop applauding.
Does he deserve credit for helping set up Kamala Harris to capture the momentum that she has by dropping out when he did and then immediately endorsing her?
Unequivocally and without a doubt. As a matter of fact, he saw the potential of Kamala Harris and knew when he selected her to be his running mate. I can't imagine the United States without Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the leadership of our nation, especially when you compare the alternative. Our country has moved forward all the time, becoming more progressive, becoming more encompassing. The other side wants to take us back to places we don't want to go, and we refuse to go. I am excited. I'm delighted. I say I don't know if we can improve on last night.
But I have to say, you must be excited about the fact that all of this is taking place in your backyard, in Garfield Park, your home, your congressional district. Now, there was a little bit of a scuffle where the security perimeter came down for a bit last night. What is your read on security right now around the United Center?
Well, I'm going to actually commend the mayor of the city of Chicago, all of the law enforcement agencies that are involved in trying to make sure that we're safe and secure. This country is based on protest. It was founded on protest. And so people have a right to express themselves, and I think our law enforcement personnel deserve some high marks. Of course, every once in a while, things will get a little bit unruly, but overall, I appreciate the way the Chicago Police, the Secret Service, all of those law enforcement agencies have worked together to try and make sure that we have a peaceful expression of those who have thoughts and ideas to convey.
Okay, so that was the congressman's take. We've got political reporter Perry Schutt standing by with Sylvia Perez. And, you know, I want to keep the theme. He framed it as a victory. I was speaking with our political analyst, Tom Serafin, and he seemed to think that it perhaps wasn't a complete victory because President Biden was forced to go on after prime time. A lot of people, particularly on the East Coast, had probably gone to bed, and that was arguably a disservice to the president. I thought you two might want to weigh in on that.
What do you think about that? I feel like, you know, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that is the prime time to have the big speakers on. That's when Kamala's going on as well. And
you know, I wasn't able to hear his question.
Oh, he was asking about the fact that President Biden spoke at a later hour, so he was not able to address the country, you know, entirely because of the hours being so late.
All right, so there's a lot of speculation about that. The DNC official word on that was because the crowd was so boisterous, because there were so many long-standing ovations, they didn't get to bite it until about an hour late, way after prime time. That prime time window had closed. They had to cancel James Taylor. I mean, imagine being the person that goes into his dressing room and says, "Excuse me, Mr. Taylor, you can't play Sweet Baby James." My goodness. But you know, then, you know, some other folks were, there was some article in some, I don't know what publication, speculating, did they do that on purpose to push Biden out of prime time, you know, because they thought maybe his speech would be long-winded? I can't imagine that, because they wanted this moment of triumph.
Absolutely. This
was
his night.
This was his night.
Because he didn't have this in 2020. You know, we were going through a pandemic, and the election was very different there. What did you think of his speech overall?
Well, I thought that it was emotional. I thought that it was heartfelt. There's no doubt about that. I don't think it you know, evoked any anger about what had happened, you know, because there's all this talk about how he was pushed out. Republicans have used the language of coup. I mean, I don't think that that's accurate, but it's very clear that Nancy Pelosi and others were really squeezing him, saying, "You're going to take down the House and the Senate with us." So he did not display any of that anger. It seems like he understood it. At one point he says, you know, I was too young to be in the Senate then, I'm too old to be president now. Maybe acknowledging the reality, but here's an unpopular take on it. I think part of the lengthiness of that speech, and the fact that he just, at this point, doesn't have the oratorical power that Obama has or something like that, it was a reminder of why Democrats pushed him out in favor of Harris, because I don't know if that speech, if he was the keynote speech, getting the nomination would have galvanized the party the way Harris is doing that right now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And as you watched the speech last night, you were happy for him. You were happy that he was positive about it. But you were also watching very carefully to see how he was going to deliver, weren't you?
Sure. I mean, he you know, and he didn't have any major gaffes. No. It seems like in the moments where he needed to really deliver, that's when the gaffes came. But in this, no, you know, the gaffes were at a minimum, and you know, there was a little bit of stopping and starting, but no, I mean, it was a solid speech, no doubt about that.
Speaking of which, so tonight is President Obama, Michelle Obama. I mean, it's a big night.
It's a big night, and the fact that they do this on their home turf. The fact that they do this a couple miles from the Bronzeville, Kenwood house that they lived in and raised their children in, and where Michelle grew up in South Shore, that's got to be special for them. I mean, so many singular Chicago moments. That's the thing I take away so far as a Chicagoan, Sylvia, as you are too, is like Steve Kerr and the United Center. I mean, I remember when he took that shot against Utah all those years ago in the finals, and even Cardinal Supich up on stage there. It's a very Chicago flavor to this convention, showing the world, you know, some of our dignitaries and what we're all about.
Yeah, it really has been great to show the city off. You know, so many people were concerned about security. We saw what happened yesterday, and we saw how quickly that was taken control. You know, so far, Chicago has really put its best foot forward.
I think so, and with the security perimeter, I mean, that's a Secret Service thing. Congressman Quigley did tell me yesterday he was disappointed that the breach happened, because in the briefings, Secret Service had kept saying these are unbreachable walls, unscalable. A police officer I spoke with today say it's not that hard to like unlatch that gate the way they did. It doesn't take, a genius to figure out how to do that. Even wondering if maybe they allowed them to do that a little bit, seeing as how there were so many layers of...
Why would they allow them
I don't,
to do that?
To perhaps avoid confrontation in the beginning, to perhaps see how far these folks would go, or to see, like, if police had to, get a little more aggressive to show that these protesters made the first move, that they basically provoked it. But there's an extra layer today, an extra fence. I mean, it's more the images, and we were all live and taking that, and it's very compelling images on TV, and it goes out on social media. At the end of the day, it was contained, and no one was seriously hurt, I don't think. I think there's been some reports of someone needing medication, or, I think the National Lawyers Guild put out some statement saying someone was hospitalized. The police came out and said, no, it was someone that needed medication that they're normally taking. So we don't know specifically about that. But these things happen in a big event like this, and all you can ask is that no one gets hurt, especially cops.
So after last night's speeches and what Scott had referred to earlier about the delays, what's being done so that James Taylor doesn't get canceled again after what we experienced yesterday?
They're telling people to shorten stuff up. They're redoing the lineup tonight. I mean, we have people like Bernie Sanders. I actually ran into Jason DeSanto, a Northwestern professor. He's working with a lot of the speakers. Okay. So he's in there all day, kind of like looking at the speeches, giving them a once-over, editing them down. And I think there's going to be an emphasis on editing tonight. There's this thing at these conventions where it is about rallying behind your candidate, but it's also about, this is my turn on the stage.
Yes.
This is my time to show what I made of. Look what happened to Barack Obama in 2004 because of his speech. Without that speech, you might say he might have never gone on to be president.
Well, Paris, thank you so much for
Sylvia.
joining me here. I have another guest I want to bring in right now. Dr. Nee, can we get you in here? We're going to switch.
We're going to swap out.
Yeah, we're going to swatch over. We got this.
I got the blue blazer
okay.
too.
We're going to get our next guest settled, Scott,
in
because I'm excited to do this interview for you.
All right, we're going to check in with Sylvia in just a moment and her guest. Meanwhile, our crews did catch up with singer Patti LaBelle doing her sound check earlier today. Take a listen. Beautiful pipes of Patti LaBelle. And, Sylvia, I hope you can hear me. So, yesterday I was in when James Taylor...
I want to look that cool when I'm 80.
When James Taylor was rehearsing, and it was beautiful, and he had a string section, and he was singing "You've Got a Friend," and it was absolutely gorgeous. And everybody on the floor stopped what they were doing and they listened. And I sent my wife a clip. Wow. And I know I'm old because my wife said, "Who's that?"
Well, I would appreciate it every moment. I have to say, I'm sorry I missed this, but look, you are loving this. Okay, wait till you meet my next guest, Scott. He is so awesome. His story, I cannot wait to share. Obviously a huge Patti LaBelle fan. Dr. Nee Quarterly-Corti. He is a political analyst and a radio host. And here's the coolest thing. You've recently published a book, and it is called Kamala, the Motherland and Me. Tell me about this. You traveled with Kamala. Tell me about it.
I did. I had the good fortune to travel to Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia, along with the U.S. Press Corps, covering Vice President Harris's historic trip to Africa, to the motherland, where she did a lot of work related to combating climate change, related to addressing digital inclusion, related to reorganizing the debt of some of our allies in Africa who, quite frankly, have been investing so much in paying off their debt and not enough in innovation. And so this was her attempt to turn the page in terms of how we view the continent of Africa and our national security interest. My father was born and raised in Ghana.
Story, yes.
And so it was part personal. My father was a proud HBCU grad at a time where even black folks at HBCUs had a very outdated view of black people in Africa. And so cut to spring 2023, another proud HBCU grad, Vice President Harris, makes this voyage to flip the script and to reintroduce the possibilities that exist in Africa.
Wow. So what was that trip like for you personally? And what made you decide to write a book? Obviously, you were extremely impacted by this.
Yeah. I mean, I think a number of folks are well aware, and it's been very well documented, some of the, rumors and assumptions about Vice President Harris and her leadership. And so I went to sort of see for myself, what was she like in action? How was she received on the world stage? What issues were important to her? And what I found was so compelling that I felt compelled to write a book. I didn't go on this trip intending to, write a book. I thought, okay, I'll report on it and maybe do a limited series podcast, and that's it. But there was so much there. It was so rich that I felt it was my duty to share it with a wider audience. And I couldn't have predicted that this book would be released only days after Vice President Harris would become Joe Biden's endorsed candidate for the Democratic nomination for president.
Wow, so it was an unforgettable experience that turned into something totally different, and now here you are in another area, finding yourself where you didn't necessarily, where nobody expected to be. A lot of the complaints about Kamala Harris have been that she has not really defined who she is. So you've had the opportunity to spend some time with her. What would you say about that, and what do you hope happens during the DNC?
I think Vice President Harris is fully aware of where she stands in history. And just last night we heard a former Democratic nominee for President Hillary Clinton in no uncertain terms, sort of articulate what this moment means in terms of breaking the glass ceiling and how it's connected to so many other inflection points in history. In the book, I write about this, and it includes an exclusive interview with the Vice President who participated in the book. The Vice President is keenly aware of this moment in history, and I found her to be competent, cutting edge, and capable of meeting the moment. And so it's really a joy that so many people are starting to see glimmers of what I saw on that trip in Africa on full display, not just on the DNC stage, but on the campaign trail.
So it's been interesting because there have been all these memes with the coconut tree, right? And was it the grid? Help me, I can't think of it.
The brat.
Not the brat, but that's another one. So there have been a lot of memes, and it's interesting how in such a short amount of time that she has been elevated to this position now where she is the Democratic presidential nominee, that everything is changing. People are starting to see a different side of her. And it seems as if the Democrats are also kind of having fun with those memes and using it to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Vice President Harris, her bid for the White House has become a bit of a cultural phenomenon. I mean, when's the last time you saw, white dudes organizing, Zoom fundraisers to support a black woman of South Asian descent?
We just had them on, the white dudes for Harris, right?
I mean, when's the last time you saw that? When's the last time you saw, Nikki Haley supporters and, moderate Republicans, coming out in support of a Democrat like Vice President Harris? She feels like the unity candidate. It feels like the Obama coalition, the Rainbow Push coalition, even the Biden-Harris coalition. It feels like, all these coalitions coming together. And I think for such a long time, there are so many of us that follow the rough and tumble of politics every day that wondered, if this MAGA movement, if the fever might break, right? For folks that, as President Biden said yesterday, only love their country when they win. I think that's been toxic for our democracy, let alone any healthy democracy. It's nice to experience some joy. And for folks who are here at the convention, there is a buoyancy in the air. There's an optimism in the air. And that's just not coming out of anywhere. I think that's a part of the ethos that Vice President Harris has created along with Governor Walz. And I think people are clamoring for it, and we're going to see where this goes.
So she is definitely riding a wave right now. The Democratic Party has no doubt been rejuvenated. And here we are now at the convention, coming after the Republican National Convention, where there likely will maybe be another bump because of all the excitement. But then September comes that first debate. What do you expect is going to happen with that? I think all eyes will be watching closely. Will she be able to deliver?
Well, you know, if past is prologue, the vice president is a very effective communicator. And I think she has her eye not just on history, but her eye on the prize. I think as long as she's able to stick to the issues, as long as she's able to talk about not just what the Biden-Harris administration has done, but what's her vision? What will she do? We know that there are so many of our fellow Americans that are experiencing some level of economic anxiety, right? And so what can she say? And what can she do? What plans can she share that will offer folks some confidence in her leadership? We know that the former president has a track record of calling people names and talking around issues and not really delivering a lot of details. Finally, I would say Project 2025. Look, while former President Trump may be light on the details. Project 2025
from that.
Well, I mean, that's what he says, but there are a number of his former staffers. There are a number of people connected to him that have their fingerprints all over Project 2025. And so just because he says, it wasn't him, it doesn't make it so.
Guilt by association?
I think there's guilt on a number of fronts, 34 counts, guilty of that. I think the American people will decide in November how they are going to hold these candidates accountable for what they have said and will vote in favor of the candidate that they believe is going to deliver for them and their families.
I know you're looking forward to the rest of the week, not just Patti LaBelle, a lot going on. Let our viewers know how they can find you. You need to come visit us in Chicago, but if you're not there, where can we listen and where can we find you?
Absolutely. You can listen to me weekdays on KBLA Talk 1580. That is my home radio station in Los Angeles. You can download the KBLA app to listen to us live or on demand, or tell Alexa to play KBLA Talk 1580 weekdays at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Also, just follow me on Instagram at Dr. Nicordoli.
Very nice. And again, the name of the book is Kamala, the Motherland, and Me. What a pleasure to meet you. I feel like we've known each other forever. It was so much fun talking to you.
Thank you.
We got to make sure to get a copy of that book. Scott, we're going to go back to you.
All right, Sylvia, interesting conversation. Thanks very much. We're going to step aside. We're going to take you over to Live Now with Fox, but we will be back in 30 minutes with more coverage on this day 2 of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. We'll see you soon.
We have crews on the ground. We have some special guests planned this afternoon. But first, we got to check in with my First at 4 co-anchor and good friend Sylvia Perez. I understand you're joined by someone. Hey, Sylvia.
Hey, Terrence, good to see you. Yes, we've been busy out here talking to a lot of people today. And so right now I have with me Alderman Gil Villegas with the 36th Ward. And I felt like it was important to have this conversation. Thank you so much for stopping by our Fox 32 booth here, because if you didn't know, Latinos are now the second largest group of voting age Americans, and they could play a key role in November. In fact, almost 35 million Hispanic Americans are going to be eligible to vote in November, making us the fastest growing racial and ethnic group in the U.S. since the last midterm election. It's time.
It's time. And what we've got to do is motivate people and let them understand that it's in their best interest to get out and vote. Obviously, I'm biased. I want them to vote for the first female president, Kamala Harris, and also vote up and down in the U.S. Senate and House for Democrats as well. I think this is the opportunity for us to hold the Democratic Party responsible and require them to finally begin to address the issue around immigration. We have 11+ million people here. They're not going anywhere. They're our neighbors, and we got to figure out how to help them assimilate into society.
But it's interesting, if you look at a breakdown of what Latino voters are concerned about, immigration is one of the things, but there are also many other things, the economy, and a lot has been made about the fractured Latino vote, because we are not all one. We are different. And there has been some uptick for Latinos voting for the Republican Party, where it just kind of was understood in the past that if you were Latino, you were voting Democratic.
Well, I can tell you that obviously in Texas and Florida, those have been strongholds for Republican, Latinos voting Republican. But you've seen that in Florida, with the increase of Puerto Ricans moving into Orlando, that now those seats are becoming a little bit more challenged. And then in Texas, I'm not quite sure what's going on in Texas, but I think there's an opportunity there to get some more representation. So you're right, we're not monolithic as it relates to the issues. Obviously, we're concerned with the economy. We're concerned about making sure affordable housing, education. Listen, as a father to two young Latino boys, I want to make sure that we're leaving. They're having greater opportunities than I did. And I think that in the Democratic Party, that's what we're trying to profess, and I can tell you that we're working towards that. But it's about getting the message out there. Tonight, there's no Latino speakers on the national DNC. Last night we had Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from New York, and also Mayor Romero from Tempe that were on the national stage. There's none tonight, or at least I haven't seen them highlighted yet. So the Democratic Party needs to do a better part of taking a look at that future growth in voters, and begin to signal to them how they're going to make them part of the party.
So when we talk about being the fastest growing ethnic group when it comes to being able to vote, what is it going to take to get Latinos out to vote? And I understand, too, that a large part of this is the younger generation, the 18 and up.
Yes, we're 18 and 24, and I have a 21-year-old who I've explained to him why it's important to vote. And I explained to him how the Biden-Harris administration has taken a look at, eliminating school debt, and trying to figure ways to take a look at how do we get kids that are not going to go to college and prepare them, whether it be in the trades or whether it be in the tech space, involved, and get them prepared. So again, it's about education. It's about communicating. So we've got to do more around talking to the 18 and 24-year-olds. I think that in this conference, you see that, this convention rather, you've seen that there's a new thing about influencers. And I think that that's how we're going to start talking to the youth. We've got to get them engaged in the voting process.
So is there any organization in Chicago right now that tries to focus on that? I know you have worked very hard to try to make a difference and to raise awareness and to get more people involved. But is there something that is currently there to try to get that excitement going?
Well, you have a lot of not-for-profits that are working to try to educate folks around voter participation. I know with the Latino Caucus, we're constantly taking a look at trying to register people in our respective wards. But we've got to make sure that we have Latinos that are running in influential positions so that we can energize that base, energize that community to let them know that there's an opportunity there. I always say, if you don't see it, you can't be it. And so we got to make sure that we're putting forward Latinos and Latinas in positions so that we can get that vote out.
Okay, I want you to stand by for a second because you see what's on the screen there? Common is practicing for tonight. That's kind of been fun. Patti LaBelle was here earlier. I don't know if you saw. So, yeah, it's going to be a big party tonight, no doubt about that. I have to ask you, though, let's go back to immigration for a minute because a lot has been made that Kamala Harris was the immigration czar. And that what's going on with our current immigration situation in this country, I don't think anybody agrees is good right now, no matter what side you're on. How do you feel about that, especially as a Latino male who is trying to really have an impact? What needs to be done? Are you happy with what we've been seeing?
No, you know, you framed the question perfect. You said on both sides. And I think that you saw back in 2008 really a push when you had led by Senator Durbin here in Illinois, an opportunity to try to get some type of bipartisan approach. But for some reason, it just keeps getting politicized. And the reality is that we're talking about people. We're talking about your neighbor and bringing them out of the shadows so that way they can assimilate and be part of society. Also taking a look at allowing them to pay taxes. I mean, think about that. Here you have people that if you were to put some path forward to citizenship, that they would be able to pay taxes and that would help the economy. And even allow them to participate as an entrepreneur. I mean, again, just get out of the shadows. So I'm a little frustrated that Congress has failed to act on both sides. What we see here in 2024, this Congress, this has been the least effective Congress in history. In history, 248 years, this is the least effective Congress, and I think that we got to get people back to work in Congress and let them know that we got to start dealing with the dinner table issues, whether it's the economy, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's affordable health care, and immigration. We got to figure out how to deal with this.
So let's talk about what we are dealing with right now. How many have we seen migrants who have come to our area? Where are they? You know, a lot of them it was just horrible to see them out in tent cities, especially during the wintertime. It was just brutal to watch and painful. We're not seeing them anymore. Where are they? What's the city doing? Who's helping?
You know, in the last 2 years, and it's August in 2022 is when we started seeing the first migrants coming up to Chicago. What we have is about 40,000 plus that are here, and they have decided, just like every other immigrant that comes to this country, that they're going to seek a little bit of assistance, but then pull their bootstraps and get to work. Those that are seeking asylum are going through that process. Those other folks that are coming up here are just trying to make it, and so the city.
Are they getting to work, though? Are they getting to work? Because, as you said, you know,
there are migrants that already have vehicles, and I'm concerned about that because I'm not sure how they're driving without a license or insurance, but they're just wanting to come here. Listen, in August of 2022, when I first came here, I went to the Salvation Army by Chicago and Kedzie, and I spoke to a family. It was a young man and his wife and 2 kids. I'll never forget. It's embedded in my memory. It was a 4-year-old and an 11-month-old baby that the mom had, and they had traveled from Venezuela, and in Panama, they got robbed of everything. And when I say everything, even the pamper bag got stolen from the mom. And so when the dad came here and I saw him at the Salvation Army, he told me, he said, first thing he said was, "How do I get a job? How can I provide for my family? That's what I'm here to do. I do not want to be a burden on the people of America. I just want an opportunity." He was a police officer in Venezuela. However, because of the corruption in government over there, he was forced to leave. And so he took his family with him. He made that long journey through the jungle of Panama, through Mexico, to get here. And again, we're looking for opportunity. The migrants that are coming to America are no different than when the Irish came or the Italians. I mean, they're looking for an opportunity, and it's that type of diversity that makes this country great.
So what can be done right now immediately to take care of the situation? Because, as you said, they are saying we want to work, you know, and a lot of people are accusing them of coming here and trying to be freeloaders, which is not the case.
I mean, if those people that are saying that, if they had an opportunity to speak to the migrants and offer them an opportunity, they'd jump at it in 5 seconds.
So what can we do?
Well, what we can do is try to get Congress to act quicker. we can get President Biden to put forward some resources so that way we can make a 60-day transition between the migrants getting there, getting them set up, and then moving them on. Listen, I've even talked about introducing legislation here at the local level because we're preempted under the federal law for migrants to work up to 6 months. I'm like, listen, let's create our own pathway, and if we get sued, so what? But we got to do something just to allow people to be warehoused in buildings, waiting for a process that's just so bureaucratic. I think it's the wrong approach. Let's get them working. There's a shortage of workers out there, and there's people that want to work, and let's connect them. I have a shelter in my ward, and what we're doing there is that while they're unable to work, I've teamed up with city colleges to provide online classes for English as a second language, as well as putting forward any type of certificate programs that they may offer around culinary or around hospitality. Like, they're there for 6 months. Let's train them up and get them ready to work when they can.
Do you think you would be able to get City Council on board to do something?
I'm not sure. Here, listen, the bottom line is that we have had a lot of pushback around this issue. And unfortunately, the Trump administration has made it where it's us against them. And I can tell you, listen, we've invested in the south and west sides of the city here locally over $2 billion. And is that enough? No, we got to do more, but we can do both. We can invest in the city of Chicago and the south and west sides of the city, but also take care of our new arrivals and help them assimilate so that way they can contribute to the city. The other thing I want to say is that, remember, the census takes place every 10 years, and wherever you're counted at benefits the city and state. So for every person that's counted here in Chicago during the census, that's $10,000. So in this case here, we would be talking about 40,000 people times 10,000, which is $400 million that would be additional revenue coming to the city, help with roads and bridges, education, and our healthcare system. So I think we got to look at the silver lining around this, and not forget that the reason why we're in this predicament is because of the fact that we have a governor in Texas that wanted to play politics with people's lives. And when I think about that mom with those 2 kids, I think that why would you pick them to use as pawns? It's just really heartbreaking and quite frankly evil.
So do you think then this administration, let's go back to the question I asked you earlier, which the one thing they say Kamala Harris has really been involved with is reproductive rights and immigration, and you're not happy with the way things are going.
Yeah, so on immigration, it's not just Kamala, because remember, the president's going to sign a bill once he gets the bill. He doesn't have the ability to pass legislation like that. He needs to get the House and the Senate. And right now the House is divided. We saw that there was a bipartisan bill to deal with the border, and Trump called in and stopped the bill from being done because all for politics. And the reality is, like, listen, there's a humanitarian crisis occurring. There's issues that are occurring in Venezuela that we got to deal with, and issues occurring, quite frankly, throughout the world. And let's figure out how to deal with this in a humanitarian way. So Vice President Kamala Harris is doing the best that she can, but we need a partner. You need a partner in the Congress in order to get things done. And so she's done a great job at talking about it, but the reality is that we need Congress to act.
Okay, so let's wrap this up by, let me ask you, what are you most excited about this week? I mean, day 2, you're already exhausted. He said he had to take a nap because it's been so exhausting, right?
It was my fault. I started a pregame. We had a party. Pregame? Well, we had a party on Sunday. Comptroller Susana Mendoza and we had a party on Sunday welcoming folks from out of town. So I sit on a couple of national boards, and so I had some of my colleagues from different cities that are coming to Chicago, and they were like, what are we going to do?
So you're paying the price.
So we had a party on Sunday. and then yesterday we know that President Biden, his speech concluded a little late, and so it was a long day. Yeah. And so I can tell you that it feels like already a week in the second day, but we're excited. I think that there's a lot of energy in the city. There's a lot of energy throughout the country. I have a buddy of mine that's here in Chicago, who's originally from Chicago. He's running for U.S. Senate in Arizona, Ruben Gallego, and he's here. And again, we're just excited across the city and the country to elect the first female president and Governor Tim Walz, and really just begin to deal with the issues at hand and really start talking about how do we fix the economy and tamp down inflation, bring down interest rates and get this to get economy humming even more. It's humming, but we need it to really get into fifth gear so that way we can spur all types of economic development opportunities.
Well, enjoy the rest of your week, and then you can recover after that, right? Alderman Villegas, such a pleasure to talk to you, and thank you for all you do for Chicago.
I appreciate it.
Okay, let's head back over to Terrence in the studio.
All right, Sylvia, thanks so much. Day 2, and there have already been some security concerns over the first 2 days of this convention. Chicago police getting high marks for how they're responding, though. Paris Schultz is at the United Center as well with the latest on things there. Paris?
Well, Terrence, just a bit ago, we spoke with the U.S. Secret Service special agent in charge about a host of security issues that have taken place over the last 24 hours. First, about that fencing breach, and then second, about those bomb threats that were emailed or called into a few hotels. We reported on that first at noon in the West Loop. The Nobu Hotel and 3 other hotels around there someone had emailed a bomb threats claiming that there was a pipe bomb placed in those hotels. And then later on, the scanner found that threats were called into a couple more hotels on Michigan Avenue. We did see police. We did see K-9 units outside the Nobu Hotel when we reported on that earlier. So I asked Special Agent in Charge Derek Meyer about these threats. Take a listen.
Chicago PD could not have done a better job. They were immediately there and immediately responded to the breach.
What has changed in that area today? We heard that there was an additional layer of fencing there.
Yes, we just further fortified that area. You know, every day we knew we were going to have to adapt, and we immediately made the necessary changes to ensure safety for everyone here.
Are there any specific threats that you've been made aware of? Now, today, our station received an email alleging a pipe bomb threat at a couple of different hotels. Have you seen any of those threats, and are they to be taken seriously at all?
I have. We're taking the necessary precautions, obviously, like we always do, and we've been talking to our personnel to ensure that there was no incidents in any of those hotels.
And to this point, nothing suspicious has been found in any of that?
No, nothing suspicious in those threats.
Do you expect more of this throughout the week? People making kind of threats, or I guess maybe elaborate hoaxes or stuff like that?
Unfortunately, in today's world, that happens all the time. In law enforcement, I don't want to say we're used to it, but we always have to run those threats out.
So, Secret Service Agent Meyer saying that he did not consider that breach of the fence yesterday to be any kind of failure in their protocol, in their plan. We've talked so many times how they've spent a year planning for this. He said there were so many additional layers of security that those protesters, and they were just a handful of them, were never going to get anywhere near to breaching the ultimate security perimeter and getting into the security zone. Chicago police saying, a couple cops I talked to actually speculating that perhaps the cops on the scene let those folks undo the latches there a little bit just to kind of see how far they would go, and to show that if cops had to take some kind of more escalating action, that these protesters had provoked it. But it was just a handful of them. Other than that, both Secret Service and police pleased so far at the security situation around the Democratic National Convention. Nobody has been seriously hurt, and these are things that just fortunately or unfortunately come with the territory when you have a massive event like this and a good deal of unrest around the country. We'll have more on this at 4 and a whole lot more coverage wall to wall here from the floor at the United Center. Terrence?
All right, Paris, I'll see you at 4 o'clock. Right now, let's check in with Tia. She is outside the United Center taking a look at the security lines, traffic, and the commute there. How long did it take you to get there, Tia?
Okay, Terrence, it didn't take us long to get here because we were actually coming from the station here to the United Center probably about 11 minutes or so, but the real pain that we endured was going through the security area that we had to go through. We had to go through the Secret Service. I want the camera to kind of spin around to show you where that area is right now in proximity to where we are. You see a lot of people coming in right now, mostly media, volunteers as well, coming through this entrance. We stood there waiting to be screened for about 40 minutes. I had to ask photographer Todd, who's behind the camera, like, how long did we stand there? He told me it was about 40 minutes before we could get in. So that was kind of what we had to endure. But in terms of looking around the city, you know, we hit the ground running this morning. We immediately went to the South Loop. That is where we met up with Sherman Dilla Thomas, also known as Six Figure Dilla, the urban historian. And we were talking to him about a tour that he was set to take over to the Little Village area. In fact, they even ended up in the North Lawndale community, where he was taking delegates around the city of Chicago. Really, their goal has been to make sure that people don't just stay in this area, the DNC sites in downtown, but they get to go into the community, see the upsides of Chicago and the downside of Chicago as well. They stopped by the Be Love Cafe, a Black-owned, woman-owned business that they got to patronize, seeing some of that money from the DNC pour back into the communities. And then from there, we really got a sweet treat, Terrence. I know you love Brown Sugar Bakery, located at 328 East 75th Street. We got to go over there, talk to the owner, Stephanie Hart. She's created... Yes, and I'm so upset with myself that I didn't bring you a piece of that cake. She has created the Kamala cake. This is round 2. So a very interesting story here, Terrence. Back in 2021 on April Fool's Day, Kamala Harris actually showed up to Brown Sugar Bakery, but the problem was Stephanie wasn't there. They actually, her staff, they called her up and they said, hey, Stephanie, you know, Kamala Harris is here. She thought it was an April Fool's joke, so she hung up, only to find out later that it wasn't a joke. So she turned around, created this cake that is really multi-layered in the flavors, which she says is a really identifier for Kamala Harris, right? She's multicultural. So it plays into that, and she's hoping that she gets a chance to taste it. Now, while we were there, we saw so many people pouring through those doors from all over that have heard about this cake and wanted to come to the South Side to taste it. So what my point really is that it's great to see that people aren't just, you know, staying here feeling like this is the only safe space. They're traveling around the city of Chicago to see really the diverse culture, the diverse food. I mean, it's so many amazing things about Chicago. You know it, Terrence. I was born and raised here. I could talk about the beauty of Chicago all day long. I will say the plus for me today, not just that cake, because that cake topped it off, but also what was really cool was I told Todd, I said, I don't think I've ever been able to travel from one side of the city to the other so fast, because it's almost like everybody stayed home expecting, you know, this overflow of traffic to be in the streets. But mainly most of the traffic that we've seen is when you get to the locations where DNC activities are happening, hence the United Center, McCormick Place. But through the communities, I mean, it is a breeze to get on the Dan Ryan right now, Terrence. It was absolutely amazing to not hit any traffic. That was probably the best part, in addition to the cake.
Now listen, let's talk more about that cake though. Talk about the flavors.
Yeah. Okay, so let me tell you about the flavors. We were talking about in the newsroom. You were asking me, you know, what it tastes like. I couldn't put it into words because it was so good. So when you guys came back to me after I tasted it on air, I'm like, how do I sum this up? First of all, the word I would use, heavenly. In terms of the flavor, it is the equivalent to a German chocolate cake. So you got, you know, a little coconut in there, pecans there, and then she drizzled some chocolate on top. You got some caramel. It was absolutely phenomenal. And I'm going to make sure, yes, a drizzle. And I'm going to make sure that you get some, Terrence, because I know you love Brown Sugar Bakery just as much as I do. And I was actually talking to somebody. They saw me walking through the halls of the station when I came back after leaving Brown Sugar Bakery. They said, was the cake really good? And I said, absolutely. It was fantastic. But in addition to that, it's not just that dessert that they have. You know, Brown Sugar Bakery is known for their caramel cake. And as a little girl, I'll never forget my first time being able to taste that cake. And it's one of those flavors, once you have it, you always want it. It's like one of the things you crave about Chicago. When you think about Chicago food and things that you want, that's definitely one of the things that you would crave.
Is that caramel?
You know
it's just so smooth. It's just so smooth. Tia, thank you.
Woo!
She said, woo! All right, everyone. We heard from President Biden last night. Tonight, we're expected to see speeches from both former President Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, returning to hit the stage in their hometown of Chicago. Also taking the stage tonight, Governor J.B. Pritzker, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth. Excitement building, of course, for night 2 of the DNC. I believe we have North Central College professor William Mugg. And I want to talk to him, of course, about day 2 and the theme of bold vision for America's future. Professor Mugg, first, I want to get your take. What were your takeaways from day 1?
It was a really interesting look at the arc or the evolution of the Democratic Party. We saw some of the old standard bearers. So Hillary Clinton was out there, obviously Joe Biden. But it was really exciting to see some of the young voices coming up, AOC, and some of the other younger, dynamic people in the Democratic Party. So it was this really interesting contrast to see everybody together, but to get a sense that there's really some young, budding talent. And in particular, AOC really sort of emerged on the scene. I think we may look back, down the road a few years as this might be the speech where she becomes a real heavy-hitting member of the Democratic Party. So a lot to think about in terms of the arc of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett of Texas already going viral,
Yes.
which she said last night she's used to at this point. Raphael Warnock, of course, getting a lot of attention for what he said. I want to talk to you about tonight's speakers. I'll go through some of them individually. Tell me what you think they'll bring to the night and how they can help Kamala Harris. Of course, I got to start with former President Barack Obama.
Well, I think the Obamas are going to be the stars tonight, right? So we're going to see Barack Obama, and he will be interesting because he can reflect on that transition from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. But I think unlike, Joe Biden's speech last night was really looking back at his administration and what they've done. I'm guessing Barack Obama is going to be looking forward. So we're going to see some of that energy that he had during his couple campaigns about moving forward, thinking ahead. I think that's going to be the kind of messaging, very inspiring. Get out there. It's time to get to work. So I would guess that Obama is going to be very forward thinking and really about mobilizing the troops, similar to what we saw out of him in 2008.
Michelle Obama, her husband, of course, the keynote speaker, she will be speaking tonight as well. A lot of people like to consider her the party's fantasy candidate, but of course she says she wants nothing to do with politics at this point. What do you think she will speak about tonight?
Well, I think the first thing is I can't wait to see how the crowd reacts to her. So we saw last night when Hillary Clinton came out, the crowd went crazy for minutes. Same thing for Joe Biden. But Michelle Obama just connects not only with the Democratic Party, but with the country as a whole. So I'm really going to be fascinated to see what the crowd looks like. But you're right, she is the real star. Now her messaging, I'm not quite sure what she will say. I'm guessing it's going to be similar dynamics, maybe drawing some parallels to what Hillary Clinton last night talked about, breaking that glass ceiling, that this is the time for women to ascend to the presidency, to think about women of color. I'm guessing she's going to hit on those things, but her star power transcends partisan lines. So I think her speech may be less partisan than Barack's speech. But I think it's going to make for wonderful, entertaining viewing.
Second gentleman Doug Emhoff also speaking tonight, of course, campaigning to be the first gentleman. Did I get that right? That's difficult to say. Weird to say. He, of course, has been a major resource for the Biden administration on anti-Semitism. He's a lawyer. What does he speak to tonight? Does he go for the personal side, a professional side, seeing his wife work?
I think, he has sort of grown on people as this really sort of fun character. People like him. And so I think what he will do is sort of talk about his wife. And so he can also provide that human perspective. So a lot of the campaign and a lot of the convention will be talking about Kamala Harris in terms of her policy positions, what she's done. But he can come and humanize her and talk about her as an individual. And that's really, really important. We saw a little bit of that last night where they had some of her Harris's young friends on there. But I think he can provide that window into who this person is, because that's really important. It's not just the positions. It's not that she's a woman of color. It's also that who she is as a person. And I think that he has a really, really unique perspective. He also has sort of a cult following within the Democratic Party. So I think he also is going to be an interesting figure to watch.
Senator Chuck Schumer also speaking tonight, the majority leader. I'd imagine he'll speak to something similar that AOC spoke to last night, keeping the majority for Democrats. Agree?
Yeah, his perspective will be more the congressional lens, right? He will be talking about the importance of not just winning the presidency, but also thinking about winning both houses so they can actually do some real governing, right? So that's going to be his voice. And he's a good speaker. He won't be as dynamic as the others, but I think what he will try to remind people of is that we want to see people winning up and down the ticket for the Democratic Party, and the importance of the House, but also the Senate, right? So that's the thing. If Harris does go on to win the presidency, but does not get control of the Senate, it makes her job much more difficult. So he will be on message about that, to say, hey, it's really important that we're getting out and fighting in these really tense and tight Senate seats across the country.
Also mentioned earlier, too, Governor Pritzker speaking tonight. Besides welcoming everyone to the state of Illinois, what do you expect from him? Because, of course, he was on the short list or a list of potential VP candidates for Harris.
I think we'll see two sides out of Pritzker tonight. One will be talking about Chicago and really playing up the state of Illinois and Chicago as a city, right? I mean, that's part of his responsibility, is to remind people that they're in this great city. But I think second of all, I think Pritzker's going to be thinking about his own political future. So he is a rising star. So he's going to try to have maybe not an AOC kind of moment, but also project himself to say, hey, in the future, he could have presidential ambitions. So everybody who is up there is thinking about multiple different messages. And so I think Pritzker's going to be hitting on Chicago and how great the city is. And then I think he's also going to be talking about some serious issues so that he can project himself into maybe a future presidential race.
I can't imagine the DNC not being part of your curriculum and your syllabus this year. What are you hoping your students learn from this experience, take away from everything that's going on in our city right now?
Well, I think one of the things is you want to get students engaged, right? So civic engagement for the last, couple decades, you've seen a decline in students young people, I should say, being interested in politics. And so, living in the area, living in the Chicagoland area and having something like this, whether it's the Democratic or the Republican convention, sort of helps people see the excitement of politics and the meaningfulness of politics. And I think that's one area where Kamala Harris's candidacy is likely to engage young people. And I think we saw before that when it was Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, a lot of young people were tuning it out. And so I think that shift to Kamala Harris has reinvigorated interest among young people. So I think that's a lot of what we're going to be talking about, why this matters. I mean, our democracy is at a really important point, and it's important that young people engage in that process. So yes, absolutely, we're going to be talking about not only the convention, but from now until November, political science classes are going to be awfully interesting.
What's been the most exciting part for you, seeing the DNC and having it here in our beautiful city?
Well, it's sort of fun to be able to see the spaces, right? To see Chicago shine as a city. It's also fun to see some of the rising stars, and we mentioned a couple of them at Chicago, because down the road, a few years down the road, we're going to remember these individuals and the speeches they gave and where they gave those speeches. So, in particular, Warnock and AOC, those speeches, I think both of them are on a real trajectory to stardom. And I think we'll look back to this event and see that this was really the emergence of them, not just as sort of, left-wing stars, but as mainstream Democratic stars. So for me, that's always exciting when you watch a political convention, who sort of emerges. And we didn't see as much of that on the Republican side, right? So much of the Republican convention was really focused on Donald Trump. What we've seen out of the Democrats is they are creating space for their younger candidates to emerge. And I think that's an interesting contrast and something that's really fun to watch.
North Central College Professor William Muck, always good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I may have to sit in on one of your classes one of these days.
Anytime, you're always welcome. Thanks for having me.
Guys, baseball cap and a hoodie, okay?
Sounds good.
Take it easy, my man. All right, let's check in with Nate Rogers. He is live for us on Michigan and Huron. Nate, always got your finger on the pulse. What's going on?
Yes, sir, Terrence. Good afternoon to you. Well, earlier today, we did receive word of bomb threats made toward half a dozen, at least, hotels located right here in downtown Chicago. Also, some in the West Loop, located not too far from where the DNC is taking place at the United Center. Take a look at this video that we shot for you. As you can imagine, with delegates, other dignitaries, and DNC guests in town, security along the Mag Mile is indeed heightened. We've seen delegates and other conference attendees in and out of downtown hotels all day long. As you can see here, temporary fencing has been erected around various hotels with armed law enforcement in position. We've seen Chicago police walking in great numbers, also Secret Service agents, many of them, some visibly taking notes, others canvassing the area looking for any suspicious activity. We also spoke with some conference attendees, hearing their reaction to the threats and the increased security measures. Take a listen. Now, we also reached out to each hotel that was named in those threats. We did not receive word back from from those hotels. But we did hear from some police sources and even sources here on the ground that those threats were unfounded. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation, Terrence, and keep you all posted on air and online. But I will tell you, in terms of the temperature downtown right now, it appears to be just a regular day, aside from all of the fencing that you see up. Folks are going about their daily business, but still definitely a lot of police down here as delegates are soon to be heading to evening events at the United Center. I'll send it back to you, Terrence, in the studio.
All right, Nate, appreciate it. I like that vest and tie and shirt too today. All right, I know Nate's a good, big fan of his. We have a special sneak peek for you. One of Chicago's top music stars getting ready to perform at the DNC. This happened just moments ago. Let's listen in on Common as he did his sound check a little bit earlier.
At the DNC, you can turn all the music up for me just a little. Fortunate, I was raised by my Uncle Steve and my Uncle Charles. They both told me to believe the seeds of a revolutionary. Evolution's very necessary to become revolutionaries of our labor. Soldiers search for a savior. Fortunate, I had a chance to raise her. In the days of the unknown, I'm fortunate to come home with life before it swung on. Fortunate the Lord put me on the path to use the microphone for a rhyme and a staff. Fortunate, we got the golden Paris. We fortunate, y'all, for Kamala Harris, so we fortunate. We should really out there.
Sounds great. We also heard a little bit of Patti LaBelle a little bit earlier as well, the godmother of soul, as they call her. She sounded fantastic as well. So two big performers, at least that we know of right now. All right, let's check in with Casey Coronas. She is at a Firefighters Union rally. Casey?
Hey, Terrence, that's right. Firefighters and paramedics from across the city have met here at Madison and Ogden, where they are picketing for a new contract. It has been 3 years of negotiations with the city, and they are asking for several of their needs to be met. Now, they initially wanted to march and to rally much closer to the United Center, but they tell us those requests were denied. As a result, they rented this parking lot on the corner of Madison and Ogden, where they are picketing in hopes to make a strong statement for all the delegates and city officials who are passing this intersection as they head to the United Center. Now, some of the needs that they say are not being met include the number of ambulances here in the city. They say Chicago only has 80 ambulances, but they want 100. They also are calling for battalion chief aides and extra staffing to ensure that their engines are not running short. Now, the president tells us yesterday they tried to march, but were met with some resistance. They were told they were not allowed to get much closer to the United Center, so they held off. They tell us they may attempt to march along Madison again today. We will continue to monitor their plans this evening. Terrence?
All right, Casey, thank you. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. We know Doug Emhoff is going to be speaking tonight, the second gentleman, but the Vice President Kamala Harris will not be there. She will be at a rally in Milwaukee tonight with Tim Walz, her running mate. And it's not uncommon. A lot of people would think that she would be there, the candidate would be there for all 4 nights, but it's not uncommon. I have a list here how many different candidates have gone to different events as another event was going on, like the convention. Hillary Clinton back in 2016 was in North Carolina for part of the convention in Philadelphia. President Obama in 2012 flew to Virginia when the convention was going on elsewhere. So it's not uncommon for the candidate not to be there all 4 nights. I told you a little bit earlier, too, that we heard from Patti LaBelle, one of my mom's favorite singers, so we got to listen. Check this out. Miss Patti is known for those high notes. So many songs she could sing tonight, but this one here, a great choice. Wouldn't be surprised if she broke into a new attitude. I'm not gonna sing that right now. I won't hurt your ears. I got a new attitude. Okay, I couldn't help it. Couldn't help it. But yeah, a big country singer sung last night, I believe, Mickey Guyton. So it's a star-studded affair, which we're used to seeing at Democratic National Conventions. Of course, we knew Common was going to be part of the performances as well. He was a big part in getting the convention here in Chicago, working alongside former Mayor Lori Lightfoot, of course, and everyone else who had a hand in getting the convention here. But as you take a live look, we zoom out, look inside the United Center, where day 2 will begin in just a few minutes. 5:30 is the start time for all the events tonight. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, we have really lucked out with this forecast, a landslide victory, if you will. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Emily Walls. Emily, I think I will need a recount for what's coming this weekend, but we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. And you know, a lot of folks are really enjoying the temperatures that we've had today. We had them yesterday as well, but we are far from where we should be for this time of the year. Let's take a look at our high temperatures that we made it to so far today. A lot of us have only topped out in the lower 70s. This is more seasonable for a fall day instead of a late summer day. So typically for this time of the year, your average high temperature is in the lower 80s, but today, again, low 70s, and we also have very low humidity, so it feels so comfortable. There's almost kind of a cool breeze coming right off of Lake Michigan today. And because of those strong northeasterly winds, we've had really high wave action yesterday, last night, again today, so dangerous swimming conditions, dangerous boating conditions on Lake Michigan, and that's going to continue through this evening, and then we should start to see some improvements, fortunately, because we're going to have high pressure building in. That's going to bring in some calm winds for us to work with tonight and into the daytime hours of tomorrow. So with calm winds, I think the waves are finally going to be dying down. So if you do have plans to be out on the lake or at the beachfront sometime tomorrow or in the coming days, I think it's going to be much nicer out there on Lake Michigan. 5-day forecast for you. We're going to be in the mid 70s tomorrow, near 80 degrees on Thursday, 83 on Friday, and then by Saturday and Sunday, temperatures are expected to warm up considerably. We're going to be in the upper 80s to near 90 degrees, and it's going to feel totally different by the time we reach Saturday and Sunday. We're going to have a lot of humidity that we're going to be dealing with too, and that's going to take those temperatures in the upper 80s to near 90 degrees and have it feeling more like the triple digits. So we have heat index values that are likely going to be exceeding 100 degrees by the end of this upcoming weekend, and that's going to linger into next week too. So your temperature outlook here, This is from August 26th through the 30th, which happens to be Monday through Friday of next week. And we are strongly favored to see above average conditions. So those 90-degree temperatures that we're going to start to see building in on Sunday, that's likely going to be lingering into Monday, Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday as well. And then we'll finally get some relief late in the work week next week. Satellite and radar. Things have been really quiet for us today. We've had some fair weather cumulus, and that's really about all. So those white puffy clouds that you see out there today, those are called cumulus clouds. And typically you have those on really nice fair weather days. So it's not blocking out a lot of sunlight for us. It's been a beautifully sunny day. But for those of you hoping for some rain, and we're starting to really need some rain around the region, unfortunately, we don't have any showers in the forecast anytime soon. I think we're definitely staying dry through this work week into this upcoming weekend. And our next chance of rain doesn't appear like it's going to be here until early next week. And even then, it's just going to be scattered in nature. So not everybody's going to be experiencing that. Now, the drought monitor here. Notice this area shaded in yellow across the far south suburbs. This includes Kankakee County, the extreme southern portions of Will County, Grundy, as well as into LaSalle County. This is where it's considered to be abnormally dry. A new drought monitor comes out every week on Thursdays. I'm expecting to see this area of abnormally dry conditions likely expanding across portions of Chicagoland because, again, we have no rain in sight. So Futurecast taking us throughout the rest of today. This high pressure system that's going to be working its way down to the south. And as this begins to work its way overhead, this is really good news for us because it's going to give us a break from those really strong northeasterly winds. Winds will start to die down tonight, and then certainly through the day tomorrow, we should have fairly calm winds tonight. And then that's going to linger right on into the daytime hours of Wednesday and Thursday as well. So Futurecast then by Thursday morning, this high pressure system is still parked basically right overhead. And then it finally starts to move out of here throughout the daytime hours of Thursday. And you'll see this low pressure system off to our west Thursday evening into Friday, trying to approach the area, but it's really not going to make it here. We don't have any rain in the forecast all the way through this week and then likely into this upcoming weekend as well. Right now, here's the view. It's gorgeous. 71 degrees. We have northeasterly winds about 13 miles per hour. Tonight, dropping down to about 57. We'll have northeasterly winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. And again, then just calm winds by daybreak tomorrow. 7-day forecast tomorrow, 76, sunny skies. We're up to 80 then on Thursday. So this gradual warming trend is going to be here. By Friday, we're partly cloudy with a high of 83, upper 80s to near 90 degrees this upcoming weekend. And then Monday and Tuesday, it's staying hot around here, triple-digit heat index values, and your highs will be in the 90s.
First half four, the Democratic National Convention prepares to open day two, complete with a ceremonial roll call.
Authorities are on high alert after a number of downtown hotels report bomb threats.
And with that, first half four, the Democratic National Convention prepares to open day two, complete with a ceremonial roll call.
Authorities are on high alert after a number of downtown hotels report bomb threats.
And with thousands of visitors, is the DNC good for business? Local entrepreneurs chime in. I hope all is well on this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Terrence Lee.
And I'm Scott Schneider. Sylvia is live at the Democratic National Convention. We're going to hear from her in just a bit.
But first, we got to talk about the suspected bomb threats at hotels across the downtown area.
Our Nate Rogers is live with this developing story. Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott and Terrence. Good evening to the both of you. Earlier today, we received word of bomb threats made to several hotels, about a half a dozen hotels located here downtown, as well as some in the West Loop, not too far from where the DNC is taking place at the United Center. Take a look at this video, as you can imagine, with delegates, other dignitaries, and guests in town. Security along the We've seen delegates and other conference attendees in and out of downtown. As you can see, temporary fencing has been erected around various hotels with armed law enforcement in position. We've also seen Chicago police walking in great numbers, also Secret Service agents, some visibly taking note, canvassing the area, looking for any suspicious activity. Now, we did speak with some conference attendees, hearing their reaction to the threats and the increased security measures. Take a listen.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty typical in Chicago. It's good as a local here. It's good to always have your guard up, be aware. I feel like with the threat of school shootings and stuff like that, I've learned to be very on my guard as a student, especially. So I hate to say this, but it does feel pretty normalized for me, especially with the prevalence of gun violence in our country and in Chicago.
And we did reach out to each of those hotels named in the threats. We also reached out to police. So far, by all accounts, those threats have been unfounded. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation and keep you updated on air and online. We're live downtown along the Mag Mile. Nate Rogers, Fox 32 Chicago.
Nate, thank you for that update. Political reporter Paris Schutz standing by inside the United Center. And Paris, you just spoke with the Secret Service about these threats. What did you learn?
Well, Scott, the Secret Service is aware of these threats. They say they are investigating them. There were the 4 hotels initially that we learned of in the West Loop, the Nobu. We were there a little earlier. We saw multiple police units. We saw a K-9 unit there. The hotel guests had not been evacuated, and the hotel lobby worker said he had not heard of the threat. The threat had actually come into our newsroom. So Derek Meyer, who is the special agent in charge of all of security for the DNC, said that they appear to have these threats under control right now. Take a listen.
We're taking the necessary precautions, obviously, like we always do, and we've been talking to our personnel to ensure that there was no incidents in any of those hotels.
And he went on to say that this is the kind of thing that unfortunately happens in during these events where you get some of these unfounded threats. At this point, the police we spoke with, Derek Meyer, said they did not think that there was any seriousness to this. But of course, when you get an email threat, you get a phone threat, you do have to take it seriously. We also spoke to Derek Meyer about the breach of the fence yesterday. He said that it did not represent a failure in protocol. Basically, he said they had planned for something like that to happen. There are other layers of security. Protesters did not get anywhere near to being within the secure zone, and he said that the cops handled it in a textbook fashion, but there is that extra layer of fencing in that area up today. Scott?
All right, Pierce, thank you.
Well, it is day 2, of course, of the DNC. We're taking another live look inside the United Center.
Last night, of course, it was President Biden's time to shine, passing the torch to the party's new presidential nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight's programming will feature remarks from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Senator Tammy Duckworth, former President Barack Obama, his former First Lady Michelle, and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff. His speech is expected to include details from his personal biography, along with details of his relationship with Kamala Harris.
And despite a surprise speech last night, Harris is not expected to be in attendance today. She is holding a rally in Milwaukee this evening. All week long, team coverage continues with a look at how the DNC is impacting businesses and labor talks between the city and its fire department.
First, though, we want to check in with Sylvia Perez, who is roaming the halls of the United Center. Sylvia.
In here, obviously Democrats very excited about their party coming together, and the big names have come to Chicago to take part, and I have one of them with me right now. You know her as a powerhouse attorney, a champion of women's rights, Gloria Allred, joining me now. And I want to thank you because I know you've been running crazy, and I appreciate you trying to get over here to us. So you are here to support Kamala. Tell me why, and I know you have kind of a personal reason.
Well, of course, the most important issue for me is Roe v. Wade, because before Roe v. Wade and in California in the 60s, I had gone on vacation to Mexico. I was raped by a medical doctor there. I went home to California. I found that I was pregnant, and I was a teacher, not a lawyer. I didn't know anything about the laws, and I found out in California, and I found the code section that it was a crime for a doctor to give an abortion. They called it a miscarriage in California at that time. And so I had a back alley abortion, paid somebody who wasn't a nurse or a doctor to do it. And he did it, and he left me in a pool of my own blood in the bathtub in some place that I didn't really know where I was at first. And I said, can you help me? And he said, we just do the abortion. We don't take care of anything afterwards. So I called, emergency, and fortunately somebody came out and got me, took me to the hospital. I had 106 fever. I was packed in ice, and a nurse who was anti-choice was taking care of me, and she said, I hope you've learned a lesson. And I know the lesson she wanted me to learn, which is never have an illegal abortion, but the lesson that I did learn is that abortion must be safe, legal, affordable, and available, because we can't have illegal abortions. There are always going to be abortions, but they must be legal. So in any way, I've spoken out actually since the 1980s about choice and the attacks on it at the U.S. Supreme Court. Even after Roe v. Wade, immediately the attacks started to try to get that repealed, reversed. Anyway, and I ended up for a long time working with Jane Roe of Roe v. Wade and helping her to speak out and give her voice to pro-choice. But in any event, right now, here we are, 2024, because of former President Trump's nominees to the U.S. Supreme Court and ultimately confirmed to the court, we now, after almost 50-year precedent, have Roe v. Wade overturned, returning it to the states. We don't think government should be in our lives, on our bodies, in the emergency rooms, in our medical offices. We think we have a right to privacy. And so I have spoken at various rallies in Washington, D.C., not long ago in Arizona, with the daughter of Jane Roe, who is pro-choice and a nurse. And that is so important. I know that if Kamala Harris, if and when she's elected president, and if and when we can get a majority in the House of Representatives, and if and when we can win a majority in the U.S. Senate, that they will codify Roe v. Wade, meaning turn it into a statute, make it a law, which she will sign. Donald Trump wants to ban it nationwide. And we know that from Project 2025, which he tries to distance himself from. So, no, neither the state government nor the federal should be telling us what we can do with our own bodies.
So you've come to Chicago. You're here to support Kamala. Show everybody your mask that you brought. There was a lot of people who said they got sick when they were in the big crowd. So look, we've got both sides here, right? And I have to say, I want you to enjoy your time here in Chicago. Enjoy.
Thank you. I will, and I want to say this is a photo of her, Kamala Harris, and me at the Women's March in 2000.
So you go way back.
Oh, I go way back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Gloria Allred.
Older than Biden, let's put it that way.
Gloria Allred, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I know you've had a crazy day. It was a pleasure to meet
Chicago, you should be the key broadcasters here. This is Chicago. This is your town.
Well, thank you so much. A pleasure to meet you. So there you have it. Like I said, and vote. Listen to her, vote. As I said, a lot of people here, familiar faces coming to Chicago. You've just happened to meet one of them at this moment, and we'll be bringing you more throughout the evening and, of course, throughout the rest of the week. Reporting live from the DNC floor, where things are about to get going in about an hour and a half, I'm Sylvia Perez, Fox 32, Chicago.
Speak to you next, Sylvia. Thanks. On Monday, several thousand people marched from Union Park to United Center. Just over a dozen protesters have been arrested by Chicago police. Fox 32 was at that large protest calling for an end to U.S. aid to Israel's war in Gaza. Our cameras were rolling as a demonstrator removed a sledgehammer from a bag and helped a small group of protesters break through fencing just opposite of the security perimeter around the United Center. This morning, an extra layer of security fencing and cameras were added along the area. Superintendent Larry Snelling spoke on that breach this morning.
Our officers responded quickly. They were there in minutes, and they were effective. Just the effectiveness of how our officers responded is what put an end to that situation as quickly as it started.
The Chicago chapter of the National Lawyers Guild said 2 of the people arrested Monday were hospitalized. Larry Snelling says they were taken to the hospital to ensure they will receive medication they were taking. More protests were planned throughout the week, including one tonight outside the Israeli consulate.
So, as Sylvia mentioned, the program, day 2 of the DNC, begins in earnest in a little less than 90 minutes from now at 5:30. You're looking live at a motorcade just arriving at the United Center, and due to protests, aforementioned protests on Monday, delegates are facing lengthy delays. Once again, we saw this play out yesterday. Among tonight's speakers, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
And Sanders is a strong advocate for the labor movement, as you know. And tonight, there's one union taking their dispute to the streets.
Chicago firefighters rallying near the DNC, drawing attention to their contract battle with Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Casey Cronus has been following the event for us, which started a few hours ago. Where do things stand now, Casey?
Hey, Terrence and Scott. Well, as you know, the Chicago Firefighters Union Local 2 represents all firefighters and paramedics across the city, and they had actually applied to march much closer to the United Center, but they tell us those permits were denied. Instead, they rented a parking lot at the corner of Madison and Ogden, where they are picketing in hopes to make a strong statement for those driving through the intersection on their way to the DNC. It has been 3 years since the union has been negotiating a new contract with the city, and they say many of their needs are not being met. Local 2 President Pat Cleary says the city only has 80 ambulances, and really it needs 100. Additionally, they are calling for battalion chief aides and extra staffing to ensure engines are not running short.
Up to 35 engines or trucks run short every day. We want that to stop.
NIOSH reports dictate that, and NFPA, National Fire Protection Agency, their standard 1710 clearly states that a high hazard city, such as the city of Chicago, should run with at least 5 to 6 firefighters. We're running 4 to 5. I just want to bring it up to 5. That's it. I'm not asking for the 6th, I'm asking for 5.
Yesterday, the group attempted to march along Madison, but they tell us they were stopped. They say they may try to march again sometime this afternoon. For now, they are here on the corner of this intersection picketing. Now, coming up at 5, more on what we are about to share. The president of Local 2 says that last night he was credentialed to attend the DNC at the United Center. But upon entering, he said he was red flagged and tells us his credential was stripped from him. We'll have more on that coming up at 5. Reporting live in the West Loop, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
We'll look forward to that, Casey. Our extended DNC coverage continues. It's pop culture and politics colliding here in Chicago.
Comet hit the stage not long ago for a mic check. He'll be performing tonight. We have a look at what celebs will be gracing the stage at the UC.
And the convention, of course, bringing thousands of people here to Chicago. That influx, though, may not be a help to longtime local restaurants. We've got a way for you to help support Chicago businesses.
And we've had a comfortably cool day. Temperatures today in the upper 60s and low 70s. Here's where we're headed throughout the next couple of hours, dropping down into the mid 60s by about 9 p.m. Eventually tonight, some of the suburbs could be dropping down into the 40s. I'll have a look at your week's forecast coming up.
Bear.
We're back with breaking news we're following right now. Major search for a suspect in Lake Barrington.
That's right. The sheriff's office reports that they are searching for a man wanted in connection to a murder here in Chicago. The sheriff's office says that Osiela Little fled Chicago police near Route 14 and Pepper Road. Now, if you see this man, You're being urged not to approach him. Little is considered armed and dangerous. Instead, call police immediately.
We're also learning new information this afternoon about an officer-involved shooting. It happened Sunday in Pilsen, in the 1800 block of South Blue Island Avenue. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability says it started when CPD officers in the area heard shots being fired. The officers found 2 people with guns and shot at them, hitting one of the offenders. That person, later identified as a juvenile, died at the hospital. This is still an active investigation into the officer's use of force.
Former White House Chief of Staff Bill Daley back in town for the DNC.
Daley named synonymous with Chicago politics. He sat down with Dawn Hasbrook not too long ago.
We had a great convention in '96 for Bill Clinton's re-election, but everybody kind of knew it was him. There was no real contest. They had a sense that the election was easy, so there was a real sort of party atmosphere. This has enormous energy around the vice president. Obviously, the way this candidate came about is different.
Yes.
But I think there's a real sense that let's get it on. Let's get on with the election. We've got a chance to win. I think 6 weeks ago there was a sense that it would be really difficult for the president to get reelected, difficult for the party to hold at least one of the 2 legislative bodies. I think that attitude's all changed. No guarantees in life. It's a very tough election. The vice president, in my opinion, is the underdog, and she's got to run that way.
You said she is the underdog, in your opinion. What do you think about night 1 then? How do you think the momentum changed or improved after the first night?
Well, I think every night should build on the last. Yeah. There was a great start. Hillary Clinton, President Biden, the whole excitement, all the speeches. But it's all about building to Kamala Harris showing up on Thursday and kind of introducing herself. Even though she's had a rather remarkable career, attorney general, a prosecutor, a senator, vice president in a relatively short period, the American people really don't know her, as they don't know most politicians, most people that run for president, until you get that unbelievable amount of exposure. So that will be the first real introduction to the American people of who she is, and gives her the chance to tell the American people who she is, what she believes, what her story is.
All right, we got to talk more about this fantastic forecast and the weather we've been having this week. No complaints here.
Taste of fall, Emily.
Oh, I know. It's a little kind of chilly out there today. We had high temperatures only topping out in the lower 70s. We've had that breeze coming in right off of the lake. And of course, for those of you that have been hoping for some beach days before school gets started, we've had dangerous swimming conditions the last couple of days. That's still continuing through the day today because of these strong northeasterly winds that are coming in. So we have rip currents being possible and just not very safe boating or swimming conditions. But we will see some improvements here starting tonight and then right on into our day tomorrow, too, as those winds begin to relax a little bit. Your temperatures out there today, we were in the upper 60s, low 70s. So again, kind of that fall-like feel out there today. But that is going to be changing each and every day throughout the rest of this week. We're going to add a few more degrees to the high temperatures, and by this weekend, we're counting on highs that are likely going to be in the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. So Futurecast taking us throughout the next couple of hours here. Temperatures are very quickly going to drop after sunset. So by 9-10 p.m., notice how the suburbs beginning to drop into the 50s. This does include Northwest Indiana as well. And here's where we're going to be tomorrow morning when we wake up. There is a chance that the far west to northwest suburbs, places like DeKalb, Woodstock, could potentially be dropping down into the upper 40s. So a very chilly start to the day tomorrow. Good news here is that we're still going to be warming up just fine. We'll warm up into the 70s during the afternoon. Most areas going to end up in the mid 70s during the early afternoon hours, before we drop back down to the low to mid 70s by about 6 p.m. So another very comfortable day on tap for tomorrow. Tonight, 57 degrees. We'll have northeasterly winds right around 5 to 10 miles per hour. And then eventually tonight, I'm counting on those winds becoming calm. So it should be a very calm start to your day tomorrow. Just keep in mind, it's going to be a cool start, too. Upper 40s to 50s expected tomorrow morning. Your 5-day forecast, lots of sunshine tomorrow, a high of 76 degrees, 80 on Thursday. We continue to add a few degrees each day, 83 degrees, partly cloudy on Friday. By Saturday and Sunday, that's when it starts to feel pretty hot. You're going to notice that humidity increasing, so that temperature of 90 degrees by Sunday could actually be feeling more like the triple digits. Scott and Terrence.
All right, Emily, thank you. Still to come, the GOP ticket is touring the Midwest while Democrats rally in Chicago. Live report just ahead.
And how cool is this? Patti LaBelle still getting it done, performing tonight at the 2024 DNC. We've got a peek at her mic check behind the scenes.
And thousands are in town for the DNC, but not everyone is spending their day downtown. I'm Tia Ewing. We'll show you how some delegates spent part of their day getting a history lesson right in Chicago neighborhoods.
And here's a look at your trip home.
Well, let's turn our focus to celebrities like Kerry Washington and Mindy Kaling and Anna Navarro, Tony Goldwyn, all serving as hosts this week, each taking the stage for a single night. Similar to what you might find as an award show host, all four have a history of supporting the Democratic Party and publicly campaigning for candidates. Also happening tonight, legendary R&B superstar Patti LaBelle taking the DNC stage for a live performance.
Our cameras were rolling when the godmother of soul completed her mic check. Listen. Got to hit her signature butterfly move tonight. Patti LaBelle is no stranger to the DNC stage. She performed a spine-tingling version of Sam Cooke's classic and civil rights anthem, "A Change Is Gonna Come," at the 2004 DNC and at Biden's Juneteenth concert as well. Common Chicago boy himself will be performing tonight as well.
Meanwhile, this week, hundreds of delegates are getting a unique perspective of our city thanks to Senator Tammy Duckworth.
Tia Ewing joins us live now with details. Hey, Tia.
Hey, you guys, yeah, it's around 50,000 people in town here in Chicago for the DNC. We're talking about delegates, right? Volunteers and supporters. In fact, a lot of those people have been coming right past us because you have to come past us to actually go inside here at the United Center. This is where a lot of those volunteers and delegates are coming right behind us. But a lot of people have been staying really in the downtown area and at the DNC sites, right? Because that's where a lot of the activities are. But you'll know him as Dilla Thomas, right? Sherman Dilla Thomas, the urban historian, is actually taking a lot of delegates around Chicago, showing them a different side of the city.
Today we're on our way to check out the west side of Chicago neighborhood. We're going to North Lawndale. We're heading there because we're going to follow the footsteps of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who spent time here in Chicago. His time here in Chicago led to the Fair Housing Act of 1968.
Well, this is the bus that is being sponsored by Senator Tammy Duckworth and the DNC host committees. Today's tour has been focused really on the west side. Dilla is one of 200 social media influencers invited by the DNC. The bus started in the South Loop, traveling through the former Sears complex in North Lawndale. Portions are still being renovated. That area now includes Be Love Cafe, a black-owned, woman-owned business. Delegates from Nebraska, Montana, and other states are on the tour, and Dilla says he wants to show the upside and also the downside of the city of Chicago.
Don't come to Chicago and not show all of Chicago. It's a disservice to Chicago. I wanted to make sure that the DNC spent some of those millions of dollars that they're spending in marginalized spaces with black-owned business, people of color-owned business, women-owned businesses, and they've been doing that.
We went, my partner here and I went yesterday, and it was fabulous, okay? Dilla's fun. His daughter is also helping him, and honest to goodness, we saw history, a lot of it black history, that unless you'd be on this tour, you would not probably learn about this in Chicago.
That was Jim, who actually traveled here from Montana. You know, a lot of Chicagoans could use to learn some of this history as well. In fact, they stopped by the address of 1500 West Hamlin Avenue, and that is where Martin Luther King actually moved his family into an apartment on the 3rd floor right in the city of Chicago as he moved into the next phase of the civil rights movement. A lot of that work done right here in the city of Chicago. Now, in terms of these tours for delegates, volunteer supporters that are taking part in the DNC, they don't end today. Those tours will run through Thursday. And if you're watching our story right now, maybe you live in Chicago or even the suburbs and you've never hopped on one of these tours, they still continue well after the DNC. And to learn more, you can go to the website. It is ChicagoMahogany.com. Live from in front of the United Center, Tia Ewing, Fox 32 Chicago.
Never know what you're going to learn here. All right, Tia, good stuff. Thanks. Former President Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance, they're back on the campaign trail.
After this break, we'll take you back inside the United Center as day 2 of the DNC prepares to get underway.
Is it feast or famine for Chicago's restaurant industry during the DNC? I'm Dane Placco, and I'll have that answer coming up.
This is me at my strongest.
This is me at my fastest.
This is me at my happiest.
This is me at my bravest.
This is me at my healthiest.
With Advocate Healthcare on your team, you can achieve your personal best and live life to the fullest.
Hurry in.
Right now on First Half Forward, countdown to the official start of day 2 of the Democratic National Convention.
So much about this presidential election was about age, particularly when we're talking about Joe Biden. You know, we have a congressman, Terrence, who is well into his 80s. His name is Danny Davis, and our political reporter, Paris Schutz, had a chance to catch up with him. Paris.
Yeah, Scott, Danny Davis is an institution on the West Side, and it's really interesting having the Democratic National Convention in all of our backyards here, but it literally is in his backyard since this is in his district. His office is in West Garfield Park. We are in East Garfield Park right now. He's someone that has known President Biden for a long time. I asked him to reflect on that Biden speech last night. Take a listen.
President Biden indicated, and I felt it all the time, that 50 years of public service, that's a long time. And he's gotten better and better and better all along. I remember bills that he championed. I remember standing behind him, standing with him, being a part of what was taking place. So last night was a tremendous tribute to him.
I also asked the congressman how his constituents were handling all the disruption here, the protesting, the street closures, the shutdowns. His answer was they understand that sometimes you need a little bit of pain for a little bit of gain. He says that the neighborhood will ultimately benefit as a result of having all of this attention on it. New street pavings, new sidewalks, new trees, new lampposts. So he says residents are happy to sacrifice right now for long-term benefit. And the fact that this historic moment, the nomination of the first woman president in American history, the nomination of someone that would be the first African-American woman. It is the fact that it's happening in his home turf is extra special and historic.
There's no way to deny the impact, the influence, and the people of Chicago are just delighted that it's in our city, our community, our neighborhoods. We are a part of this great historical event.
Speaking of our neighborhoods, there's a little Brazilian restaurant, Kitty Corner here. She said she was closed yesterday because of all the unrest. She said you're going to try to open today, see how it goes, see if delegates and dignitaries will come by. So a lot of impact on the local residents, one of them being Congressman Danny Davis. And we will be back here with a full preview and rundown of what's to come tonight, night 2 at the DNC in Chicago. Back to you.
We are here now live on the floor of the Democratic National Convention, not too far from where you just saw Paris. We are actually on the floor, and we have been meeting some of the delegates that are representing all of the states, but of course, most importantly, here in Illinois. And one of those delegates is Alderman of the 36th Ward, Gil Villegas. Thank you for joining me.
Absolutely.
You're a delegate. This is your first time.
It is my first time, and I'm excited. This is going to be historic, or I should say, herstory that we're gonna make. Yeah, this is awesome.
And Gil has been quite the person in Chicago to try to relay the importance of the Hispanic vote, not only locally but across the country. I know this is something you're very passionate about. What do you want people to know about the relevance and the importance of Latino voters, who I understand are the fastest growing voting bloc right now?
Yeah, so we got to make sure that the Harris-Walz campaign is talking to them and engaging them and talking about not just immigration, but some of the kitchen table stuff around the economy, affordable housing, union opportunities, education. Those are the things that we need to start focusing on and educating them that with a Harris-Walz presidency, that our community is going to be successful.
Tell me what the feel has been like for you as somebody who's a city representative to have this convention here in your home of Chicago. I mean, you said you started celebrating last weekend.
Yeah, well, here, listen. So I sit on a couple of national boards. I sit on the National League of Cities and the National Association of Latino elected officials. And so in talking to my colleagues from those national organizations. They're like, Gil, we can't wait to come to the city. And so I wanted to make sure we're putting our best foot forward. As you can tell, as you can see, the city's on great display. The weather is cooperating with us, and so they're going to have a great opportunity. I encourage everyone that's here to spend a lot of money. It helps our budget. But no, they're going to have a great time, and really the city's just doing a tremendous job showing off.
Okay, who are you looking forward to besides Kamala Harris? Who are you looking forward to hearing speak?
Well, here, listen, last night when you heard Senator Warnock from Georgia, AOC from New York, and then Biden, it was so excited to see Biden speak. But, now tonight we have J.B. Pritzker. Tammy Duckworth's going to talk about veteran issues, something else that I'm passionate about. And then, we're all waiting for Kamala Harris. But I'm interested in Governor Tim Walz. I don't know much about him. I've read up on him, but he seems like just a regular guy. And so I want to see how he's able to put forward that message around just a normal guy that's running for vice president.
Alderman, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. He's not the only one. A lot of people waiting to hear what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are all about, and it's going to be happening right here on Thursday night when she gives her speech tonight. We have Barack Obama, we have Governor Pritzker, we have Michelle Obama. Big, exciting nights for Democrats in Chicago tonight. Reporting live from the floor of the Democratic National Convention, Sylvia Perez, Fox 32, Chicago.
Good stuff, Sylvia. Thanks so much. Meanwhile, outside of the UC, Chicago's restaurant industry is hoping to feast this week on the DNC.
But late nights at the convention center are making for some empty dining rooms.
Yeah, our Dane Placco live downtown with the impact on the dining scene, Dane, here in the city.
Yeah, some 50,000 people are in Chicago this week for the DNC, and while that's helping some Chicago restaurants, especially those that cater to breakfast and lunch, other restaurants are finding their plates mostly empty.
What I'm seeing is obviously a little bit of a decrease. We haven't been as full as we would have liked.
Michelle Durpetti is a third-generation owner of Gene and Giorgetti, the venerable Tuscan steakhouse that has stood at the corner of Illinois and Franklin for 83 years. But like a lot of restaurants that depend on evening and dinner service, Durpetti says the vast majority of potential DNC customers are tied up at the United Center.
Like we were watching last night and it went late, and so that just makes for a later evening. People aren't necessarily thinking restaurant dinner top of mind because they're there to hear those remarks and see what those people have to say.
At Gibson's in the Gold Coast, they're staying open 2 hours later than normal to try to capture the post-convention crowd.
We're experimenting. Our staff would like to work as much as possible, get a little bit of overtime money, and we're seeing what happens. We're extremely flexible in the way we operate.
Indeed, the convention is a mixed dish for Chicago's restaurant economy. Many people who work downtown are staying home for the week, and suburbanites are avoiding the city.
What we're seeing is breakfast is up, lunch is up, dinner is a little soft, but if you have private venues or private space, you're doing very well.
And that describes Manny's Deli to a T. How crowded have you been this week?
It's full. Every day we're full. So today it's standing room only.
Manny's has always been a political joint, a must-stop for candidates on Election Day, which is why they're booking scores of private lunch events for political delegations across the country.
I think there's a lot more people who are in for the convention that are keeping us busy, and a lot of people wanted to have their events here. So it's kind of like an Election Day pre-election.
Now, even some of the restaurants that aren't cashing in this week, like Gene and Giorgetti, say that they think that the convention is overall a very good thing for their business in the future. That's because we have a lot of people coming to Chicago, a lot of first impressions so far. They appear to be very good, and they believe that those people are going to come back as tourists at some point and spend their money then. Live downtown, Dane Placco, Fox 32 Chicago.
It all looks so good, Dane. Thank you very much. Let's go back inside the United Center now. Dawn standing by with a special guest.
Yes, I'm here with Mark Morrell. He is the national president of the Urban League, former mayor of New Orleans, and, just an all-around leader in America, politically and civically. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good to be with you.
I know this is historic for you in so many ways. What does it mean for you to be in the building here in Chicago?
Well, it's special. I was here in 1996 when Bill Clinton was renominated, running for re-election. My parents were here. My late father and mother were here in 1968, as my father being the first black delegate from Louisiana since Reconstruction. Wow. So this, I think, for Chicago is number 3. But to be here and to witness the diversity, the mosaic, the gumbo, all of the people, not only of Chicago, but from all over the nation, is a powerful feeling. The sense of hope, the sense of optimism, the sense of purpose in this convention is something I haven't witnessed probably since the Obama 08 convention in Denver.
There's a lot of energy here. I mean, you alone, to me, are a powerhouse. But so is your organization. What are you going to do to make sure people get involved in this election?
So we've got a campaign called Reclaim Your Vote. People can connect with it by going to reclaimyourvote.org. And it is a nonpartisan civic engagement effort. We have a focus on about 5 states, 18 communities, but we'll be working throughout our network of 92 Urban League affiliate communities across the nation. The focus is to register, educate voters, and to encourage people to have a voting plan, which means know where you vote, know what you need in order to vote, and understand all of the choices that are going to be on your ballot. The president is but one election. Senate races, House races, local races can be as impactful as anything. So we're going to be working as hard as we can. In 2020, we touched over 1 million people. In 2022, during the midterms, we touched over 750,000 people.
Wow.
So our goal is to get back into the millions in this election.
All right, we're going to continue to talk to you,
absolutely.
but we'll toss it back to them for now because I want to hear from you more just about what you expect to hear during this convention.
Absolutely.
All right, keep it here. Back to you guys for now.
Fantastic conversation. When we come back as day 2 gets underway of the DNC, the GOP ticket is taking a tour of nearby battleground states. A live report when we come back. The GOP ticket is holding events in battleground states this week during the DNC. Today, former President Trump is discussing crime and justice in Michigan.
Meanwhile, running mate J.D. Vance is making his remarks in Wisconsin. Olivia Nakalmes picks up our team coverage from Kenosha.
Battleground states like Wisconsin will be key this November. Kamala Harris made an appearance at the DNC last night before President Biden's speech, and today the GOP ticket is splitting up to campaign, with Donald Trump heading to Michigan and vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance coming back to Wisconsin for the third week in a row. The Trump-Vance campaign message today is Make America Safe Again. Monday was about wealth in America. The rest of the week will be about making America strong, secure, and lastly, great again on Friday. Vance spoke here in Kenosha about crime, saying a Trump administration will end sanctuary cities, deport illegal immigrants, and implement the death penalty for drug dealers. This week, a Harris campaign spokesperson said the vice president has a strong safety record and, quote, has never been scared to take on crime to keep communities safe. Vance criticized the DNC's decision to hold their convention in Chicago, saying it's unsafe because of Democratic leadership.
It's almost a joke to me that they held it in Chicago, which has become the murder capital of the United States of America thanks to very failed Democrat leadership. That is something that we would not accept in a third world country, much less in one of our beautiful, great American cities like Chicago.
A recent poll of Wisconsin voters shows Kamala Harris leading Trump by 4 points within the margin of error. Wisconsin has been close in the last 2 presidential elections, with Trump winning in 2016 but Biden in 2020. Tonight, Vice President Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will step away from the convention to head to Milwaukee to speak. Kenosha, Wisconsin, Oliviana Calmes, Fox 32, Chicago.
When we come back, Emily will have your full forecast. Keep it here.
It's been
Taking a live look outside on this beautiful day as the people there getting on the water taxi, which Sylvia highly endorses.
Yes,
I'm sticking with the political buzz. She talks about that every day. She loves it.
Yeah, I need to try it sometime, but certainly a good day for it, too.
Why not?
A little on the cool side for a boat for me.
Bit.
But it's
I
nice
like
out.
jacket.
It's August. We shouldn't.
Yeah, thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
I
Dog days.
refuse. Yes. So today, of course, has been on the cooler side of things. We had high temperatures today, topping out in the lower 70s for just about all of us. But for those of you up in Waukegan, take a look at that, 69 degrees. That's been your high temperature so far. We hit 68 degrees in Michigan City, 72 at O'Hare. Same thing at the Chicago Lakefront, 74 in Joliet. It's also 74 degrees for the high in Aurora. And we made it to 72 degrees in Kankakee. Here's where we're headed over the next couple of days. Yes, we're going to be on the cooler side of things again tomorrow, near 76 degrees. But then starting on Thursday, we're back up into the 80s again. That's where we should be for this time of the year. Your average high for this time of August is 82 degrees. We're going to be very close to that Thursday and Friday. And then by this upcoming weekend, that's when it's going to get hot. We're counting on upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but the humidity, that's really going to be building too. So that's going to send the heat index values likely to right around 100 degrees, if not a few degrees exceeding 100. So again, very hot conditions by Sunday. That's going to be lingering into next week too. So this is your temperature outlook from the 26th through the 30th, which happens to be Monday through Friday of next week. And we're still strongly favored to see above average conditions. So those 90-degree temperatures that we're going to see on Sunday, that will likely linger all the way through about Tuesday or Wednesday. And then we'll start to see at least a slight cooling trend late next week. But it's still going to be a very hot start to next week. Satellite and radar, things have been quiet for us today. We've had just a little bit of cloud cover out there at times, but for the most part, most areas are under partly cloudy conditions. It's been a gorgeous day, and again, cooler conditions, but no rain is in sight, not today, not in the coming days, and even for the upcoming weekend. At this point, it's looking like we're likely going to be staying dry, and we could actually use some rain around here. So this is a look at the latest drought monitor. This comes out every Thursday morning, so we're going to get an updated look here in about 2 more days. But as it stands right now, the far south suburbs, for those of you in Kankakee County, southern Will County, southern Grundy, as well as southeastern LaSalle County, you are now considered to be abnormally dry, and will likely start to see these drought-like conditions expanding when we get that update on Thursday morning, just because the lack of rainfall across the area and the dry conditions, as well as the sunshine. So it's not a very good combo for those of you hoping for some rain or needing some rain. Futurecast taking us throughout the rest of today. We're going to end up seeing this high pressure system beginning to sink to the south, and as it moves overhead tomorrow, that is finally going to calm our winds. So we've had really gusty conditions coming in out of the northeast. That's why our waves have been so high on Lake Michigan. We've had really choppy waters for the last couple of days, dangerous swimming conditions. Finally, we're going to see some improvements late tonight and into your day tomorrow as this high pressure system moves overhead, because typically when you have high pressure in control, you have fairly calm winds. So that's going to be the story tonight and tomorrow. By Thursday, we have those winds turning to be out of the south, and that's going to boost temperatures to near 80 degrees for the high. Right now, we have 11-mile-per-hour winds coming in out of the east-northeast. Tonight, dropping down to the 50s just about area-wide. But for those of you in the far west and northwest suburbs, places like DeKalb, Woodstock, you could potentially be waking up in the upper 40s. 7-day forecast, 76 tomorrow. We're in the 80s on Thursday and Friday. By this weekend, it turns hot, and 90s are expected next week. Keep it here. We have more local news coming up. Thank you.
Bear.
The Chicago national anthem is trending tonight thanks to Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, the Late Show host creating a music video showcasing some of the best spots in all the city.
Oh, say, can we eat hot Italian dip beef, deep dish proudly inhaled until our hearts stop to beat.
So yeah, this one has cameos in it by some A-listers, Jennifer Hudson, Sean Hayes, even the staff at the Wiener Circle, along with some iconic sites here in our fine city.
Hilarious. All right, thanks for watching First at 4.
Here's what we have on the news at 5. Our team coverage continues. It's day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Everything you need to know about who takes the stage tonight.
And for the first time ever, content creators are on the floor at the convention.
Plus, while there may be more visitors downtown, locals, that's far and few between. The impact it's having on our local restaurants. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Scott Schneider.
And I'm Terrence Lee. Dawn is out at the United Center again tonight. We'll check in with her in just a little bit.
Yeah, she is, of course, covering day 2 of the DNC here in Chicago. A lot on the schedule for today, including speeches from former President Barack Obama and Governor J.B. Pritzker.
And while Democratic delegates have already voted virtually to nominate Vice President Kamala Harris as their presidential nominee, a celebratory in-person roll call vote will still be held today. Roll call will start with Delaware, Biden's home state, and end with California and Minnesota, home states to Harris and Walz.
Now, we have team coverage tonight. Paris and Sylvia are inside the UC. Casey Cronus, meanwhile, outside following protests.
Well, first, we want to head out to Nate Rogers downtown, where there have been several bomb threats. Some where delegates are staying, Nate.
Yeah, that's right, Terrence and Scott. Good afternoon, or good evening, I should say, to the both of you. We're just now hearing within the last hour or so from Chicago Police and the Secret Service on this. Reports of bomb threats made to various hotels right here downtown, as well as to some in the West Loop, not too far from where the DNC is taking place at the United Center. As you can imagine, taking a look at this video that we shot for you earlier, with delegates, other dignitaries, and guests in town for the DNC, security along the Mag Mile is heightened. We've seen delegates and other conference attendees in and out of downtown hotels all day long. Temporary fencing has been erected around various hotels with armed law enforcement in position. We've also seen Chicago Police walking in great numbers, also Secret Service agents, some visibly taking notes, others canvassing the area looking for any suspicious activity. Now, we did pull a few residents aside, as well as some other folks in town for the conference to hear their reaction to these threats and the increased security measures. Take a listen to what they told us.
Well, I live nearby, so I have to walk detours, but it's not such a big deal. Sure. I mean, it could be overreaction, I don't know, but sure. It's fine. I haven't heard any problems. Yeah. Just the occasional, police caravan go by with, I guess, people at the hotel maybe or something.
Kind of near here, so I'm very used to it. It's definitely way more shut down for the DNC. People aren't really going into work. A lot of the buildings, office buildings in the local area are closed, so it makes it a lot smoother.
And a note from law enforcement within the last hour or so says, in part, quote, the U.S. Secret Service and the Chicago Police Department is aware of threats made to a number of locations in the downtown area on this afternoon. They say law enforcement personnel cleared these locations and no credible threats were found. Law enforcement continues to assess and investigate all threats and reminds the public to report any suspicious activity directly by dialing 911. Now, in terms of the temperature out here, guys, I'll tell you, it really is what some would describe, what most would describe as a typical day downtown, a typical Tuesday. We are seeing a bit of street closures right now as we believe another motorcade is coming through. But again, police are out in great numbers patrolling Michigan Avenue just to make sure that everyone remains safe. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on it. We'll bring you updates and any new developments on air and online. As always, here downtown, Nate Rogers, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, Nate Rogers, thank you for that. And so far, the threats have not caused a disruption inside the United Center.
Let's head out to Sylvia Perez on the floor. Hey, Sylvia.
Hi, Terrence. Hi, Scott. Okay, we are right here on the floor. It is loud. It hasn't even started yet. The fun starts at 5:30. But right now you're looking at the convention podium. We have seen Patti LaBelle today practicing. We have seen Common practicing. You just saw me speaking earlier with attorney Gloria Allred. This is a star-studded event. I wanted to be able to kind of walk around with you, but there's just too many people we can't get around. But let me at least show you. We are at the Illinois delegation right now. And then if we're going to pan over to the left here, you can see North Dakota, Vermont, Alaska, Massachusetts, and also going around, if you look a little higher there, you see some of the suites where some of the networks have set up their situation. And I have to tell you, those are incredible what they have done over there. You can't see our Fox network right now because we're on the other side, but everybody is getting ready for a good time. So every delegate, when they sit down tonight, they're going to find a few things on their seats. One of them is this, first of all, when we vote, we win. The other side says Illinois for Harris Walls. And then each delegate, let me give you that, has a T-shirt, at least from Illinois, that stands for DPI, which is Democratic Party Illinois, and then it says SHI. And they've also put these really fun kind of concert lights on the seats so that they can all, you're going to see this tonight, I'm sure. They're all going to be asked to get these started. I won't turn this on because this doesn't belong to me. But we have Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Governor Pritzker. They're going to be speaking tonight. And I want you guys to know this is kind of a homecoming for me because I was here in the same spot in 1996, and I have proof. Yeah, this is Sylvia, 1996 Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago. The hair and all, trust me, my kids make fun of me, but that, I promise, that truly was in fashion back then. But we'll be coming back out to you guys at about 5:30 to see what we can find to share with you once again. In the meantime, Sylvia Perez, Fox 32 Chicago, back to you. Do you like that? Paris.
Sylvia, one other thing I wonder if you did in '96 was this, the Macarena. That's the lasting image from that event.
Yes.
You know,
that was in style.
That was in style back then, so I wonder what the dance is going to be this time. Maybe the percolator, that dance that folks love to do here in Chicago. Well, the other thing to know about tonight is they promise here at the DNC that the speeches are going to be shorter and on time. They acknowledge that things ran over an hour late last night. Former President Biden didn't get on until well into the 10 o'clock hour. So if you consider East Coast time, that's in the 11 o'clock hour. That's way past the prime time window that they like to have their marquee speakers. The DNC blamed crowd noise. They blamed the long applauses for this, but also they acknowledge some speeches just went long, and they have given orders to some of their speakers tonight. Make it a little shorter. Tighten it up. It's not about you as an individual. It's about the Harris Walls ticket. It's about the Democratic Party. And they want that marquee speaker, which tonight will be Michelle and Barack Obama, to be in prime time to put their best foot forward. Obviously, with Barack and Michelle Obama, this will be extra special because this speech is going to happen just miles from where they lived and raised their family in Kenwood and miles from where Michelle Obama grew up in South Shore. So expect big-time nods to Chicago out of the former president. And then Governor Pritzker, he will have a prime-time speaking role. Pritzker was instrumental in bringing the convention here to Chicago. He told me that every time he saw President Biden, he would nudge him and say, so we're bringing the convention to Chicago, right? Right? And Biden just had to laugh. At the end, I think they wore the Democratic Party officials down, and this is the result of that. A convention that has been packed and boisterous so far, and we haven't even begun night two, and that will begin just under an hour from now. Again, Governor Pritzker taking the stage, Barack and Michelle Obama, as well as Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who also knows how to rile up a crowd. We'll have more at the bottom of the hour, but now we toss it back to you.
Paris, thank you. We've talked about how safe it is inside the UC. Increased security outside today after a group of protesters breached the fencing yesterday. There is a second layer today and a second story. Crews also adding additional anchors and locks to to keep that fencing in place.
Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling says yesterday's crowd had about 3,500 people, and the vast majority of them were peaceful. But about 10 people were arrested after breaching the fence. This brings the total number of people taken into custody since Sunday to 13.
There are additional protests planned for today, including a rally with Chicago firefighters just blocks from the UC.
That is where our Casey Cronus is. Casey, they started picketing a couple hours ago. What's the latest there now?
Hey, Terrence and Scott, that's right. They are still picketing here on the corner of Ogden and Madison. And actually, in just a second here, if it times out, you will see some firefighters and paramedics that have hopped on an old fire engine. I'm told it dates back from the 60s. You know, they aren't marching because they were told they can't get any closer. So instead, they're hopping on an old fire engine, and they are going to make their rounds. We'll try to get you a shot of that here in just a moment, but it is a red light, so they are stuck. However, the firefighters and paramedics, they are fighting for a new contract. They say it has been 3 years since they have been in this battle with the city, and they tell us many of their needs are not being met, including the need for more ambulances and increased staffing. The Chicago Firefighters Union Local 2 President Pat Cleary says they actually applied to march much closer to the United Center, but tells us those requests were denied. Instead, he rented a parking lot for the duration of the DNC to make their voices heard. He also shares what happened last night when he arrived at the United Center to attend part of the convention, even with a credential.
I was invited to the convention. The International Association of Firefighters was here protesting with us. They gave me a pass, a hall pass to go to the reception. I'm credentialed. So I went home, I showered, went to the convention after we were protesting here. When I went in, they scanned my credentials and they said, I've been red flagged, you cannot attend, and they confiscated my credentials. So here we are, pro-labor mayor, pro-labor town, pro-labor convention, and they won't let in a labor leader.
We reached out to the police department, to the mayor's office, and to the team that is handling media requests during the DNC to ask about that and how it was that he was red flagged last night. We have not yet heard back. We'll be monitoring this rally and protest here at Ogden and Madison. Stay with us. Back to you.
All right, Casey, thank you. Let's take a live look right now at the Metro entrance on Madison, where the agency is closing doors in preparation for a protest outside the building that houses the Israeli consulate. Pro-Palestinian groups are set to gather there around 7 o'clock. Riders are being asked to use other entrances and exits.
All right, so let's get a check of the weather. And again, this is almost now late August, and we're not expecting to see temperatures, Emily, where these are. But the good news is for those of us who are not ready to say goodbye to summer just yet, there is hope on the way.
Yes, and it's going to be coming back in full swing by late this week and into this upcoming weekend. So your temperatures today, of course, running below average. We only topped out in the upper 60s and low 70s. Right now, it's 69 degrees at O'Hare, 68 degrees downtown Chicago at the lakefront, 70 in Gary, 69 in Kankakee. We're now at 72 degrees currently in both Aurora and also in Joliet at 68 degrees in Waukegan. Here's where we're headed throughout the evening hours. Temperatures very quickly are going to be cooling off. So we have a lack of cloud cover out there, so that's going to allow a lot of the heat that we do have to escape. So by 9-10 p.m. or so, temps are already going to be dropping down into the upper 50s and low 60s. And then eventually tonight, we're looking at temps for most areas dropping down into the 50s. But for those of you that are in the far west, northwest suburbs, take a look at Woodstock and DeKalb. Not out of the question that we actually see temperatures dropping down into the upper 40s. So it's going to be a cool start to your day tomorrow, but fortunately, we're going to heat things up just fine. We'll be in the mid 70s for your highs tomorrow, and then a gradual warming trend is expected later this week before 90s are set to return this weekend. Those details coming up.
Emily, thanks. Still ahead tonight, a suspect search in Lake Barrington. We've got the details.
And trouble for the parent company of Juasco, what Albertsons is being accused of doing to a startup company.
And people are slowly but surely trickling into the United Center. Hear from an Illinois delegate coming up. She says it took her about 3 hours to get on the inside for day one of the DNC. Jamie.
Our DNC coverage will continue in just a bit.
First, though, we do want to take a look at other news we're following, including a massive police search tonight for a suspect in Lake Barrington. The sheriff's office and other agencies now searching for a man wanted in connection to a murder here in Chicago. The sheriff's office says Ocilio Little ran away from Chicago police near Route 14 and Pepper Road. If you see him, do not approach him. Little, armed and dangerous. Instead, call police immediately.
Kroger is still moving forward with its mega merger with Albertsons. Kroger is the parent company of Mariano's, while Juasco is under the Albertsons umbrella. The Federal Trade Commission has challenged the merger, claiming it would increase prices for customers. But this week, Kroger moved to block the case. The company is arguing the FTC is violating constitutional separation of powers. Now, in the meantime, Albertsons is being sued for a different reason. Bloomberg reporting a Seattle startup company has filed a lawsuit against Albertsons, claiming they stole their software. The e-commerce software maker says the company spent 3 years using trials of their product, then stole information to make their own system.
Well, if T. Lee was going to draw up an August-type forecast, Emily, I think this one would be just what he would give us.
This is it. I manifested it.
I think so. So we've had those northeasterly winds kind of bringing in that cooler air. And if you're like Terrence, you love this weather, it's going to stick around for a couple more days. And then the heat, it is going to come rushing back just in time for this upcoming weekend. So your wind speeds right now, we have 5 to 15 mile per hour winds coming in out of the north, northeast. We still have pretty choppy waters on Lake Michigan, but we'll start to notice some improvements there as those winds relax tonight and then certainly into our day tomorrow. Futurecast taking us throughout the next couple of hours here. Temperatures are going to be dropping rather quickly. By 9-10 p.m. or so, we're already going to be in the mid to upper 50s out in the suburbs, in the city holding on to the lower 60s by this point. But eventually tonight, just about all of us going to be dropping down into the 50s. But there is a chance that for those of you in the far west and northwest suburbs, you actually briefly dip down into the upper 40s. So it is going to be a cool, very fall-like start to your day tomorrow. But temperatures are going to heat up just fine. We'll be in the mid 70s during the afternoon. Same thing as we approach 5-6 p.m. So very comfortable conditions tomorrow afternoon as well. Tonight, dropping down to 57 degrees in the city. Again, most suburbs going to be in the 50s. 5-day forecast here. Sunshine Wednesday and Thursday. By Friday, we're in the lower 80s and then near 90 for the weekend. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you. The doors are open at the United Center and thousands of people are filling in, waiting to hear from top Democrats.
Yeah, we heard from President Biden last night. Tonight, yeah, we're going to see speeches from both former President Obama and his First Lady, Michelle, returning to the stage in their hometown of Chicago. Also taking the stage, Governor J.B. Pritzker, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth. And it's not just the Dems appearing here in Chicago. A number of Republicans will be speaking this week, and that includes former U.S. Representative and Republican Adam Kinzinger, the Illinois Republican, expected to speak Thursday night. He's already endorsed the vice president and says that former President Trump poses a direct threat to American values. Some other notable Republicans speaking: former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan and the mayor of Mesa, Arizona.
Getting into the United Center to see these speakers, though, has proven to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, our Tia Ewing joins us live outside the UC. And Tia, we understand that once again, as was the case yesterday, there are some really long lines to get in.
Yeah, there are some really long lines to get in, especially when you need to go through security. The Secret Service definitely doing their job, making sure that no one gets inside that isn't supposed to be here. So it will take a little time for people to get through security. And in fact, right now we're watching people just trickle in on the inside of the United Center. We're told that it's not really a packed house in there at all. But last night, we know as activities got underway, it was definitely a packed house. UC actually can hold about 23,500 people. And we actually spoke to an Illinois delegate that was here on day one, and she told us it took about 3 hours in total to get on the inside. Now, this is the picture that Illinois delegate and Cook County Commissioner Monica Gordon snapped while in line, waiting to get into the United Center on day one. By the time she got in, Kamala Harris was midway into her 3-minute remarks. Gordon, who also has the Democratic nomination for Cook County Clerk, says traffic was snarled outside the UC because of the security perimeter and the issue with with protesters trying to breach the arena. So many buses showed up also at once that Gordon says they were sitting on that bus for about 2 hours. And once they got off of it, it took 1 hour to get into the United Center. So in total, 3 hours. Today, Gordon told me that other delegates as well that had to get into the United Center, it took them about 5 minutes to make it inside after going through the Secret Service.
I got here early because yesterday it was very crowded, so I wanted to get here before the crowd got here to make sure I get a good seat on the floor. I am so excited. This is my first DNC. This is my first time being a delegate, so I'm very grateful. I'm excited. I'm excited to see the speakers tonight, especially President Obama. I've always been a big fan of President Obama's, and I want to hear his words. I want to hear his speech and his motivation for Kamala, because we want to make sure that she makes it past the finish line.
So yeah, the activities on the inside start up in about 9 minutes. Of course, we know that our governor, J.B. Pritzker, will be taking the stage tonight, and we all obviously know former President Barack Obama will be on the stage as well, and the First Lady, Michelle Obama, as well. So a lot of people will be watching this and how it plays out. In terms, again, I want to point this out on the inside, not really packed yet. We know there's a lot of activities that delegates, volunteers, and supporters participate in throughout the day, meaning that's why a lot of them don't arrive here as early as Monica Gordon did. Live right outside the United Center, Tia Ewing, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Tia, thank you. And while Democrats all gather here in Chicago, former President Donald Trump is in Michigan, and his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, is in Wisconsin. Their campaign message today is "Make America Safe Again." Yesterday was about wealth in America. The rest of the week will be about making America strong, secure, and lastly, great again on Friday. Today in Michigan, the former president targeted Vice President Harris on crime and violence.
She's been the ringleader for this anti-crime and the anti-police crusade. It's a real anti-police crusade. They just have it out for the police. Nobody knows why. I don't understand why. From a common sense, I like to say the Republican Party is now the party of common sense.
In the meantime, Vance's campaign in Kenosha, Wisconsin, criticizing the DNC's decision to hold their convention in Chicago, saying it's unsafe because of Democratic leadership.
It's almost a joke to me that they held it in Chicago, which has become the murder capital of the United States of America thanks to very failed Democrat leadership. That is something that we would not accept in a third world country, much less in one of our beautiful, great American cities like Chicago.
A recent poll of Wisconsin voters shows Kamala Harris leading Trump by 4 points within the margin of error. We have much more DNC coverage when we come back, including a look at the starts of the main programming.
And I'm live from the United Center, where we have been talking to many people with wonderful insight into what is expected tonight and what is expected over the next 4 days of the DNC. More on my special guest and my interview with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s son coming up.
Welcome back at the bottom of the hour. Let's take you live inside the United Center, where once again people are filtering in at a, yes, gradual pace. Programming is set to begin in less than 10 minutes. Before we hear from the speakers tonight, we want to take you back out to Don Hasbrook, who is live at the UC. Don, you got a chance to speak to Martin Luther King III. Tell us about that.
It was amazing. Yes, this is day 2, and what a day 2 it is. I'm in Media Row behind the Jordan statue in the atrium here at the United Center. I've talked to so many people who are ready to rev up the crowd. I talked to Alderman William Hall, who will be speaking tomorrow night, Bill Daley, who was the 24th White House Chief of Staff under President Obama, and the National Urban League President, Mark Morial, who was wonderful to talk to, all heavy hitters in the political world. And then there was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s son, yes, who literally stopped me in my tracks when I saw him. I ran over to get his very unique perspective about this convention and what is expected. Definitely something to hear.
What it means for me and our family is that, first of all, for the first time that the party has nominated a black and Asian woman is absolutely phenomenal. Yes, there's been a woman, but this is the first of a black and Asian woman. And it's a different energy that I've seen in a long time. The Vice President brings positiveness to the discussion. We have very complicated issues to address as a nation and a world. The nation, some would say, could be on the brink of war. It takes a stabilizing force to even negotiate through these very difficult times. It takes one who has already demonstrated, preeminently qualified, but has demonstrated from her leadership as a district attorney, as the attorney for the state of California, attorney general, as a United States senator, and as vice president, that she has her pulse on the issues of the day. And so this is just so exciting. It's exciting for our daughter. I'm not going to talk for my wife, but if she weren't here, I'd say it's exciting for her. But it is certainly totally different than maybe I could have imagined. I'm sure my mother and father are smiling down on this process, but also reinforcing the fact that once she's elected, there's a lot of work that has to be done. First of all, there's a lot of work to get to the point where she's elected, and then the work really begins.
As he said in the interview, so much more work to do. And tonight, as you heard, former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama will be speaking tonight. And the music, it was wonderful to hear Patti LaBelle in the hallways here. Can you imagine? And then 2 Chicagoans, Common and Jonathan McReynolds. I'm a personal fan of Jonathan McReynolds, huge gospel star. He's going to be performing, and they're going to be doing a very specific song for the DNC that I already heard. And if you look on my Instagram story, you'll see some of that as well. I already posted it. So that's all happening tonight. We'll be right back.
Now at 5:30, official programming for the Democratic National Convention is kicking off.
Yeah, the start time actually moved up today. This after what we saw yesterday, last night's speeches going into the early morning hours.
Tonight, we'll hear from top Democrats, including former President Barack Obama and Governor J.B. Pritzker.
First, though, let's check in with our Casey Cronus outside the United Center, because, Casey, it was about 24 hours ago that protesters had torn down some of that fencing. What's it look like there today?
Well, there is a stark contrast compared to the scene yesterday, because Union Park, where dozens of groups have applied to protest all week long, it is empty this afternoon and has been that way for much of the day. Now, we are located a couple blocks away from Union Park at the corner of Madison and Ogden. It is here that Chicago firefighters and paramedics are picketing, fighting for a new contract with the city. The Chicago Firefighters Union Local 2 applied to march much closer to the United Center, but they tell us those requests were denied. So they rented a parking lot for the duration of the DNC to make their voices heard. It has been 3 years since the union has been negotiating a new contract with the city, and they say many of their needs aren't being met. Local 2 President Pat Cleary says they are calling for battalion chief aides and extra staffing to ensure that engines aren't running short. Plus, the city only has 80 ambulances, and really, he says, it needs 100.
They don't understand the ramifications of running short. They don't understand the ramifications of not having enough ambulances. Plus, the ambulances make money for the city. So they don't, all they're thinking about is what the cost is. Well, it's costing lives. When there's an emergency, we're the first ones that respond. We're there immediately. Now we're coming to the city with our needs, and we're their last priority. They're not taking care of us. Every other union in the city has a contract, but the firefighters. Why is that?
The group tells us that they ran into some trouble yesterday when they tried to march toward the United Center. There was some resistance there, so they retreated back and have been staying on the corner here of Madison and Ogden. What they have been doing today is getting on an old fire engine. It was used in the 60s, I'm told, and they have been driving around the city, loading it up with firefighters and paramedics to try to spread their message. We are told they'll be here until at least 7 tonight. Reporting live in the West Loop, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Casey, thanks for that. Meanwhile, let's take you back inside the United Center, where official programming is now underway.
Political reporter Paris Schutz joins us again. Paris, what can we expect tonight?
Well, the first thing we can expect tonight is the roll call, although it's already been done virtually. That happened weeks ago. So tonight it's going to be symbolic, where each delegation has one person that pledges their delegates to the nominee, Kamala Harris. In Illinois, that's going to be Governor J.B. Pritzker, who also has a primetime speaking slot. One little wrinkle with this roll call, for each state, they're going to be playing a song associated with that state. So for Chicago, it's the Bulls, former Bulls opening theme song. And then for Kansas, it's a song, Carry On Wayward Son, by the band Kansas. Anyway, then we have former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, Chicago natives. And just a bit ago, I caught up with 3rd Ward Alderwoman Pat Dowell, who talked about this and some other stadium issues involving the Sox and the Bears. Take a look.
This is a very, very important race, and I'm hoping that Obama will inspire more people tonight, especially the young people, to come out and vote, and to explain to the older generation why this race is so important.
There's all this talk about a new Bears stadium close to your ward. What would you think if they put it at the Michael Reese Hospital site? Because it seems like lawmakers don't want to approve anything for them to build it on the lakefront. Or is there another site around your area that you'd like it built?
Well, I can't speak on the Michael Reese site. I think that site has been earmarked for other development in the 4th Ward. I represent the 3rd Ward, and we are still looking at the 78 location for a White Sox stadium, and that continues to be a discussion. So, you know, that's a little bit above my pay grade, but I'm willing to work with the state, the city, and the developer and the sports team to figure something out.
And Alderman Dowell from the 3rd Ward, we did that interview a few minutes ago because she had to get back to her seat for the roll call, which is just about to begin. We have the national anthem being sung right now. We have full coverage online and all night here on Fox 32. So please be sure to stick with us for all of the developments. And now we toss it back to you.
All right, Paris, thank you. We got clear skies and cooler temperatures out there, Emily.
Yeah, it is cool out there right now. We have a lot of us that are sitting in the upper 60s and low 70s, but here's where we're headed tonight. In the city, we're going to be dropping down into the mid to upper 50s, but for those of you in the far west, northwest suburbs, places like Woodstock, DeKalb, closer to Rockford, you could potentially be dropping down into the upper 40s. So it is going to definitely be a cool, very fall-like start to your day tomorrow. And then temperatures through the day tomorrow looking good, very comfortable in the afternoon, so we heat things up just fine. We're going to be in the mid-70s, lots of sunshine, and then looking forward to Wednesday night into Thursday morning, kind of the same deal. We're waking up to cool conditions in the 50s, but then we'll heat things up into the low 80s during the afternoon. Lots of sunshine both Wednesday and Thursday. Your 3-day forecast here. We're warming up a little bit more each and every day. By Friday, we're in the lower 80s, and that's where we should be for this time of August. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thanks. Still ahead, how are local restaurants faring during this DNC week?
Dane Blacko has the good and the bad.
Yeah, are Chicago restaurants feasting on DNC profits, or is it more of a famine? Actually, it's a little bit of both. I'm Dane Blacko, and I'll have that story coming up.
Okay, so we know thousands of people here in town for the DNC. Of course, that means a lot of foot traffic for our local restaurants.
Well, at least for some of them. Dane Blacko joins us live now. Dane, not every business is reaping the benefits of the convention.
Yeah, you know, Chicago is certainly known as a culinary capital, and you would think with 50,000 people in town for the DNC, all those restaurants would be packed and bustling and making a ton of money. Well, as we discovered today, that's not always the case.
What I'm seeing is obviously a little bit of a decrease. We haven't been as full as we would have liked.
Michelle Durpetti is a third-generation owner of Gene and Giorgetti, the venerable Tuscan steakhouse that has stood at the corner of Illinois and Franklin for 83 years. But like a lot of restaurants that depend on evening and dinner service, Derpetti says the vast majority of potential DNC customers are tied up at the United Center.
Like we were watching last night and it went late, and so that just makes for a later evening. People aren't necessarily thinking restaurant dinner top of mind because they're there to hear those remarks and see what those people have to say.
At Gibson's in the Gold Coast, they're staying open 2 hours later than normal to try to capture the post-convention crowd.
We're experimenting. Our staff would like to work as much as possible, get a little bit of overtime money, and we're seeing what happens. We're extremely flexible in the way we operate.
Indeed, the convention is a mixed dish for Chicago's restaurant economy. Many people who work downtown are staying home for the week, and suburbanites are avoiding the city.
What we're seeing is breakfast is up, lunch is up, dinner is a little soft, but if you have private venues or private space, you're doing very well.
And that describes Manny's Deli to a T. How crowded have you been this week?
It's full. Every day we're full. So today it's standing room only.
Manny's has always been a political joint, a must-stop for candidates on Election Day, which is why they're booking scores of private lunch events for political delegations across the country.
I think there's a lot more people who are in for the convention that are keeping us busy, and a lot of people wanted to have their events here. So it's kind of like an Election Day pre-election.
Now, even the restaurants that aren't seeing a ton of traffic right now say they believe the DNC is a good thing for their business eventually, because the people who come here and enjoy Chicago will want to come back as tourists and spend money at their restaurants. In fact, tonight at 9 o'clock, I'm going to introduce you to a woman from out of town, California. You can't believe what she says about Chicago. She is having a blast. Live downtown, Dave Placco, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, so we've been talking about this. We're enjoying fall-like temps, but don't enjoy it for too much because the heat's coming back.
About to get hot up in her. All right, beginning of this weekend, we're back in the 90s. Emily has more on your full forecast after the break.
I'm Lou Cadellis. Bears are practicing again Wednesday before playing Thursday in Kansas City. So what does that mean? Will the starters play against the Chiefs? And we'll give you a snippet from tonight's Hard Knocks episode. We'll share it with you coming up next in sports.
really running out of ways to say it's beautiful out there.
Yeah, beautiful today, beautiful tomorrow,
gorgeous,
and the following
stunning,
day. Yes.
Picture perfect.
Yes, we can keep coming up with
Wonderful.
different things. Yes. Well, you're not going to think it's wonderful by this weekend. So Terrence, as we know, doesn't like the heat, doesn't like the humidity.
Sweating already.
Yep, and it's going to be coming back in full force by the upcoming weekend. But today was gorgeous. We topped out in the upper 60s and low 70s. We only made it to 68 degrees in Michigan City, 69 in Waukegan. We hit 72 at O'Hare, 71 in Merrillville, and 74 degrees in Joliet. Made it to 72 at O'Hare, and same thing in Woodstock. So here's where we're going over the next couple of days. Tomorrow, still going to be very cool, comfortable, mid-70s, below average for this time of August, typically for this time of the year. Your normal high temperatures are closer to about 82 degrees, but we're going to get closer to that by Thursday and Friday. So a slow warming trend is going to take shape late this work week, and by this weekend, that's when it's going to start to feel pretty hot. So upper 80s to near 90 degrees expected both Saturday and Sunday. But the humidity, that's going to be on the rise too. So that's going to take this temperature of 90 degrees on Sunday and make it feel more like 100 degrees by Sunday afternoon. So feeling very hot. That's what we're starting off next week with. And it's going to continue too. So this is your temperature outlook from the 26th through the 30th, which happens to be Monday through Friday of next week. And we're still strongly favored to see above average conditions. So those 90-degree temperatures that move in by Sunday, I think they're going to be around at least through the middle portion of next week. But even after that, it's still going to remain pretty warm all the way through Friday. Satellite and radar. Things have been quiet for us today. We've been partly cloudy, but still a decent amount of sunshine. Unfortunately, with those strong northeasterly winds, that's been keeping us rather cool. Again, we only topped out in the upper 60s, low 70s. And if you're hoping for rain, you're going to have to wait a while. This is a look at the latest drought monitor. We are now considered to be abnormally dry across the far south suburbs. This includes most of Kankakee County, the far southern sections of Will County, Grundy, and same thing for the southeastern sections of LaSalle County. But a new drought monitor is going to come out on Thursday, and I do expect that this area of abnormally dry conditions is likely going to expand across the Chicagoland area. One, because we don't have any rain in the forecast, but two, we're going to have quite a bit of sunshine and just kind of breezy conditions too. So again, drought-like conditions likely going to develop for a good portion of Chicagoland here over the next couple of days, and we'll get that update on Thursday morning. Futurecast taking us through tonight and into tomorrow. This high-pressure system begins to sink to the south, and that's finally going to calm down the waves that we've been experiencing over the last couple of days. If you've been hoping to get to the beach, go out on a boat, we've had dangerous boating and swimming conditions on Lake Michigan the last few days. With this high pressure system moving overhead, it's going to start to relax the wind speeds a little bit. So calm winds tonight and tomorrow. So the waves should begin to calm down on Lake Michigan tomorrow, and then it's going to stay that way into Thursday. Tonight, dropping down into the 50s area wide, with the exception of those of you in the far west and northwest suburbs. You could actually be dropping down into the upper 40s tonight. So very much a fall-like feel tomorrow morning. 7-day forecast tomorrow, sunny skies. Same thing on Thursday. We'll have high temperatures right around 80 degrees on Thursday afternoon. And then we are warming up into the 90s early next week. It's time for sports. Hi, Lou.
All right, Emily. Hey, Bears had an open, flexible plan for the final preseason game. With the coaches, see the progress needed from Caleb Williams and the starters to allow them to sit out the Chiefs game. Cassie Carlson has more on the Bears' decision on who to play Thursday night in Kansas City.
The majority of Bears starters will not be playing Thursday in Kansas City, including Caleb Williams. Matt Eberflus said they feel good about their process and plan, giving them competitive reps throughout training camp. But now starters will go 3 weeks without seeing any live reps before week 1 against the Titans.
I came in ready. I felt ready. I could play today.
Maintain that conditioning level. That's got to be the key. Maintain your fundamentals. Through drill work, through teamwork, that's got to stay sharp because that's what wins football games, and then stay healthy.
For Williams, the focus will be on giving him different looks on defense to challenge him. But after 43 preseason snaps, Eberflus feels good about where he's at.
The process to be able to get, into the huddle, make the call, be clean, get to the line, look at the shot clock and say, okay, this is a little bit low, and move guys around fast enough to get the snap off, have awareness.
He can credit the Bears defense for preparing him and vice versa.
He needs those looks. He needs to feel that pressure. So I provide that for him. Every day. I don't like it, but every day, pretty much just I just want to come out there and get better.
Meantime, Hinsdale native Karan Amagaji is relieved to be back on the practice field and ready to play wherever the staff wants him to. Today, he got individual reps at left tackle.
All the vets have been amazing. They've all been, kind of helping me as well with SEMO, just making sure I'm on top of the playbook and integrating me into the room, not making me feel like, like a pledge, a rookie pledge or anything like that. They've been really like big brothers to me.
And a sign of the last few days of training camp, 2 scuffles broke out during the last period of practice. Jaquan Brisker was a full participant in practice today, while Kevin Byard remained out with a soft tissue injury. Maddie Berflus does not expect it to be long-term. At Hallis Hall, Cassie Carlson, Fox 32 Sports.
Thanks, Cassie. Bears are ready for the Titans. Mark my words. Tonight's the 3rd episode of training camp with the Bears on Hard Knocks. Will they continue the Velus Jones storyline tonight? Spend more time with Jalen Johnson or Austin Reed's parents? We know Caleb Williams will be part of tonight's episode 3, and here's a preview.
Caleb Williams on the move again outside the numbers. Now he's going to tuck it and go and turn, and Jenkins in front. He's in for the touchdown.
I'm a hold it. 7 points, baby. First one, baby. First one in the home.
That's a great one. Looking forward to it. Baseball note, Cubs host Javi Baez and the Tigers. They're also releasing closer Hector Neris, who had 5 blown saves, and the White Sox are in San Francisco. Guys, good stuff.
Right, thank you. Emily, we'll have one last check of your forecast when we come back. Just want to give you a peek inside the United Center. You know that guy right there. Chicago owns Common, hitting the stage right now performing. All right, the official programming for day 2 of the DNC just started. As you saw there, Common performing, and a lot of speakers are playing for tonight as well.
Yeah, we're going to have much more coverage online at fox32chicago.com. Of course, streaming at Fox Local as well. I don't want to get any hate mail. I've always liked him better as an actor. I'm sorry, I just do. I love him as an actor.
But he's got a good song called Celebrate.
Oh, okay.
That I wish he had performed. I don't know if he did tonight, but it's a very good song. Very
John
Chicago
Wick.
themed.
John Wick.
He was good at
Too.
that.
He's awesome. Okay.
All right. Quick check of the weather here. It's going to get cold tonight. Very fall-like. So we could actually be in the upper 40s across the far west and northwest suburbs. Most areas going to be dropping down into the mid-50s tonight. Tomorrow, gorgeous 76 degrees, lots of sun, 80 on Thursday, Friday, 83. And then this weekend, the heat and humidity is back. We're near 90. Your heat index values by Sunday afternoon could be in the triple digits.
About that.
And that's going to linger into Monday and Tuesday.
My kind of weather.
Flannel season and pumpkin spice season, though, is right around the corner.
All right. Thanks, Emily. And thanks for joining us at 5.
Now, you can stream us on your smart TV with Fox Local.
Yeah, just search for us on your streaming platforms, pardon me, and then watch today.
Family Feud is next. Survey says we'll be back here with more news at 9 for coverage of the DNC. Have a good night.
So you want...
Please welcome Kyle Sweetser from Alabama.
I voted for Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times. You see, I work in construction. I work with my hands. He told us he'd look out for blue-collar workers. So I made my first ever political donation to Trump, and I donated to him many times throughout his presidency. But then I started to see Trump's tariff policy in action. Costs for construction workers like me were starting to soar. I realized Trump wasn't for me. He was for lining his own pockets. Now, I'm not left-wing, period. But I believe our leaders should bring out the best in us, not the worst. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. She's tough. She's going to tackle inflation. Trump will make it worse. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she'll make us proud to be American again.
Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not. The late, great Hannibal Lecter is a wonderful man. You know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. Bing, 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 bing. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, no, no. Other than day one, I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Kim Jong-un I had a good relationship with. He's a tough, smart guy. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. Well, they're the weird ones. JD is not at all.
The people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home. Let's give votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes to the parents of those children.
In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
Please welcome Stephanie Grisham.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter. I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. The Trump family became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, it doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you. But it does matter. What you says matter. And what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American, there's no place for lawlessness or violence. She replied with one word, no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's because, unlike my boss, I never wanted to stand at that podium and lie. Now here I am, behind a podium, advocating for a Democrat. And that's because I love my country more than my party. Kamala Harris tells the truth. She respects the American people, and she has my vote. Thank you.
our 12-week ultrasound, our worst nightmares came true. The baby had stopped growing, but my body had not let go. I was told I was not eligible for any treatment at that point. The Dobbs decision was official, and abortion was banned.
In 2021, I needed an abortion. After an ectopic pregnancy, I was able to access life-saving medical care when I needed it, and now I'm turning to IVF to build my family.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris because I'm an IVF mom.
It's not just the headline-making stories that these bans impact. It impacts people trying to build families, just like me.
All Americans deserve the right to build their families in the way they know is best for them.
We need to band together and elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Please welcome Nabella Noor.
What calls me here tonight is hope. As a woman who has struggled with fertility, I have not always been hopeful, but today I am. I'd always dreamt of motherhood, and coming from a large Bangladeshi American family, I imagined it'd be easy. It wasn't. My husband and I tried to conceive. We failed. We tried and failed again and again and again for 6 long years. Finally, I got pregnant. We were overjoyed, but then I miscarried. I was devastated. It was only after sharing my story online and hearing from women about their experiences with IVF that I felt a tiny glimmer of hope. So I started the IVF process. But just a few weeks before my egg retrieval, I learned I was pregnant. Today, we have 2 beautiful daughters. But this is not everyone's ending. For many women, IVF is the only choice. That choice and more is at stake in November. The freedom to plan your family, the hope of having a family at all. I'm here to stand with everyone fighting for our reproductive freedoms, because my daughters and yours deserve every option, every hope, every possible future. To anyone listening who is struggling to start a family, you are not alone. We will not let you lose hope. Because when we come together to raise our voices with love, we win. Thank you.
Please welcome Michigan Senator Gary Peters.
In Michigan, we believe we have to build an economy that grows the middle class. And we know that when unions succeed, all workers win. I was raised in a union household. My father was a teacher, and my mother a nurse's aide. And they gave me and my sisters what every parent wants to provide for their children, an opportunity to pursue their dreams. I went to public school, I worked odd jobs, became an Eagle Scout. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up just like me. And I know they will fight for all of us. They will make it easier to raise our families and to retire with dignity. Just look at the record. As Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass legislation that finally allowed Medicare to negotiate and lower the cost of prescription drugs. She brought manufacturing jobs back to the United States of America. And as governor, Tim Walz signed the largest infrastructure investment in Minnesota history. And on the other hand, we have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And let's be clear, if they win, working people like my friends here from the Teamsters will pay the price. Their Project 2025 agenda is the same old, gut overtime pay, cut health care programs, and give billions in tax breaks to billionaires. We cannot let that happen, and we will not let that happen. And now I want to introduce some retired Teamsters and pension warriors, led by Ken Stribling, president of the National United Committee to Protect Pensions.
I am Kenneth Stribling, a proud retired Teamster from Local 200 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends. Pension warriors from the NUCPP. I found out in 2025 my monthly pension benefit was going to be reduced in half. Not long after that, my wife, Beverly, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. I didn't know how we were going to make it. So I went to a retirees meeting in the basement of a small church. At that moment, I knew we were not going to go down without a fight. Beverly made me promise never to quit until we made this right. So we organized a nationwide grassroots movement. For 6 years, we fought hard. And finally, we had a breakthrough. After 50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement. They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000 from my state, Wisconsin, 52,000 from Pennsylvania, 61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
For years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, and millions of Americans have suffered as a result. Those costs got passed on to our seniors, but not anymore.
It was because of them that we had insulin for $35 compared to $687?
What a gift. This $35 is life-changing for us.
The beauty of it is it's fixed. Everything else goes up, but it stays the same. I have more discretionary income, $20, $30 a month more. His wife and I can go to the pub and have a burger and fries.
I can afford my rent. I can afford to feed my children. I can afford my insulin.
It's saving me a couple $1,000s a year, which is several trips to visit the grandkids.
I am looking forward to that lifestyle where I can travel and be able to enjoy my grandchildren and maybe great-grandchildren.
It meant I could enjoy life.
President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Maryland this afternoon to unveil a new plan cutting prescription drug costs. 10 popular drugs are affected by this, including cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and blood clot medications.
Seniors will save roughly $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs next year.
With Kamala Harris, I feel so hopeful. I feel the future of America will be good.
As president, I'll lower the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for everyone.
I am so excited. I can't hardly stand it. We're going to only go forward. We can't go back.
Let's have another hand for our brothers and sisters from Teamsters and all of our brothers and sisters from unions across America who are rebuilding it, brick by brick. I mean, after that, what do you talk about? Kamala Harris wants to throw a little bit of dirt. So here we go. After years of dead ends and broken promises, President Biden and Vice President Harris brought Republicans and Democrats together to actually get something done. Trump promised Infrastructure Week but never built anything. But this time, the Biden-Harris administration is actually breaking ground, and we're starting to turn dirt, ushering in an infrastructure decade. All I see is possibilities ahead. You see, the foundation of a strong economy is literally a country's infrastructure. It's the cornerstone upon which all rest. We finally got a president and a vice president who puts their money where their mouth is. Already, $460 billion out the door, $1 trillion of private sector investment building roads and bridges and airports and ports and water systems so that kids don't have to drink dirty water out of lead pipes and little girls don't have to sit on the back of their mama's car trying to do their homework so they can have a better future for us. We're building a clean energy economy. All of it is moving out of the door. And we're touching every part of the country, from the Pontiac, Alaska, all the way down to Lowndes County. We have over, hear me now, 60,000 projects all across this country with funding already underway. We're hitting the ground running, and it's right in everybody's backyards. 2 years ago, after President Biden and Vice President Harris passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Eisenhower, he called on me and others to help carry out that vision as we rebuild America. As a senior advisor to the president, we pushed out funding for the roads and the bridges. We're literally building bridges to the future. High-speed internet and the clean energy economy. With these projects, we're ushering in a brighter future, a future in which everyone has clean air to breathe, everyone has clean water to drink, a future in which everyone has the opportunity to build generational wealth, a future in which the most vulnerable communities aren't forced to bear the brunt of progress. And we have made historic progress towards that vision. Let's take a look with what progress is being made in communities across the country with products that are being made right here in the USA.
Since passing the bipartisan infrastructure law
And the American Rescue Plan.
The Biden-Harris administration
is putting billions of dollars into
cities and counties across the country over the next 5 years.
I want to particularly thank the mayors of America. You make things work.
Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, the city of Phoenix has a much greener bus fleet.
in San Antonio. We're building the airport of the future in the heart of our city.
Until 1970, Scranton and New York were connected by passenger rail. And within 5 years, finally, we're getting that connection back.
Our vision is to create a truly multimodal city, a city where people can walk, ride public transportation, or ride a bike to get to their destination.
Our city is able to create over 2,000 jobs and move our transit system into the future.
We are investing over $50 million to take vacant buildings just like this one to turn them into shovel-ready job sites in the heart of our city.
We were able to use American Rescue Plan funding for safe, affordable housing for our neighbors.
When a dilapidated apartment complex was condemned, we were able to swiftly relocate these tenants.
In Tucson, we have planted or distributed over 100,000 drought-tolerant trees to combat extreme heat.
In the great city of Baltimore, Maryland, we're opening brand new rec centers that closing in our city, and many more investments thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris.
All right, everybody, what a way to start. But you ain't seen nothing yet. We got a great night planned, and it all starts off, all of you get to participate in this, in the roll call. It starts off with something unlike anything you've ever seen. So look, stick around. We're going to be right back at you.
Showtime, guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know, I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Wearing Cuban links, designer minks, Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Don't look at the red, the blue. Woo! I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket, keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket, keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face, and my father, y'all be talking, keep up. Players only. Get up, get up. Girls, what y'all trying to do? People carrying magic in the air. It's all so bad. Sick your face for the hustlers, gangsters, and your little friends. I cannot preach. I gotta show them how I'm built, get it in first. Do your dip, spend your money like money ain't. Woo-woo. Gotta blame it on Jesus. Hashtag y'all ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face and my mother, y'all be trying to keep up. Players only, come on, put your pinky to the moon. People carrying magic in the air. So bad. Everywhere I go, they be like, everywhere I go, they be like, everywhere I go, they be like, don't fight the feeling, invite the feeling, just put your pinky to the. What's that sound? Come on now. The feeling, the feeling, put your pinky to the. What y'all trying to do? What y'all trying to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take the official 2024 National Committee panoramic photograph. At this time, we would ask all of the delegates and guests to take their seats and get ready for this historic photo. During the photo, there should not be any movement in the hall. If anyone moves, anyone behind them will be blurred. There will be one digital rotation. There will be one photo taken with a 110-year-old film camera by Abbas Shir Mohammadi, fourth-generation photographer who has captured all of the past Democratic and past 10 swearing ceremonies. The camera is ready. Please listen to Abbas, who is located in the center blue press stand in the center of the hall.
There are some moving in the hall. Please, wherever you are, stay right there. You're going to make other people glare. Please hold it right there. I greatly appreciate that. Get digital right now. Please do not move. There's some movement, please. Please stay right where you are. Right there, sir. Please put your hands down. I appreciate that. This is your photo. I'm moving, damn it. Do not move. It's an extremely sensitive camera. Thank you. Please hold. You can see this photograph at democraticphotos.com. 48 hours. I congratulate all of you. Thank you for your attention.
Delegates and guests, please put on your wristbands at your seats.
I'm gonna just count y'all off.
for me. You're too sweet for me. I take my whiskey, my coffee black and my bed at green. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me.
Please welcome Democratic National Convention Secretary Jason Ray.
Well, good evening, delegates. My name is Jason Ray, and I'm honored to serve as the secretary of both the Democratic National Committee and the Democratic National Convention. I remember watching my very first convention on television when I was just 10 years old. It was the 1996 convention right here at the United Center. Now, nearly 3 decades later, I could not be more thrilled to join you in making history as we nominate Vice President Kamala Harris. Pursuant to our convention rules, we will now proceed with the celebratory roll call vote for the Democratic Party's candidate for the 47th President of the United States of America. As a reminder, our nomination was made official on August 6th upon the certification of the virtual roll call. This roll call will reflect those results. The chair of each delegation or their designee will report its delegation's voting results for the presidential nomination. Pursuant to the rules, the roll call will follow the alphabetical order of the states, with the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, the territories, and Democrats abroad treated as states for the purposes of the alphabetical roll call. Delegates, are you ready? Let me hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Democratic National Convention roll call. Now we're going to pass the mic from state to state so that all our voices are heard all around the nation. But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Alabama, how do you cast your vote? Alabama passes. Delaware, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Delaware, home of our beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.,
it is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris!
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama, how do you cast your vote?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. She will fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud, great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first Black woman President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and the next Vice President, Tim Walz.
Alaska, how do you cast your vote?
Alaska's motto is North to the Future, and that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud black woman, it is my honor to cast Alaska's 19 delegates for the next president of these United States, Kamala Harris.
American Samoa, how do you cast your vote?
Here in American Samoa, faith, service, and community are everything. That's why we cast 10 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Now, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is the DNC roll call. So let's pass the mic around the nation.
Arizona, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas tardes from the Grand Canyon state of Arizona, the future of the Democratic Party, where we've been bringing the heat since 2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot. Our diverse coalition is proud to cast our 85 votes for Kamala Harris.
Arkansas, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Arkansas, home of American legends Johnny Cash and Sister Rosetta Tharpe, home of the trailblazing civil rights leaders Daisy Bates and the Little Rock Nine, and home of the birthplace of President William Jefferson Clinton, who inspired all of us in a place called Hope. Arkansas casts our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
California, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of California passes at this time.
California passes. Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it up!
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut, the Constitution state, over the submarine, over the jet engine, over the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, over Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight, we cast 73 votes and one president for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Now we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's go!
Democrats abroad, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Democrats Abroad represents millions of Americans who live abroad and vote back home in all 50 states and in D.C. U.S. citizens can go to votefromabroad.org to register and request a ballot. On behalf of our large, diverse community, we joyfully cast 21 votes for Kamala Harris!
The District of Columbia, how do you cast your vote?
We are Washington, D.C., home to 700,000 Americans, where millions had marched for jobs and justice, where Dr. King had a dream and Obama had hope, and where in January 2025, we will host the inauguration of President Kamala Harris. Washington, D.C., the 51st state. The District of Columbia is proud to cast its 51 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Florida, how do you cast your vote?
Florida is worth fighting for. That's why we're fighting back against Project 2025 and Republican extremism. We won't go back. We won't back down. I cast 4 votes present and 243 votes in the great state of Florida for the first president, first female president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Five, get out, another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what? Turn out for what? Hey, turn out for what? Yeah! Turn out for what? Let's go, let's go. Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. D.P. Harris, come to the wall. D.P. Harris, give me the wall. Hey.
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Nikema Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the Civil Rights Movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Guam, how do you cast your vote?
Hafide Dodu Centro. I am Governor Noom Young Guerrero, the first female governor of our beautiful island of Guam. The home of the indigenous Chamorro people. And where America's day begins. And we proudly cast our 12 votes to the next first female president of the United States of America. Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala!
Aloha Hawaii, how do you cast your vote?
America, thank you all for loving Hawaii. The spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama. Our state shares the values of Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes present and 23 votes for Kamala Harris. First woman president.
Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
Republicans ripped away our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. We are not going back. Idaho cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a celebration. A celebration of democracy. A celebration of freedom. A celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
Our convention host, Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Secretary, Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner in the fight, my governor, J.B. Pritzker!
The great state of Illinois, the prairie state, home of 4 presidents, including President Barack Obama. The birthplace of skyscrapers and the adopted home of Superman. The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment ending slavery. And the 19th Amendment granting women the right to vote. Illinois casts 1 vote present and 176 votes for the next president of the United States, future Madam President Kamala Harris.
Indiana, how do you cast your vote?
Indiana welcoming into its heart welcomed me into its heart as soon as I married Christine Harrell from Rolling Prairie. And that's before I lived in Hawkins or played the littlest player with the biggest heart at the University of Notre Dame, Rudy. I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States of America.
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the largest single sporting day event in the world, the Indy 500, home of Michael Jackson, home of Babyface, home of David Letterman, Indiana delivered this 86 delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Iowa, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The tall corn state of Iowa, the state that launched Barack Obama on his way to the presidency, the state that put education on its state quarter, and the state that feeds and fuels the world casts one vote absent and 45 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Kansas, how do you cast your vote?
I can't hear. Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women who govern from the middle. As the first ever black chair of Kansas, I am proud to cast our 39 votes for the first black woman president, Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Kentucky, how do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we open the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your vote?
Greetings from Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, my name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its vote in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing can be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal vote for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now, the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its one vote present, and our 47 votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair, great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Health care for all, and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud, as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan, how do you cast your vote?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes.
Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels, and we built the middle class.
We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, Burlington together. Michigan passed
125 votes for
our next president, Kamala Harris.
Minnesota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
Now tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Coons. Our voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris is in a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala
Nebraska, how do you cast your vote?
Nebraska Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, standing there, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will protect the blue dot.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly cast our 34 votes for Kamala Harris and Coach Tim Walz.
Nevada, how do you cast your vote?
As a survivor of the largest mass shooting in modern American history, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because America is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives. No more silent streams. No more shattered families. As Vice President, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle! Now our chair, Danielle Moreno. Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late, great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto, and we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first black woman chair, I proudly deliver the Silver State's 48 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
New Hampshire, how do you cast your vote?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Hope Manzour.
The great Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire cast all 34 of our votes for our next black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala Harris.
Today we come together as one nation, under one groove. Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey, how do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby. And you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State.
I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late, great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
New Mexico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we live our family values, respect women, love our land, our water, our blue skies, our green chili, and our sunsets. We are proud to cast 45 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
New York, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido. I am from the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed. Hey, for New Yorkers, get used to it. From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement, to Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement, to Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement, and the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro. And we are the home of Hillary Clinton. And that's why, as the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
North Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor of serving as the youngest state party chair in this country. And North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah, Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone. We represent a new South. And we are proud to be that again this year by electing
North Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden state, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC Roll Call, and tonight, your voice is the future.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Half a day, T-Row, and hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walz!
Ohio, how do you cast your vote?
Ohioans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast 1 vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oklahoma, how do you cast your vote?
Hello from Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And hailing from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 3, let's go!
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. How do you cast your vote?
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city is a city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15 years she's been gone. 12 years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead my city. I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania. God bless everyone in this room. I love this state. Thank you.
I'm Governor Josh Shapiro. The proud governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy, the birthplace of freedom, the greatest Commonwealth of all. And together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
Puerto Rico. How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the next state of the United States, cast its 60 votes para la primera mujer afroamericana de ascendencia asiática y caribeña que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos, Kamala Harris. ¡Viva Kamala!
Let's go! Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Rhode Island. How do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm and a historic act on climate, we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast 1 vote present and 34 ballots for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Yay!
South Carolina. How do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, Chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina, where we pick presidents. The home of the DNC Chair, Jamie Harrison. The home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman. The home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecocks.
I'm Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles in Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina. Like us, Kamala has proven that she has the courage to fight and will fight for all Americans. South Carolina is not going back. We're going forward on reproductive rights. We're going forward
sharpshooter and not a crook. That's why we are proud to cast our 65 delegates for Kamala Harris.
South Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
How mitakiapi, chante washte na zapalo. In my beautiful Lakota language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me, my friends, and my community. More importantly, more opportunities, more good-paying jobs, better access to health care, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve, and it is the future we will win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers, that celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota is honored to cast all 20 of our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will soon be known as Madam President.
Tennessee, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the blues, the home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote. From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice, rooted in love in Tennessee, is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, which is why we are so proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris. We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D. Harris.
Party people, come on. DNC, party people, come on. Roll call, party people, come on. DNC, party people, come on.
Texas, how do you cast your vote?
Hello, Chicago! I'm Eva Longoria from Corpus Christi, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have 2 beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die. Today, because I found a way to access abortion care, I am pregnant again. And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, Chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and of the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes present and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Utah, how do you cast your vote?
Utah, home of 8 tribal nations, the crossroads of the West, the Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics, the youngest and fastest growing state in the nation, and the next battleground state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris!
Vermont, how do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education. We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud to call Vermont home, and we are proud to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we are proud to call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned Queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From America's Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden, the Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed to and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
Commonwealth of Virginia, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom by building aircraft carriers and submarines. Senator Warner.
Virginia, where this year we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
How do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the St. Lucie, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Wolves. I, the first South Asian woman leading a state party, am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris.
West Virginia, how do you cast your votes?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And as such, I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia. Most 83-year-olds that I know are spending time with their grandchildren or traveling. But I'm here, suited up and ready to battle. Because I will not, I repeat, I will not let everything I've fought for be taken away by Donald Trump.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia. I'm suited up and ready for battle because I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump. That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. Now, are you ready?
My home state of Wisconsin, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work. As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers. We're home of the Wisconsin Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin. And our great congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan. I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin cast 1 vote present and 94 votes who are we at? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God.
We love you, Jody! We love you, Jody!
94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason, I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite, Vice President, and our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Wyoming, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
The great state of Minnesota. How do you cast your vote?
Hello, Minnesota! My name is Hans Storvik, and Tim Walz was my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. And if you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walz means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walz is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. Minnesota, we cast 10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
The great state of California. How do you cast your vote?
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom. From the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state, like our nation, of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators, that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America.
Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
To everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are to this process, both now and earlier this month when we conducted our virtual roll call. I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Pursuant to the convention rules of procedure, Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd. But now, a special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. Everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
Buenas noches, Chicago. So tell me, are you excited? Wow, what energy, what a moment. I have to tell you, I will never stop being the little refugee girl who came to this country at the age of 8. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Welcome to the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
Let me tell you about the Kamala Harris I know. She is legitimately a joyful, optimistic leader. She cares about policy, yes, but she also cares about people and how that policy affects real people, not just the members of Mar-a-Lago. And you know what else? Kamala Harris, she likes dogs. And my dog, Cha-Cha, likes her. Dogs are good judges of character. So are cats. We cannot elect a president who does not like dogs or hangs around with people who shoot them. Now, let's be serious. Donald Trump and his minions call Kamala a communist. I know communism. I fled communism from Nicaragua when I was 8 years old. I don't take it lightly. And let me tell you what communist dictators do. And it's never just for one day. They attack the free press. They call them the enemy of the people, like Ortega does in Nicaragua. They put their unqualified relatives in cushy government jobs so they can get rich of their positions, like the Castros do in Cuba. And they refuse to accept legitimate elections when they lose and call for violence to stay in power, like Maduro is doing right now in Venezuela. Now, you tell me something. Do any of those things sound familiar? Is there anybody running for president who reminds you of that? And I know one thing, it's not Kamala Harris. That is not the America we love. It's not the land of freedom we treasure. Last night, we heard President Biden say that he loves his job, but he loves his country more. Every American needs to love our country more. Every American has the duty to put our country first. Country first before party. Country first before political ambition. Country first before habit. And in this election, putting country first means one thing and one thing only: voting for Kamala Harris. And that is what this night is about. That is what we're going to talk about tonight. So you know what? Let's get it started. Let's get this fiesta going.
The ayes are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed. And the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted. The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion to proceed is agreed to. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill, as amended, is passed.
It is my honor to present the Golden Gavel to Vice President Harris, 32 tie-breaking votes.
Please welcome Senate Majority Leader and New York Senator Chuck Schumer.
Everybody, wasn't that a great roll call? Now just let me hear you if you're ready for President Kamala Harris. Friends, we're here to talk about one thing tomorrow.
and building a better tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future, or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage. Only one candidate will move America forward, Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for middle-class families like the one she was raised in, who focused on things that really mattered. Helping parents raise their kids, safe neighborhoods, safe schools, and building an opportunity economy that gives everyone a shot at the American dream. She will lead America forward into a brighter future, but she can't do it alone. She needs a Democratic majority in the Senate of the United States. Now, my friends, 2 years ago, the naysayers said Senate Democrats stood no chance in the midterms. I told them, just you wait. We're going to keep the Senate and maybe pick up a seat or two, and that's exactly what happened. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends at this convention, I am telling all of you now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada, John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana, and Bobby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and New Mexico. We also have amazing candidates. Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Colin Allred, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And folks, listen to this. More than half of our candidates are candidates of color. We're making the Senate look like America. Now let's compare that with Senate Republicans. Senate Republicans pretend to care about middle-class families, but they voted no on expanding the child tax credit, and J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill in a decade. Republicans tend to care about freedom, but they voted no on a woman's right to choose. No to safeguard IVF. No to birth control. That is just a taste of their extreme agenda. Is that what we want for America? Do we want a Republican Senate that assaults reproductive freedoms? Do we want a Republican Senate that cuts taxes for the rich, rigs the game for big oil and big pharma? Well, folks, the choice is ours. Now, let me close let me close on a personal note. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I want my grandkids and all grandkids to never, never face discrimination because of who they are. But Donald Trump, this is a guy who peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes. He even invited a white supremacist to Mar-a-Lago. And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issued a Muslim ban as president. Tonight, folks, I am wearing this blue square to stand up to anti-Semitism, to stand up to all hate. Our children, our grandchildren, no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage. So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never, ever gets near the White House again? So let's elect Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Democratic majority in the Senate and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. He wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on for health care. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year, and he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. That if you want to know who someone cares about, look who they fight for. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need, and by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. More than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut by restoring the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit, through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life. Now is the time to chart a new way forward. I will fight to give money back to working and middle-class Americans. Increase the security and stability financially of your family and expand opportunity for working and middle-class Americans.
Please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs These oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.